I thought my daughter's final dress fitting would end with a photo we'd treasure forever. But my nephew walked in with a phone already recording and a plastic bottle hidden in his pocket. Just seconds later, Emily's white wedding dress was stained red and I realized it wasn't an accident. It was 11:18 Monday morning, inside an alterations shop on Marshall Way in Scottsdale. My name is Susan Carter, I'm 47. My daughter, Emily Carter, is 25, and she was standing on the fitting platform for her final dress fitting. Her wedding was 12 days away. The dress was finished. Marisol Vega knelt at the base of the platform, checking the hem one last time. Emily turned halfway, looked at herself in the mirror, then laughed because she wasn't used to seeing herself like that. I raised my phone to take a picture. The shop door opened. Luke walked in holding a light jacket. "Grandma left this in the car." My nephew, Luke Carter, 19, is Brian's son. He set the jacket on the wooden shelf by the door, then propped his phone against it with the screen aimed straight at the fitting platform. "Let me take a picture of you two." He stepped forward twice. His right hand pulled a small plastic bottle from his pocket. He twisted off the cap and poured it upside down over the front of the dress. Red ink ran in a thick streak from the waist to the hem, then spread across the white fabric. Emily didn't scream. Marisol grabbed a towel and held it beneath the stain to keep it from spreading farther. She couldn't get a word out. Emily looked down at herself. She asked so quietly that I had to step closer to hear her. "Can it be saved?" Marisol didn't answer. I turned toward the wooden shelf. Luke's phone was still exactly where he'd left it, the red recording dot still glowing in the corner of the screen. The door opened again. My parents walked in. Frank Carter and Patricia Carter looked at the dress, looked at my daughter standing on the platform, and neither of them looked surprised. My mother even closed the door behind her. "He did exactly what we paid him to do," my father said. I heard that sentence 3 times in my head before it finally settled into place. "How much?" Luke looked at his grandfather, then at me. $5,000. My mother stepped up beside the platform, her voice as calm as if she were discussing rescheduling a dentist appointment. "What does it matter if Emily postpones a few months? Brian needs Casa Marigold on that exact date, Susan. You know that." That night, Emily closed her bedroom door and didn't come out for dinner. The dress stayed at Marisol's shop in a garment bag, waiting for an answer no one had been able to give yet. I sat at the desk in my house, opened the file drawer, and took out the paperwork for the house in Peoria, the house my parents were living in. There was only one name on the deed: Susan Carter. For 20 years, whenever my family created consequences, I was the one who wrote the check to make those consequences disappear. I looked at my name printed on that paper and understood that this time I wasn't going to do it again. Before I tell you why my parents believed they had the right to decide Emily's wedding date, leave a comment and tell me where you're watching this story from. If you've ever helped relatives for so long that they started treating your kindness like an obligation, don't leave. Because that morning, they didn't just ruin my daughter's wedding dress, they made me realize something I'd been avoiding for years. 3 weeks earlier, Emily spread a seating chart across my dining table and started moving the little slips of paper with guests' names on them. Miss Reyes can't sit at the same table as Nathan's family mom. Those two have hated each other since college. She had color-coded every group of guests. Nathan Cole, 28, sat across from her, responsible for the only job he'd been assigned, nodding and saying everything made sense. Emily and Nathan had been planning the wedding for 11 months. They chose the date first, before they even chose the ring. She wrote it on the whiteboard hanging in the kitchen of their apartment. And for 11 months, everything else was arranged around that date. Casa Marigold was the only venue they ever considered. It's a small garden property outside Phoenix that I've owned and managed for years. It isn't large. There is no ballroom and no reception hall. Just a brick courtyard, orange trees lining the walkway, a low wall covered in bougainvillea, and afternoon sunlight that cuts across the wall and lays long bands of light over the brick. Emily used to sit in that courtyard doing homework through her middle school summers while I worked inside. She knew exactly where the shade fell at 4 in the afternoon. She knew the faucet in the corner leaked and had to be turned an extra half turn. I gave her the use of the property for her wedding day. It was my wedding gift to her, and I told her that the week she and Nathan got engaged. Emily didn't want an extravagant wedding. She arranged the table flowers herself, hired a taco shop Nathan had loved since college, and capped the guest list at just over 60 people. She refused to rent a bridal shuttle. She said the walk from the parking lot to the courtyard took 90 seconds, so what was the point? There were only 3 things she truly cared about. The wedding date could not change, the people who genuinely loved her had to be there, and the dress had to make her feel like herself. The day we went dress shopping, she tried on 4 dresses and stopped at the 5th. She stepped out of the fitting room, looked at me through the mirror, and said, "This is it, Mom." No tears, no drama, just certainty. That night, I took a flat cardboard box down from the upper cabinet. Inside was the wedding dress of my late grandmother, Helen Monroe. She had worn it when she was 19. The fabric had yellowed to ivory, but the lace on the front bodice was still intact, not a single loop frayed. Emily touched the lace with her fingertips, very lightly, as if she were afraid of tearing it. "I want to carry a piece of great-grandma with me somehow. But I'm not cutting it, Mom. Leave it the way it is." I closed the lid and put the box back where it had been. The only trouble during those 11 months came from my younger brother Brian Carter, 44. Brian called me one evening 2 months before the wedding, while I was washing dishes. He made small talk for 2 minutes before getting to the point. Could Emily move her wedding to another month? He said he needed Casa Marigold that exact weekend for work. I said no. The invitations had gone out in February. Out-of-state guests had booked flights and requested time off. Emily had reserved that date 11 months earlier. "She's young," Brian said. "What difference does it make what day she gets married, Susan?" My mother called the very next morning, before 8. "You're putting a wedding date ahead of your brother's business future, Susan." "I'm keeping a promise to my daughter." My mother was silent for a few seconds, then hung up. After that, no one mentioned it again. My father still asked what time the ceremony started and whether he needed to wear a suit. My mother sent Emily a link to a bridal hairstyle. I thought it was over. On Monday morning, the day of the final fitting, my mother texted me, "Dad and Luke are coming with me too. He wants to see Emily in the dress before the wedding." I read the message in the parking lot and felt happy. I even texted back to thank her. Inside the shop, Marisol took Emily into the dressing room. My parents still hadn't come in. Luke stood near the door, holding his grandmother's jacket. Right before Emily came out, I saw him prop his phone against a box on the wooden shelf, then bend down and adjust the angle so it pointed straight at the fitting platform. The dressing room curtains slid aside and Emily stepped out. I had seen my daughter in that dress twice before, but both times the fabric was temporarily pinned, the hem unfinished, the back still clipped. This time was different. She stepped onto the platform and stood straight, and in that moment, I no longer saw the child who used to do homework in the courtyard at Casa Marigold. I saw a bride. Marisol walked once around the platform, gave the left side of the waist a slight tug, adjusted the veil behind Emily's shoulder, and stepped back. That's it. Nothing else needs to be altered. Emily turned to find me in the mirror. "What do you think, Mom?" I raised my phone to take a picture and couldn't answer right away. "Let me take one of you too." Luke walked over from the door. He stopped exactly halfway between the platform and the wooden shelf where he'd just set his phone, standing off to one side so he wouldn't block the shot. Later, whenever I replayed that scene in my head, I always stopped on that detail. He had even planned where to stand. At the time, I still thought he was only trying to help. He pulled the small plastic bottle from his jacket pocket, twisted the cap with his thumb, and poured it straight down the front of the dress. Marisol moved faster than I did. She slipped a towel beneath the fabric to keep the ink from soaking into the skirt, then held her hand there. "Don't touch it, don't touch that spot." Emily didn't scream. She didn't step back or raise her hands. She only lowered her head and watched the red stain spread across her body, silent long enough for me to hear the air conditioner running in the shop and the traffic outside on Marshall Way. "Can it be saved?" Marisol looked at the towel in her hand. Against the white fabric, the ink had soaked into a dark patch about the size of a palm and was still slowly spreading downward. "I have to check first. I can't promise anything right now." Emily nodded once. She reached behind her head, removed the veil, and folded it in half. She didn't say a single word to Luke. She didn't ask why. She only turned to me. "Can you take me home, Mom?" I walked to the wooden shelf and picked up Luke's phone. It was still recording, the timer already passed 4 minutes. Turn it off. I have to record it, he said. Grandpa and Grandma said there had to be video proving the dress was really ruined. The shop door opened. My parents walked in, and both of them looked directly at the dress before they looked at Emily. No one asked what had happened. No one asked if she was okay. My father took off his sunglasses, folded them, and tucked them into his shirt pocket. My mother closed the door and stood in front of it. You paid him to do this? I asked my father. I transferred $5,000 to him this morning, my father said. He did exactly what we paid him to do. He didn't raise his voice, hesitate, or look as though he were confessing. He spoke like a man reporting that a job had been completed on schedule. My mother set her purse on a chair and stepped closer to the platform, her voice light, as if she were explaining something obvious. A dress can be replaced, Susan. What does Emily lose by postponing a few months? Brian is the one who can't postpone. He needs Casa Marigold on that exact date. I stood in the middle of the shop holding my nephew's phone and understood something I should have understood from that call 2 months earlier. They hadn't come there to destroy a dress. The dress was only the thing they could reach. What they wanted to take was my daughter's wedding date. Marisol, please keep the dress here for me. I'll call you this afternoon. Marisol nodded. She didn't look at any of the three of them. I took Emily into the dressing room, closed the curtain, and helped her out of the dress. She stood still and let me do it, her arms hanging at her sides, the way she had when she was 5. I handed her the jeans and t-shirt she'd worn in. Outside, my mother was still telling Marisol that surely that kind of ink could be dry cleaned out, that there were all kinds of stain removers now. We walked past all three of them to the door. No one tried to stop us. Luke stepped aside to let me pass and looked down at the floor. Outside in the parking lot, the Phoenix sun reflected off the hot pavement so hard that I felt dizzy for the first 2 seconds. In the car, Emily buckled her seatbelt and laid the veil in her lap. She held it with both hands for the entire 20-minute drive home and didn't cry once. I kept the radio off. Neither of us spoke. As we got close to home, my phone buzzed in its mount. A message from my mother. Just move the wedding. Brian already promised Casa Marigold to his client. I read my mother's message twice in the driveway in front of my house, then shut off the car and went inside with Emily. She went upstairs. I stood in the kitchen and called Brian. He didn't answer. I called a second time. Still nothing. So that afternoon I drove to his warehouse in Glendale, where he stored tables, chairs, and equipment for events. The roll-up door was halfway open. Brian was counting tablecloths in a plastic bin. He heard my car and didn't turn around. You're here about the dress. I'm here about what happened 2 months ago. He set the stack of tablecloths down. 2 months before the wedding, Brian had called and told me he needed Casa Marigold for a client. At the time, I thought he was asking. It wasn't until the second call that I understood he wasn't asking. He had already promised it to them, shown them pictures of the garden, and told them the property was available that exact weekend. He had never asked me once before doing any of that. I told them Casa Marigold was a family place, Brian said. And it is a family place. It's my place, and Emily reserved that date 11 months before you did. The invitations went out in February. People have already bought plane tickets. Emily can get married somewhere else. She's 25. She has her whole life ahead of her. My client will walk if I don't have a venue. Then you'll have to deal with the promise you made. That was the entire conversation that day. Afterward, my parents started calling me on his behalf. My father said Brian was trying to save his business, while I was only protecting a party. My mother said I always put Emily ahead of everyone else in the family. I assumed I'd given my answer and everyone had backed off. I was wrong. They hadn't backed off. They had only changed tactics. I didn't know Mom and Dad would go that far, Brian said at the warehouse that afternoon. I swear, I didn't tell Luke to pour ink on the dress. What did you tell Mom and Dad? I told them I needed that date. And when Dad said they would handle it, did you ask how they planned to handle it? Brian bent down, picked up the stack of tablecloths, and started folding them one by one, more slowly than necessary. If Emily postponed the wedding, Casa Marigold would be free that weekend, I said. And you'd still take it, right? He didn't answer. He folded the entire stack, put it into the bin, and closed the lid. That night, I went to my parents' house in Peoria. I asked my mother why she was so sure Brian needed that exact weekend. My mother pulled out her phone and showed me, as if it were evidence on her side. Brian's message to both of them, dated June 11th, is greater than I don't care how you convince Susan. I need that date. Below it was my father's reply, sent 4 minutes later. We'll handle it. I scrolled down. There was no message from Brian asking what handle it meant. The conversation jumped straight to the next week, and a discussion about my mother's car needing new tires. I handed the phone back to my mother and left. Emily was sitting at my kitchen table when I came in. She had turned off every light except the one above the sink. If I postpone the wedding, Uncle Brian gets that date, right, Mom? I could have dodged the question. I thought about it for about 2 seconds. Yes. She nodded and looked down at the tabletop. In 11 months of planning, she had never thought of herself as an obstacle. Now she understood that to some people in this family, she was the one thing standing between Brian and a promise he had no right to make. Nathan came over at 9, still in his work clothes. He didn't ask Emily what she planned to do. He just sat beside her and said he still wanted to get married on the same date, no matter what Emily wore. After Nathan left, I told my daughter we would go buy a new dress the next morning. There were 12 days left. I had already found 3 Scottsdale shops that did rush alterations. Emily shook her head. I don't want them to think all it takes is for you to spend more money and everything disappears. I sat in the kitchen for a long time after she went upstairs. My daughter had just described exactly how my family had operated for 20 years. They created the consequences. I wrote the check. Then everyone went on living as if nothing had ever happened. The house in Peoria had 3 bedrooms, a narrow porch, and a lemon tree in the corner of the front yard that my mother planted that first fall. I bought it 8 years ago. Before that, my parents lived in a different house, the house I grew up in. They lost it because of debt. I won't go into the details here because I spent years learning not to tell those details to anyone. You only need to know that summer, my father had 74 days before he had to leave his home, and he had nowhere to go. I remember the afternoon he called me. He didn't ask for help. He only asked whether I knew of any inexpensive rentals on the west side of the city, his voice as casual as if he were asking about a train schedule. My father was a man who had never asked his daughter for anything in 40 years, and I could hear that in the way he tried to keep the question light. I work in property management. I know how to find an affordable house quickly. I found the place in Peoria within 10 days, bought it, put it in my name from the day we closed, and handed my parents the keys before they had to leave their old home. For 8 years, I paid the mortgage, taxes, insurance, the new roof last year, and the air conditioner that had been replaced the summer before that. My parents paid their own electricity, water, and groceries. I never charged them $1 in rent. We never signed a single piece of paper between us. No lease, no agreement, not one line documenting anything. They were my parents. Then the way everyone referred to the house began to change, so slowly that I didn't notice I was allowing it to happen. The first year, my mother called it the house you bought for us. By the 3rd year, she called it our house. Brian called it the family house when he invited everyone over for Thanksgiving. One evening about 2 years ago, I heard Luke tell a friend on the phone that he was at my grandparents' house in Peoria. He said it naturally, without any particular meaning behind it. I was standing 4 steps away washing dishes, and I knew with certainty that in his mind, that house belonged to his grandparents. I never corrected him once. I didn't correct him because I wanted my parents to feel secure. At 70, after losing one home, I thought the worst thing I could do was remind them every day that where they lived depended on their daughter's signature. I let them hang the wooden sign on the porch. I let my mother plant the lemon tree. I let my father repaint the fence whatever color he wanted without asking me. It turned out the worst thing I could do was let them forget that completely. 3 months before the wedding, my mother asked me about Luke. It was a Sunday, and we were sitting on my parents' back porch. He wanted to enroll in a vocational program at the community college in HVAC technology. My mother said he was hardworking. He just didn't have the means. Brian said he couldn't cover it. I gave my mother one answer. Once Luke was officially enrolled and had a tuition bill, I would consider paying the school directly. I didn't promise. I didn't name an amount. I didn't give a deadline. I didn't transfer a single dollar. I know exactly what I said because I phrased it the same way I speak to clients when I don't want to commit to anything yet. In my line of work, the distance between "I'll consider it" and "I agree" is the distance between a conversation and a signature. And yet that Monday morning, my father transferred $5,000 of his own money into his grandson's account so that grandson could destroy his granddaughter's wedding dress. I sat at my desk and put everything back in its proper order, the way I do when a file has something that doesn't add up. My parents used three things to buy Luke's cooperation. First, a house that didn't belong to them, but had given them enough status within the family to say they were protecting a shared family asset. Someone living there as a guest doesn't rearrange other people's weddings. An owner might think they can. Second, a gift I had never given Luke's tuition was promised on my behalf, as if the money were already sitting in their pocket. Third, their own money, but they spent it like an advance. They believed that no matter what happened, I would eventually pay Luke's tuition anyway, so that $5,000 wouldn't really be lost. In my parents' calculation, every road led to the same place: Susan would pay. I opened my contacts and called Luke. He answered on the fourth ring. I heard a television somewhere in the background, then a door closing. "Aunt Susan, I want to hear exactly what your grandparents told you before you poured the ink." Luke was silent so long I thought the call had dropped. Then he asked, "You haven't already given them my tuition money?" I met Luke at a coffee shop on Bell Road at 10 Tuesday morning. He arrived early and had chosen the table farthest from the counter. He hadn't ordered anything. He put both hands on the table, then pulled them back into his lap. I bought him a glass of orange juice, and he never took a sip. "Start from the beginning," I said, "from when Grandpa called you." My father called Luke Saturday night. My mother sat at the dining table through the whole conversation, occasionally cutting in. Monday morning, before everyone left for Scottsdale, my father transferred the full $5,000 into Luke's account. Luke remembered almost word for word what his grandparents had told him. That Aunt Susan had never really done anything to help Brian's family. That Emily always came first, got the venue, got the wedding, got everything. That a dress could simply be replaced. That if Emily didn't postpone the wedding, his father would lose the client and maybe his business. And that Luke didn't need to worry about trade school because Aunt Susan would still pay, just like she'd promised. "Did you know ink on a white dress might not come out?" He looked down at the table. I knew. "Did you look it up first?" "I searched it online Sunday night." "Why did you record it?" "Because Grandpa and Grandma said there had to be proof I'd done it. I was afraid they'd say I hadn't and take the money back." He added that he thought the whole thing would be over quickly. Aunt Susan would buy Emily another dress, the wedding would move back a few months, his dad would keep the client, and he'd have money for school. In that 19-year-old mind, no one would really lose anything. "Did you think about Emily at any point?" Luke was quiet. Then he said, "I tried not to." "You're 19, Luke. You knew you were destroying something that belonged to someone else and you still took money to do it. Your grandparents lying to you doesn't erase your part in this." He didn't argue. He only asked the same question he'd asked me on the phone the night before. "So are you still going to pay my tuition?" "I had considered helping you. But that was a gift that had not been given yet." Luke sat silently for a long time. I could see the moment on his face when a young person realized his grandparents had given away something they didn't own, and had already calculated the price someone else would have to pay. "I haven't spent any of it," he said. "I'll give it back. I don't know who to return it to, but I'll return it." I told him to send me the video he'd recorded. He sent it to me right there at the table before I stood up, then added that he hadn't sent it to anyone else or posted it anywhere. That afternoon, I met Brian for the second time. This time, he wasn't folding tablecloths. He sat on a plastic bin with his hands on his knees and let me finish speaking. "Did you tell Mom and Dad to pressure me?" "Yes." "When Dad said they would handle it, did you ask what they planned to do?" "No." He looked out through the warehouse door at the hard white sunlight in the yard. "I didn't ask because I didn't want to know." "And if Emily really had postponed, you still would have taken that weekend?" He was silent long enough to give me my answer. "Tuesday night. My father called. He didn't apologize. He didn't ask how Emily was. He didn't mention Luke. He spoke to me in the same tone he'd used for 20 years, the tone of a man reminding his daughter about a job she always handled. "You can fix this. You always fix things." I hung up and stayed sitting at the kitchen table. For 2 days, I kept thinking the part that hurt most was that my parents had paid one grandchild to ruin another grandchild's wedding dress. But that wasn't it. What hurt most was that they had never worried that I might not forgive them. That possibility wasn't even part of their calculation. In my father's mind, it wasn't something worth considering. They had calculated one thing only: Susan would pay, and every consequence would disappear. Just like 8 years ago, just like 20 years ago. That night, I laid 3 things out on the table. The video Luke recorded paused on the frame where the plastic bottle was tipped downward, a screenshot of Brian's messages to my parents, and the paperwork for the house in Peoria. For the first time in my life, I didn't sit down and ask myself how I was going to fix this. I asked myself what I needed to end. I didn't drive to Peoria that night. I stayed in my own house, turned on the desk lamp, and did exactly what I do when something in a file doesn't add up. I spread everything out and read it again from the beginning. The house paperwork, closing date, buyer's name, my signature in 3 places. My mother's message, sent 20 minutes after my daughter walked out of the shop with a ruined dress. The video Luke recorded. I watched it once and turned it off. I didn't need to watch it a second time. I had been standing there. And then the thing that took the longest, all the times before. I took out a sheet of paper and wrote them down by year, 1 line per expense, the way I build a ledger for a client. Brian's credit card debt when he was 31, the truck that got repossessed, the security deposit on his first apartment after his divorce, my father's dental bill, the roof, the air conditioner, 2 tax penalty payments for my parents, and the house. The list was longer than I expected. Not because of the money. If I added it all up, I could still live, and I was still living. It was because every line ended the same way. I paid, no one mentioned it again, and by Thanksgiving we were all sitting at the same table as if nothing had happened. There wasn't a single line that said thank you. There wasn't one that said anyone had asked whether I was okay. Close to 2 in the morning, I put down my pen and asked myself 2 questions. Was selling that house going too far? My father, Frank Carter, was 72 and retired. My mother, Patricia Carter, was 69. At that age, people can't rebuild their housing situation from scratch the way they could at 40. And the second question, much harder, was I protecting Emily, or did I simply want my parents to hurt for once? I sat with that question for a long time. Outside the window, I didn't notice when the parking lot streetlights went out. The answer I found wasn't pretty, but it was true. I was angry. So angry my hands were still cold around the pen. But I tried to picture this. If my parents called the next morning, sincerely apologized to Emily, returned the $5,000, and everything else went back where it had been, would I still let them live in my house for free? No, because that position, the status of people who received without being held accountable, was exactly what had given them enough confidence to believe they had the right to rearrange their granddaughter's wedding date. If I left them in that same position, there would be a next time, only with a different excuse. But I also didn't want 2 people their age to have nowhere to go. I had seen my father's face that summer 8 years earlier, and I didn't want to see it again. The next morning, I wrote my decision down line by line, like a work memo, so I could be sure it wouldn't change shape with my emotions during the day. My parents would have 90 days to find a new place to live. I would pay all moving costs once. After that, the monthly rent would be their responsibility. When they moved out, I would sell the house. And the tuition I had once considered paying for Luke was off the table. I also wrote down what I would not do. And I wrote those things because I knew I was angry. I would not change the locks. I would not shut off utilities. I would not put anyone's belongings out on the lawn. I would not call relatives to tell the story. I would not require anyone to leave that week, that month, or before the wedding. 90 days meant 90 days. Not 90 days that became 30 because I got angrier. That afternoon, I told Emily first. She was sitting on the back steps with a glass of ice water, her legs stretched into the sun. I sat beside her and told her everything in one pass, without dressing it up or softening it, including the part about selling the house. When I finished, Emily turned and looked at me. She didn't ask about the house. Her first question was about me. Are you doing this because of me? No. I'm doing it because they turned something I gave them into a weapon against you. She set the glass down on the step. Most of the ice had melted. Everyone in the family is going to say it's because of me. Aunt Ruth will. Uncle Brian definitely will. Maybe. But you aren't the one making this decision. I am. If anyone wants to blame someone, they can blame me. Can you handle that? I can. Emily didn't say anything else. After a while, she rested her head on my shoulder, and we sat that way until the sunlight withdrew from the yard. That night, I opened the family group chat, the one that for 8 years had mostly been used to arrange dinners, send birthday photos, and ask who was bringing what for Thanksgiving. I typed one line and sent it to all 4 of them. 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. I'll bring the paperwork. Everyone needs to be there. At 2 Thursday afternoon, I parked in front of the house in Peoria carrying a document folder. The lemon tree my mother had planted was taller than the porch roof. The small wooden sign she'd bought at a flea market in the second year still hung on the front door. Carter Family Home. I stood on the porch for a few seconds before knocking. In 8 years, I had never knocked on the door of that house. I always walked straight in. That day, I knocked. Everyone was there. My father sat at the head of the dining table. My mother poured iced tea into 4 glasses and set all 4 on the table even though no one had asked. Brian leaned against the kitchen cabinet instead of sitting. Luke sat in the farthest corner with his hands wedged between his knees, not looking up when I walked in. Emily wasn't there. I hadn't asked her to come. My mother spoke before I could set the folder down. You're making this much bigger than it is, Susan. Take the dress to another dry cleaner. Those places can get anything out. Then let it go. The wedding is in 9 days. Are you planning to stay angry until then? And the $5,000 is between me and Luke, my father said. It has nothing to do with you. Brian took his hand off the kitchen cabinet. Listen, the damage is already done. Emily is going to have to postpone anyway. Give me that weekend, and at least one person in this family won't lose everything. No. Susan. I said no, Brian. My mother set the pitcher down harder than necessary. The ice knocked against the glass. You can't treat family like this in your parents' own home. I opened the folder and placed the paperwork in the middle of the dining table, turned toward her. No one reached for it. Everyone looked. On the first page, in the line naming the owner, there was only one name: Susan Carter. I bought this house 8 years ago, I said. It's been in my name since the day I closed. I pay the mortgage, taxes, insurance, the roof, the air conditioner. You've lived here for 8 years and have never paid me $1 in rent because I never charged you. My mother looked at the paper, then at me. Red patches rose across her face. You used to call this our home. You've said that for years. You let me plant the tree outside. You let your father repaint the fence. I wanted you to feel secure. I never said you owned it. My father pushed the paperwork a few inches away without picking it up. I took a second notice from the folder and placed it beside the paperwork. You have 90 days from today to find somewhere else to live. I'll pay all moving expenses once. After that, your rent is your responsibility. I turned to my younger brother. Brian, you have to be part of handling this too. Drive them to look at apartments, help with paperwork, move boxes. From now on, this doesn't all get pushed onto me. You're serious? After Mom and Dad move out, I'm selling the house. The dining room was so quiet I could hear the refrigerator running and a car passing outside. One more thing. I turned to Luke. The tuition I had considered paying directly to your school, I'm not doing that anymore. Your grandparents promised it on my behalf. It's gone. Luke looked up. His face had gone pale, but he spoke clearly, not under his breath. I'll return the $5,000. I haven't spent any of it. Sit down, Luke, my father said. I am sitting down, Grandpa. My father pushed back his chair and stood. You're selling your parents' house over an ink stain on a dress. I stood too, so I could look him directly in the face. I'm not selling the house over an ink stain. I'm ending the free housing because you used my kindness to hurt my daughter. My mother started crying. Not the kind where someone collapses. The kind where she kept talking while she cried, her voice rising higher with every sentence. You promised us. You promised this house would always stay in the family. You said those exact words. When? She stopped. I'm asking seriously, Mom. When did I say it? Where? On what occasion? Show me. If I ever said those words, I'll own them. My mother looked at my father. My father looked down at the table. Brian looked out the window. No one said a word. I left the notice on the table, closed the folder, and walked to the door. No one followed me out. Behind me, my mother was still crying, and my father still hadn't sat back down. On the porch, the wooden sign still hung exactly where it had hung for 8 years. For 8 years, my parents had lived in that house as if my kindness were a deed of ownership. Now they had 90 days to understand those were not the same thing. The story spread through the family faster than I expected, and it had only one version. Susan sold her elderly parents' house over a dress. Aunt Ruth, my father's younger sister, called me Friday night. She said she couldn't believe I would put 2 people their age out on the street, that my father had called her crying, and that she had never heard her brother like that in her life. I answered her once. My parents have lived in my house rent-free for 8 years. Now they have 90 days to find somewhere else, and I'm paying all of their moving expenses. This is not about a dress. Aunt Ruth kept going. She asked whether I knew how hard my father had worked, whether I knew how much he had sacrificed to raise me and put me through school. I know. I've always known. Then I told her I wasn't going to argue about this over the phone and wished her good night. I didn't send Luke's video to anyone. I didn't tell the family group chat about the $5,000. I could have ended that call in 30 seconds with one video file, and I chose not to. Not because I was noble. Because Luke was 19, and I didn't want the entire extended family replaying the worst moment of his life for the rest of it. Brian called me Sunday afternoon, and his tone had changed completely from the day at the dining table. Do you know what I have to do now? I have to go look at apartments with Mom and Dad. I have to take time off to drive them around. I have to sit there while Mom cries for 2 hours. You dumped all of this on me. I didn't dump it on you. I just stopped taking all of it onto myself. What's the difference? There is one. You haven't done your share once in 8 years. The truth was, my parents were not being thrown out onto the street. They had pensions and Social Security, enough to rent a 2-bedroom apartment on the west side of Peoria. Plenty of people their age in Arizona lived that way and lived perfectly well. What they were losing wasn't housing. What they were losing was not having to pay for it. Luke returned the $5,000 on Monday. He transferred it directly back to my father, not through me, and sent me one line to say it was done. I replied with one short sentence. I know. That same week, Brian had to call his client. He didn't have a venue. He had never had a venue. He told them the property wasn't his to promise, and they found somewhere else. He didn't lose his company. He only lost that contract, and he lost the habit of promising things that belonged to his sister. From the calls and messages they sent me one after another, everything in my family started turning inward. My mother blamed Brian, because if he hadn't made a reckless promise, none of this would have happened. Brian blamed my parents, because they were the ones who paid Luke to pour the ink. My father blamed Luke, because Luke had recorded it and left evidence. Luke reminded him that Grandpa was the one who transferred the money and the one who insisted there be a video. For 8 years, every time there was a problem, all of them turned in one direction and said my name. Now that direction was gone, so they had to look at one another. I didn't enjoy knowing that, but I didn't step in to stop it either. On Tuesday, Emily came home early and sat in her car for a long time before coming inside. Aunt Ruth had called her. She told Emily that her grandparents were losing their home because of her wedding. Maybe I should postpone, Mom, Emily said, still holding her keys. November would be okay. Let everyone calm down. Nathan and I will still get married, just later. I sat down across from her and didn't answer right away. Listen to me say this, then decide for yourself. If you postpone, then everything they did in that shop worked. They poured ink on your dress to make you move the wedding. If you move the wedding, that means the method worked. And everyone in this family will remember that, even if no one ever says it out loud. Emily was quiet. She looked down at the keys in her hand for a long time. Then she set them on the table and never mentioned postponing again. At 6 that evening, my phone rang. Marisol. I had been waiting for that call for 8 days. I tried everything I know, she said. I can't get the ink out. It's penetrated the fibers. That section has to go. I leaned against the kitchen counter and closed my eyes. But hear me out, Susan. I can save the dress if the two of you have some older fabric that truly means something to Emily. I opened my eyes and looked up at the upper cabinet where a flat cardboard box had been sitting for 11 years. There were 4 days left until the wedding when I took the cardboard box down from the upper cabinet. I set it on the dining table and opened it in front of Emily. Inside, Grandma Helen's wedding dress was folded in yellowed tissue paper. She had worn it at 19 in Tucson, in a ceremony with 14 guests and a cake made by a neighbor. I unfolded the paper. The smell of old paper rose from the box, dry and faint. The lace on the front of the bodice was still intact, not frayed or torn, only yellowed to ivory. Emily didn't touch it right away. Marisol says she needs old fabric, I said. Just a piece. But this is great-grandma's dress. Yes. She stood looking at the box for a long time, her arms folded across her chest. Watching her stand there, I understood what made her hesitate. 8 days earlier, someone in this family had ruined something that belonged to her. Now I was asking her to cut up something else. I could have told her Grandma Helen would be happy. I could have said fabric that had sat in a box for 11 years wasn't doing anyone any good, that no one was ever going to wear it anyway. I had thought of both things on the drive home, and I didn't say either one. It's your decision. Emily reached out and touched the lace the same way she had the first time, very lightly, with her fingertips. Is Marisol sure she can use it? I don't know. We'll take it in and ask. We brought the entire box to the shop that afternoon. Marisol spread Grandma Helen's dress across the cutting table, placed the front bodice beside the damaged section of Emily's dress, drew the two edges of fabric closer together, and nodded. Yes, I can cut away the stained section and replace it with this. The color won't match exactly. This is a little more ivory. You need to know that ahead of time. Will people be able to tell? Emily asked. Yes, they'll be able to tell. Emily was quiet for a few seconds. She looked at the two pieces of fabric lying side by side on the cutting table, one white and one ivory. Then do it. That was her decision, not mine. I only signed the invoice and thanked Marisol for taking the job with 4 days left. Nathan came over for dinner that night. He listened to the story about the dress, nodded, then repeated exactly what he'd said from the first day. He had never wanted to postpone, and if Emily walked out in her work clothes, he would still marry her. That's the 4th time you've said that, Emily told him. Because you still don't believe me. She told him to be quiet, but she laughed for the first time in 8 days. A physical letter from Luke arrived the next morning. It had been sent through the mail, handwritten, to my address because he didn't know Emily's apartment address. It wasn't long, about 1 page. He wrote that he had accepted $5,000 to do it, that he knew the ink would ruin the dress because he'd looked it up Sunday night, that his grandparents had told him many things that weren't true, but he was still the one who opened the bottle, and he wasn't blaming everything on them. He apologized to Emily. In the last line, he wrote clearly that he was not writing to ask to be invited back to the wedding. Emily read the whole thing, read it a second time, folded it and put it in the kitchen drawer. She didn't say anything about the letter. She talked about something else. I don't want to see them on my wedding day, Mom. The guest list belongs to you and Nathan. It always has. All 4 of them. Okay? That night I crossed my father, my mother, Brian, and Luke off the seating chart. I sent each of them one separate short message. No explanation, no long reason, no retelling of what had happened. I didn't post anything online. I didn't tell Aunt Ruth. I didn't need anyone in the family to know the story for me to feel that I was right. 2 days before the wedding, we went back to Marisol's shop. The dress hung on a rack beneath a white cloth cover. Marisol didn't say anything. She only pulled the cover down. The red stain was gone. In the exact place where it had once run down the dress was now a panel of ivory lace. its edge slanting from the waist toward the hem, following the shape of the gown as if it had been there from the beginning. It did not match the color of the rest of the fabric. Anyone looking could see they were two different pieces. Emily stepped in front of the mirror and stood still. She raised her hand and touched Grandma Helen's lace, very lightly, with her fingertips. I still want to get married on the same day. My mother called the night before the wedding. She didn't mention the dress. Not one word. She spoke about the wedding as if her attendance were a given, and all she needed was to confirm the time and parking. Your father and I have to move now, Susan. At our age. Isn't that enough? Are you really going to keep us from seeing our granddaughter get married too? Emily decides the guest list. I told her exactly that, and she made her decision. You're her mother. One word from you is all it takes. I'm not going to say that word. My father took the phone from her. People are going to ask. The whole family is going to ask why her grandparents aren't in the wedding pictures. What are you expecting us to say? Emily is not required to use her wedding day to help you save face. He hung up first. About an hour later, Brian texted asking to come alone. He said he would sit in the very back, wouldn't speak, wouldn't come near anyone, and would leave right after the ceremony. I forwarded the message to Emily, exactly as written, and added no opinion. She replied 10 minutes later. He still planned to take this date if I had to postpone. No, Mom. Luke didn't text. He had written in his letter that he wasn't asking to be invited back, and he kept his word. It was the first time in this entire situation that Luke did the right thing without anyone telling him to. That same week, my parents found a 2-bedroom apartment on the west side of Peoria, about 4 miles from the old house. It was on the ground floor, had covered parking, and a small patio big enough for 2 chairs. Brian told me he had driven them to see it 3 times and sat with them to read the lease. It was the first time in years my younger brother had handled something like that from beginning to end on his own. I called a moving company, scheduled the date my parents chose, and paid the full amount in advance, just as I'd said I would, once. I didn't pay any monthly rent, didn't cover the security deposit, and didn't co-sign anything. The day I stopped by with the receipt, my mother was standing on the porch holding a screwdriver. She was taking the small wooden sign off the porch post. Carter Family Home. She removed each screw carefully, placed all 4 in her left palm, then held the sign against her chest and carried it inside. She didn't look at me. I set the receipt envelope on the windowsill and didn't say anything either. I sat in my car in the driveway for a while before starting the engine. I didn't feel triumphant. I didn't feel like I had beaten anyone. I only felt an era closing the era when every problem in this family ended with my signature and all of us agreed to call that love. Friday afternoon, I went to Casa Marigold. Everything unfolded exactly according to the plan that had been made 11 months earlier. Chairs were arranged in 2 rows along the aisle beneath the orange trees. The bougainvillea on the low wall was at its brightest. Strings of lights had been stretched across the brick courtyard and tested once while it was still daylight. The 4 chairs that once had my father's, my mother's, Brian's, and Luke's names on them had been folded back into the rows like all the others. I didn't leave them empty. I didn't want anyone walking into that courtyard and reading a message in the empty space. My daughter's wedding was not the place for me to say anything to anyone. Before I left, I checked the faucet in the corner of the courtyard. It still leaked. It still needed that extra half turn. The next morning, the dress hung beside the window in Emily's old bedroom. Arizona sunlight came early and harsh that time of year. It shone through the white fabric, then hit the ivory lace and stopped there a little darker, like a shadow stretched diagonally across the dress. Emily stood in front of it with her hair already pinned up, no makeup yet, barefoot on the wood floor. She reached out and touched her great-grandmother's lace and held her hand there for a while. 12 days earlier, my daughter had stood on a platform in Scottsdale believing she would never wear that dress again. Now I zipped it up along her back, and outside the door, Nathan was waiting. In the dressing room at Casa Marigold, we had the final 15 minutes alone together, just mother and daughter. That room had once been my office. The hook I had installed for the property keys was still on the wall, and outside the window was the same courtyard where Emily had done her homework through her middle school summers. I fastened the last hairpin and lowered the veil, the same veil she had held in her lap for 20 minutes in the car that day, folded in half and gripped with both hands. Emily didn't mention the ink stain, not once all morning, not while getting her makeup done, not during photos with the bridesmaids, not while we waited. She only reached down and touched the lace panel on the front of the dress, holding her fingers there for a few seconds. She did it 3 times that morning, each time quickly, the way someone touches something, just to make sure it's still there. There was a knock at the door. One of the bridesmaids brought in a note folded into quarters. Nathan's handwriting, rushed and slanted, is greater than I'm waiting for you outside. Emily read it, smiled, folded it again and handed it to me to hold. Are you sure? I asked. If you want to stop now, I'll still go outside and tell everyone. No one will blame you for a second. I mean that. My daughter looked at me through the mirror. They don't get to take this day away from me. The door to the courtyard opened at 5 in the afternoon. The brick courtyard was filled with late-day sunlight. The phoenix sun softened to orange gold as it slanted across the bougainvillea wall. The string lights didn't need to be on yet. The orange trees cast shadows across the 2 rows of chairs, and just over 60 people stood up at the same time. No other event took place at Casa Marigold that day. No equipment truck was parked at the back entrance. No one stood up in the middle of the ceremony. No one appeared at the gate at the last minute. There were no phone calls, no messages. The people sitting in that courtyard were the people who genuinely wanted to see Emily and Nathan get married. Emily walked down the aisle in the dress that had once been ruined. The sunlight came from the left, and Grandma Helen's lace showed more clearly than I had imagined. It wasn't the same color. It didn't pretend to be the same color. Anyone sitting in the first 3 rows could see 2 different fabrics on the same dress. No one asked. Later, 2 people told me the lace was beautiful, and both assumed it had been part of the design. I didn't look around to see which chairs had once belonged to whom. I didn't count who was missing. I only watched my daughter walk all the way down that aisle. Emily and Nathan got married on the exact date they had chosen 11 months earlier, in the exact place they had chosen. 3 months later, everything had settled into its final shape. My parents moved into the apartment on the west side of Peoria before the 90 days were up. I paid the moving costs once, just as I had said, and nothing more. We spoke occasionally, briefly, mostly about paperwork. My mother planted another small lemon tree in a pot on the apartment patio. The Peoria house went up for sale after they moved out. I won't say here how much it sold for because that number was never the important part. Brian lost that client. He had promised a venue he didn't have the right to promise, and when the venue wasn't available, he had to be the one to tell them. His business kept going. He still booked events. He still counted tablecloths in that warehouse in Glendale. Luke returned the full $5,000. He was working at an auto repair shop and preparing for his vocational program on his own. I did not pay for it, and I had no intention of changing that decision just because he had apologized. I did not consider selling the house a victory. It was simply where I put a period at the end of a pattern that had run for 8 years, really, much longer than that. The house was not my reward. It was the last thing keeping people in my family convinced that my kindness was a permanent loan they would never have to repay. What I actually gained wasn't written on any piece of paper. Emily did not postpone her wedding. Brian did not get that date. My parents could no longer promise my property to other people. Luke had to carry his share of the responsibility, and the dress they ruined still carried my daughter all the way down that aisle. Luke's letter was still in the kitchen drawer at Emily's apartment. She had not answered it, and I did not ask when she would. Time passing does not automatically turn an apology into a right to return to the place you used to have. If Emily ever chooses to write back, that will be hers to do, when she decides. Among the wedding photos, there is one I keep on my desk. Emily is standing at an angle, sunlight crossing her, and the ivory lace is clearly visible against the white fabric. The red ink stain was gone from that dress, but it wasn't gone because my family deserved forgiveness. It was gone because my daughter deserved to walk into her wedding day without carrying the consequences of someone else's selfishness. I hope my story helps you understand that protecting your work, your property, and your right to decide is not selfish. You can love your family, help them through hard times, and give them a place to live. But kindness does not automatically become ownership, and forgiveness does not mean you have to restore privileges that someone used to hurt you. If you were in my position, would you give your parents 90 days to move out and then sell the house? Or would you choose a different way to handle it? Leave your choice in the comments. My son had people come demolish the diner that had supported our family for 42 years, and he knew exactly what time I would show up. He thought that if the sign came crashing down in front of me, I would panic and sign whatever he put on the table. But what chilled me most that morning was not the excavator. It was the calm look on Ethan's face as he watched his father's legacy being torn down, as if he had been preparing for this moment for a very long time. At 7:12 Monday morning, I turned onto the old stretch of the Route 66 corridor and knew immediately that something was wrong. After 42 years in business, by this time my parking lot should have held Maya's car, the egg delivery driver's pickup, and 2 or 3 regular customers' cars. That morning there were none. Instead, orange construction fencing stretched across the entrance, 2 trucks blocked the front door, and an excavator was tearing the awning down piece by piece. The Parker's Diner neon sign hung crooked from a cable, the top of the P tilted toward the pavement. I hit the brakes in the middle of the entrance, left the engine running, and ran toward the fence. A security guard in a reflective vest stepped in front of me. "This area is under construction, ma'am. I own this place." He looked down at the clipboard as if my name was supposed to be somewhere on it. Then my son stepped out from behind the second truck. Ethan was wearing a dress shirt and holding a file folder. He did not look startled to see me. No one is surprised when someone shows up at the exact time they always do. "Mom, don't make this harder than it has to be," Ethan said. A few yards away, my daughter-in-law Madison was holding her phone sideways, filming the front of the building. I could clearly hear her telling the camera that the family was finally freeing an asset that had been trapped in the past, that the transition had been delayed for far too long. "Tell them to shut it down," I said to Ethan. "Right now. You've had 42 years. He did not raise his voice. "Now it's my turn to do something meaningful with this property." The excavator pulled upward. The cables snapped. The metal frame slammed onto the pavement with a sound I had never heard in my life. Tom had welded that frame in 1998, over 3 straight evenings after closing. A section of neon tubing shattered right in front of my shoes, glass dust clinging to my pant legs. Through the cracked front window, I could see booth number 7 covered in a layer of white dust. When Ethan was 8, he once fell asleep in that exact booth, his head resting on his father's jacket while I closed out the night shift. I did not scream. I stepped back 3 paces, pulled out my phone, called the city first, and then called the police. A building inspector arrived 20 minutes later and asked to see the permit. Ethan opened the folder, pulled out a document authorizing access and demolition, and passed it over the fence. The inspector read it, then handed me a copy. I looked at the signature line at the bottom of the page. It had the shape of my name. The slant was right. The spacing between the 2 words was right. Only the final stroke curved upward, soft, neat, and clean. In 42 years of signing vendor invoices, I had never written that stroke. The name on the page was mine, but I had never signed it, and my son knew that. Before I take you back 11 days, tell me where you're watching this story from. And if you've ever had someone in your own family treat your trust like something they could exploit, stay with me, because Ethan believed that once the sign came down, I would have no choice but to sign. What he did not know was that there was still one thing in his plan he could not take out of my hands. 11 days earlier, Ethan walked into the diner at 10 in the morning, during the short lull after the breakfast rush, and set a file folder on the counter before he even said hello. I knew immediately what it was. This was not the first time. "You have 15 minutes, he said. "Can you sit down with me? My name is Linda Parker. I am 61 years old." I wiped my hands on my apron and sat on the counter stool beside him. Across the room, 2 regulars were sharing the newspaper. My parents opened Parker's Diner in 1984. I started working here at 19, waiting tables on the afternoon shift. Tom, my late husband, came one summer to repair the ventilation system and stayed on as a cook, and after we got married, the 2 of us took the place over from my parents. He died of heart disease 5 years ago. Ethan, my only son, was 34 and worked as a commercial real estate broker. He opened the folder. Inside were color printouts comparing land values in the area, complete with charts. "Prices are at the top," he said. If you sell now, you can retire comfortably. No more getting up at 4:30. No more worrying about anybody's schedule. The diner is still profitable. I know, but this land could generate a lot more money than what you're doing with it now. I'm not ready to retire. And 14 people work here. They'll find other jobs. My morning shift supervisor is 51 years old. Tell me where she is supposed to find another job. Ethan tapped the page twice with one finger, then stopped. Mom, this is an old building. At some point you have to look at it as an asset. That old building paid your tuition. He did not answer that. He looked down, turned to another page, and I saw his jaw tighten the same way Tom's used to when he did not want to keep arguing. Madison walked in then with a small camera mounted on a handheld grip. She said she was making content about vintage places along Route 66 and asked whether I minded. Don't film my customers, I said. Of course not, Linda. She kept her word when it came to the people sitting in the dining room. But for the next 20 minutes, I watched the lens move very slowly across the sign outside, back along the counter, past the office door, then linger for quite a while on booth number 7 inches the corner. She even stepped closer, bent down, and filmed the tabletop from above the way someone photographs an item for sale. Booth number 7 was where Ethan did his homework throughout middle school, where Tom taught him how to divide the tip money at the end of a shift, where the three of us ate dinner after locking the doors. I said nothing. I let her film. Ethan stood up and fastened his jacket. You're protecting a building instead of protecting your family, he said. This building protected our family for 42 years. He picked up the folder, then set it back down on the counter in front of me. Keep it. Read it again when you're calmer. Then he walked out, and Madison followed him, still filming. Maya came out of the kitchen, wiped her hands on a towel, and looked at the door that had just closed. After 17 years managing this place, she could read a lot in a room someone had just walked out of. Linda, she said, want me to change the office door code? It'll take exactly 5 minutes. I looked at the folder on the counter, then pushed it into the drawer under the register. He's still my son. 11 days later, Ethan used that exact answer to walk into my office and take what he needed. I want every machine completely shut down, I told the inspector. Not idle, off. He looked at me, then at the copy of the document in my hand, then raised his arm toward the excavator. The engine dropped to a low rumble and went silent. In that quiet, I could hear broken glass crunching under a worker's boots as he stepped through the doorway. You're reacting emotionally, Ethan said. You saw the sign come down and now you can't think clearly. Madison turned her phone toward me. This is exactly why our family can't move forward. The 2 police officers who arrived afterward only kept the peace. They told us to stand apart and not touch one another. No one was handcuffed. No one was taken away. I used to think that when the police arrived, things got resolved. That morning I understood they were there to keep my son and me from going at each other, not to give back what had been taken from me. The inspector spread the file across the hood of his car. The permit was issued on the basis of this document, he said. It identifies Mr. Parker as the owner's representative. I am the owner. I have never appointed anyone to represent me. That signature is forged. He looked at me longer than I expected. Then he took out a pen, wrote on a form, and announced that all demolition work was temporarily suspended pending verification. But the damage was already there. Half the awning had been torn away. The large front window was cracked diagonally from one corner to the other. The sign lay in the street. Drywall dust covered the first 3 booths in the row, and I could not clearly see the 4th. Behind the fence, my employees stood in a small group. No one asked me a question, they just stood there in uniform, waiting to find out whether they still had jobs. Ethan came closer and lowered his voice so only the 2 of us could hear. The hardest part is done, Mom. Keeping this place doesn't make sense anymore. Sign and take the money. I looked at him, and for the first time that morning I understood something. People do not demolish a building after they already have an agreement. The demolition was how they were trying to create the agreement. A black car parked across the street. The man who got out looked to be in his mid-50s, his coat without a single wrinkle despite the construction dust. He introduced himself as Ray Collins of Collins Urban Development and said his company had proceeded based on Ethan's assurance that he had full authority. Mr. Collins, I said, have you ever heard me personally say that I agreed to sell? We dealt with your representative. That is not an answer to my question. He gave me a very brief smile, the kind of smile a man wears after answering much harder questions many times before. I don't think today is the time to discuss this, Mrs. Parker. I asked for copies of everything in the inspector's file. He gave them to me before he left. Maya took me around to the back entrance, into the part of the kitchen that was still intact, and put a glass of water in front of me. I called Denise Harper from the stool beside the sink. She listened for 2 minutes, then spoke very slowly. Do not sign anything, do not argue one more sentence out there, photograph the entire scene before anyone cleans anything up, and bring every document to her office that morning. I photographed the first page and sent it to her before I left the kitchen. My phone rang again before I even opened my car door. Linda, Denise said, has Ethan ever been authorized to sell real estate on your behalf? At 7 that evening, after the site had been sealed off and I had gotten home, my phone buzzed 6 times in 3 minutes. The first was a text from a regular who had sat at my counter for 15 years. Linda, is it true that you're not doing well? I opened the link she had sent. Madison, who ran the Madison Makes It New channel with more than 100,000 followers, had posted a 9-minute video. It included 3 clips of me. In the first, I was feeling around the counter for my reading glasses. In the second, I asked for an order to be repeated in a kitchen running at full speed, the exhaust hood roaring behind me. In the third, I sat on the stool behind the counter with my hands on my knees after a 12-hour shift. Those 3 moments could have been found in anyone who had ever worked in a restaurant. But Madison's voiceover said the family had been worried for months, that the woman in those clips no longer had the strength to run a business, and that Ethan was trying to protect his mother from her own stubbornness. I scrolled through the comments. Stubborn, confused, selfish. Someone wrote that sometimes children have to take control because aging parents refuse to let go. I replayed the first clip once more, then paused the frame. The angle was not from the dining room. It pointed slightly downward through the narrow doorway, with the edge of the filing cabinet visible on the right. That clip had been filmed from inside my office. I had never given Madison permission to film in there. I called Ethan. He answered on the 4th ring. I knew you'd call. Who filmed the clip in my office? Mom. That video was only meant to explain things to the community. People are asking about what happened this morning. We had to say something. Are you explaining or are you building a case against me? You're talking like I'm some kind of villain. I'm asking you one very simple question. Who let Madison into my office? I don't remember where every clip was filmed. You remember. You always remember anything involving paperwork. There was a short silence. I heard water running on his end, then stop. When he spoke again, his voice was still even, and that was what chilled me. Do you hear yourself right now? You're proving exactly what the video says. I hung up. Denise called back close to 9. She told me not to write a single word online, not to reply to comments, and not to call regular customers to defend myself. Instead, I sat at the kitchen table until almost midnight and saved everything. A screen recording of the entire video, the date and time it was posted, the description beneath it, and every line Madison read over the footage. The next morning, Maya called me to the back area, where the security camera system was still running because the electrical cabinet was not in the damaged section. I went back 3 weeks, she said. You need to see this, Linda. On the screen, the office door opened at 11 at night, 22 days before the excavator arrived. The diner had been closed for more than an hour. Ethan walked in alone, did not turn on the overhead light, only the small desk lamp. Madison stood in the hallway, leaning against the wall, watching the front door. Ethan stayed in there for 19 minutes. In the lower corner of the frame, the light from the document scanner flashed across the ceiling again and again, at regular intervals. I counted 11 passes before the light finally stopped. Maya paused the video and looked at me. She did not ask whether I was okay. She only said, I'm backing up all of this footage to an external hard drive before anyone thinks about deleting it. Ethan did not just want to take the diner. He was preparing a story to explain why I no longer had the right to stop him. Denise spread 2 sheets of paper across the conference table and lowered the desk lamp. On the left is Linda's genuine signature from last year's insurance policy. On the right is the signature on the demolition permit. I leaned down. The two signatures were almost identical. They look too much alike, I said. Exactly. That's the problem. Denise pointed the tip of her pen at the final stroke. A person's handwritten signature never matches itself perfectly. This one was copied, and I think I know where it was copied from. She opened a third file. It was the kitchen equipment lease agreement I had sent Ethan 2 years earlier when I asked him to look over the renewal clause. The signature on the last page was identical to the one on the demolition permit, down to every break in the line. I sat still for a moment. I had personally sent him that page, along with a text asking him to look it over for me. And the security footage, Denise continued, shows Ethan inside the office while the scanner was running. We don't have to guess anymore. Then she opened the site arrangement agreement Collins Urban Development had filed as a supplemental document with the city. There was a transfer. Collins Urban Development paid $75,000 to a consulting company. What company? Ethan's company. Formed 5 months ago. The transfer description says, site arrangement fee. Acquisition of what? This is my diner. That is exactly the question I'm going to ask them in the record. Denise turned the page toward me. But first, Linda, have you ever heard this company name before? I read the line twice. Nothing about it was familiar. It was not a name I had ever seen on a business card or heard in a story at the dinner table. Never. I stared at that line longer than I needed to. For 42 years, I had signed vendor invoices every week. I knew that a payment always tells you who is really being served. This money did not go into my account. Not $1 of it was for the 14 people waiting outside to find out whether they still had jobs. It went straight into a company in my son's name. A company I had never heard of, and it was paid before anyone asked me a single question. There's one more thing, Denise said. She placed beside it the public record for a house Ethan and Madison had bought to renovate and resell. The project had failed. They owed nearly $70,000. I did the subtraction in my head, quickly, out of the habit of someone who closes the books every night. 75,000. Nearly 70,000. Almost exact. I remembered Ethan sitting at the counter telling me he only wanted his mother to be able to rest. He said it in the voice of someone worried about me. I had believed him. I had even repeated it to Maya as something that warmed me. Linda, Denise said, this is no longer a disagreement between a mother and son about the future of a diner. This is about a son using his mother's name to solve his own debt problem. I nodded. I did not cry. That surprised me most of all. Now I need you to find every old ownership document you have, she said. Originals, copies, property tax records, everything. The older, the better. That night I pulled the document box Tom had left from under the bed. He never threw away anything with a stamp on it. I sat on the bedroom floor sorting every folder by year until nearly 1 in the morning. At the very bottom, clipped between 2 faded pieces of cardboard, were 2 separate deeds. I brought both to Denise's office as soon as the sun came up. She read the first, then the second, set them side by side on the table, and looked up. Ethan promised to sell Ray Collins a piece of land that was never his. Say that again, I said, slowly. Denise turned the 2 deeds toward me and placed one finger on the document on the left. This one is the building. The kitchen, the dining room, the counter. It is titled to Parker's Diner LLC, and Linda is the sole owner of that company. Her finger moved to the document on the right. This one is the parking lot and the rear delivery access. It is titled to Linda personally. The 2 parcels sit next to each other, but on paper, they were never combined. My parents bought them 7 years apart, I said. No one ever saw a reason to merge them. This is the ownership interest Ethan does not have, and Ray cannot get around without Linda's signature. I sat up straighter. Something in my head had just clicked into place, like finding the missing number at the end of a monthly inventory count. 3 years earlier, Ethan had spent an entire evening at my kitchen table helping me review property tax bills. He was the one who noticed I was paying taxes under 2 separate parcel records, and explained why. I still remembered what he called the parking lot that night. He called it wasted land. He knew. He had known for 3 years. Denise opened the development plans Collins Urban Development had filed with the city and spread them across the table. The page was longer than the tabletop, so one corner had to be folded back. I did not need anyone to point it out. The vehicle entrance was there. All of the parking for the apartment complex was there. The delivery truck route wrapped around the back, directly over the strip of concrete I had resurfaced in 2019 after winter cracked the old pavement. All of it sat on the parcel titled in my name. Do they know this? I do not guess about what I do not have in front of me, Denise said. What I know for certain is that this plan was filed and it requires Linda's land. Then why did they let the excavator start? That is the question I want to force them to answer in writing. If I don't sign? Then Ray Collins has no right to use that land, Denise said, and the project cannot be built according to the design he presented to the city and to his investors. A short laugh escaped me, with no humor in it. They thought they had taken my diner, but every car that wanted to enter that development still had to cross my land. Do not tell anyone this, Denise said immediately. Not yet. First, we have to preserve the demolition stop order, preserve the evidence involving the signature, and force Ray Collins to put his plan into the official record. Once he has written on paper that he controls the parking lot, he will have to explain who gave him that right. That afternoon, I drove back to the diner. I did not go inside. I stood at the edge of the concrete strip, looked through the orange fence, and watched white dust settle over the booths inside. The wind made a piece of ceiling tape flap against the doorframe. For 42 years, that parking lot had only been a place to park cars. I had the lines repainted 3 times. I argued with a contractor over the drainage slope. I had never once thought about it for more than 5 minutes. Now it was the one thing keeping their entire project from moving. My phone showed 4 missed calls from Ethan. I did not call back. He left a 40-second voicemail. Ray was going to sue. The diner was already damaged, and I should sign before there was nothing left to save. Thursday morning, the court issued a temporary injunction. 3 hours later, Ray Collins messaged Denise asking to meet me at the diner itself and saying he was bringing a new offer. I gathered everyone in the back kitchen because it was the only part of the building where we were still allowed to stand. 14 people. Some were still wearing their uniforms out of habit. Some had brought their children because school was already out. I did not say anything like everything would be okay. I don't know when we'll be able to reopen, I said. I can't promise full hours to anyone. The diner's emergency fund can cover 2 payroll cycles. After that, I don't know. No one said anything. The hum of the refrigerator behind me sounded louder than usual. If anyone needs to look for another job, do it. I'll write a reference letter for every one of you, and I'll write it properly. No one needs my permission to take care of their family. My morning shift supervisor cried. The youngest prep cook asked whether I needed someone to clean the dust for free. I said no, because the area was not safe yet and because I did not want anyone here working without pay. Maya stayed after everyone else left. She wiped down an already clean stainless steel table. Your son looked at these 14 people like a cost line in a spreadsheet, she said. But the morning shift supervisor is 2 months behind on rent. The youngest dishwasher takes night classes. The afternoon waitress supports her father. None of that fits neatly into an Excel cell. I know. I know you know. She folded the towel into quarters and set it on the edge of the sink. I'm saying it out loud so you don't forget when somebody puts a check in front of you. 3 days later, the pastor from the church 2 blocks from the diner called me. Their commercial kitchen was empty from 6 to 10 every morning. No one suggested taking donations. No one started a fundraiser. They simply handed me a key and told me to remember to turn off the stove. We reopened with 3 things: coffee, takeout breakfast, and the sausage and egg sandwich Tom came up with in 1996. It did not save the diner. I knew that from the very first morning, when I counted the cash in the box and saw it was not even a quarter of a normal day. But it kept 6 people working. And it kept the name Parker's Diner appearing somewhere other than in a video online. I started my shift at 4 in the morning. I weighed the flour myself, scrambled the eggs myself, and read orders through the small service window myself. On the second day, a regular stood waiting for coffee and watched me work for 15 straight minutes before saying, "I saw that video. I'm done watching it now." Madison posted another video that weekend. This time she said I was using my own employees to create public pressure, that some people knew how to turn sympathy into a weapon. I watched the whole thing. Then I set my phone face down and went back to the 24 eggs waiting for me. Denise called Friday afternoon. The restraining order had been fully served on all parties. Not one machine was allowed to touch my building until a different ruling was issued. I had barely hung up when she called again. Ray Collins wants to meet with you. In person. At the diner. We pulled 2 usable tables into the middle of the dining room. Between tarps and the drywall dust no one had swept yet. Ray Collins arrived exactly on time with his attorney and placed a file on the table that was much thinner than I expected. $2,100,000, he said. For everything. The number sat there in the middle of the table against a layer of drywall dust no one had bothered to wipe away. $2,100,000 for the building, the parking lot, the rear delivery access, for everything. I was 61 years old. I knew exactly what that amount meant to a woman who had been getting up at 4 in the morning for 4 decades. Linda, read page 3 carefully first, Denise said. Ray's attorney cleared his throat. The terms are standard. There is nothing standard about the terms on page 3. I turned to it. 3 conditions came with the money. First, I had to state in writing that Ethan had acted with my knowledge. Second, I had to withdraw every complaint related to the signature on the demolition permit. Third, I had to release Collins Urban Development from liability for what happened Monday morning. I read it a second time, more slowly. Mrs. Parker, Ray said. I understand this past week has been difficult. But look around us. The facade is damaged. Your regular customers have started going elsewhere, and not all of them will come back. I've seen this many times. This is your opportunity to turn a loss into a substantial amount of money and never have to worry again. Mr. Collins, let me ask you a question. Go ahead. If my son truly had authority to represent me the way your file says he did, then why do you need my signature today? He did not answer immediately. He looked down at the folder, then at his attorney. We always prefer absolute clarity with all parties. That still is not an answer. Mrs. Parker, I'm not here to argue about paperwork. You are sitting in the middle of what your paperwork did to my dining room. Ray looked around slowly, then looked back at me with the expression of a man who had noticed a detail and filed it away. Denise tapped page 3 lightly with 2 fingers. Condition 1 is not buying land, it is buying a statement. You are paying her to rewrite what happened Monday morning and put her name under it. The room went silent for a long time. Somewhere behind a tarp, a small piece of drywall fell to the floor. I thought about the 14 people in the church kitchen. I thought about 2 payroll cycles. I thought about never having to count money in a tin box at 7 in the morning again. Then I thought about condition 1. Signing it would mean telling the city, my regular customers, and myself that my son had not betrayed me at all. It would mean Madison's video became the final version of this story. It would mean 42 years of my parents' work and Tom's work ended with a piece of paper saying I had agreed from the beginning. No, I said. Ray capped his pen. He did not look angry. That is what I remember most clearly about him. Mrs. Parker, you can win the dispute and still lose the business. That happens more often than you think. Maybe. But at least that will still be my decision. He stood up, buttoned his coat, and said the company would ask the city to continue reviewing the development application. Then the 2 men walked out through the frame where the glass used to be. Denise waited until the sound of their car had faded before speaking. He just told you he is going to refile. In that filing, he still has to state that he controls the parking lot. She picked up the folder Ray had left on the table. If Ray Collins wants to make that claim to the city, he is going to have to explain who gave him that right. Denise sent a preservation demand. At the same time, the city ordered the parties to produce all communications related to the project for the hearing. 10 days later, a cardboard box was delivered to her office. It took us the entire afternoon to read through it. Most of it was material I did not understand and did not need to understand. Engineering drawings, estimates, correspondence with contractors. Then, Denise pulled out a separately clipped stack and put it in front of me. It was an email chain between Ray Collins and my son, beginning 4 months earlier. Ethan wrote first. He said his mother had not agreed to sell the parking lot. He said she still believed she could keep the diner. He wrote it in the same tone he used when reporting a technical problem to a client, without one word suggesting that the person he was talking about was his mother. Ray's replies were shorter, usually only 2 lines, always sent after 10 at night. He wrote that in situations like this, you had to create circumstances the other side could no longer reverse. Then came the email I will remember for the rest of my life. Once the facade is demolished, she'll sign. I read that line 3 times. My heart did not race, and my hands did not shake. I only felt very cold, the kind of cold you feel stepping out of a hot kitchen into a walk-in freezer. I pulled the stack closer and checked the date. April 19th. Ethan had eaten dinner at my house that evening. He sat at the kitchen table, ate 2 servings, asked me about the dishwasher making noise, then washed his own cup before he left. "There's more," Denise said, turning to the last page. It was a screenshot of a message Madison sent Ethan 3 days before the excavator arrived. "Don't let your mother get there before the sign is down." For 2 weeks, I had kept thinking I was late. I had kept wondering whether I could have stopped it if I had left home 15 minutes earlier that morning. Now I understood. I had not arrived late. They had timed it for exactly when I would arrive. "What will Ray Collins say?" I asked. "He'll say he relied on Ethan's assurances." Denise tapped the line with her finger. "But he cannot say he was completely deceived, not when he wrote this himself." I pulled out my phone. I wanted to send Ethan a photo of that email without adding a single word. Denise put her hand on the table. "Don't. He needs to see what he agreed to." "He already saw it. He wrote the first email." She took the papers out of my hand. "What we don't know is not what Ethan knew. What we don't know is what he will say when he is forced to answer officially, on the record, in front of the city." 3 days later, the city scheduled a public hearing. 3 issues: how the demolition permit had been issued, who controlled the land, and whether the development application should continue to be considered. Madison announced on her channel that she would live stream the entire thing and called it "The Day the Parker Property Stepped into the Future." The night before the hearing, I stayed late at the diner to finish cleaning dust out of the kitchen. Close to 10, I heard footsteps crunching over broken glass in the dining room. Ethan stood there alone. "No, Madison." No phone held up. He was still in work clothes, but his tie had been removed and stuffed into his coat pocket. He did not look at me. He looked at the broken sign leaning temporarily against the side wall. "Ray is getting ready to put all of this on me." I put the $75,000 transfer, the security footage, and the document bearing the forged signature in front of Ethan. He said Ray was getting ready to put everything on him, while Madison wanted to stick to the story that I had given verbal approval. Ethan said the diner had always come before him. After Tom died, I spent even more time there and used work to avoid the empty house. I admitted I had not been a perfect mother. But that did not give him the right to forge my signature, take money, destroy 14 people's jobs, or say I was no longer mentally competent. "If I tell the truth tomorrow, will you forgive me?" "You need to tell the truth because it is the truth, not to buy forgiveness." The next morning, Ethan sat on Ray Collins's side of the table in the hearing room. The city hearing room was full. Diner employees sat behind me, and Madison live-streamed from the back row. Ray called it a family disagreement. His attorney replayed the clips that showed me looking tired. Denise said social media video was not evidence of incapacity. I said I was 61 years old, still running a profitable diner, and had never agreed to sell. Then Denise put the 2 deeds in front of the board. The building was one parcel. The parking lot and delivery access were another parcel, titled in my name. Without my signature, the project had neither the entrance nor the parking shown on the plans. Ray said Ethan had guaranteed that the land would be transferred. During the recess, he promised to cover Ethan's legal fees if Ethan kept the same story. Madison told him that if he did, they would still have everything. Ethan returned to the microphone, looked at Ray, then at me. "There is one part of Mr. Collins's file that is not accurate." Ethan said I had never agreed to sell or authorized him to sign for me. The signature had been copied from an old document. He had taken $75,000 to pay his debt, and Madison knew I had not signed. Denise produced the email chain. Ethan confirmed that Ray knew the parking lot had not been transferred, and that demolishing the facade was meant to leave me with no economic alternative. Ray's attorney said Ethan had acted alone. He shook his head. "No one forced me to use my mother's signature. I agreed to that plan." That was the first right thing he did. But the confession did not rebuild the sign, repay the lost weeks of wages, or restore trust. After the hearing, Madison asked why he had destroyed their lives. I just stopped lying about how we destroyed it. The city suspended the project. That same afternoon, Ray's bank pulled out of the deal. The city's letter arrived on Tuesday. It was less than a page long. The board did not recognize Collins Urban Development as having any control over the second parcel. The development application was suspended. If the company wanted to refile, it had to include proof of lawful use rights for the entrance and all required parking. They did not have that. They never had. 9 days later, Collins Urban Development withdrew the project from the property. I read the news on a local website at the church kitchen table between two waves of breakfast customers. Ray Collins still tried to present himself as the injured party, but the email he had typed after 10 at night that April was now part of the public record, and there was no way to be both the man deceived by my son and the man who had written that sentence. Denise began preparing a damages claim. She listed 3 categories: the cost to repair the facade, revenue lost while the diner was closed, and all legal fees. The number will be large, she said, and they know it. 2 weeks later, Ray's attorney contacted us and proposed settlement talks. No one on their side wanted a long lawsuit, with those emails being read aloud in court. Ethan's part followed a different path, and I was not present for it. His broker's license was suspended the week after the hearing. The disciplinary process took nearly 3 months. By the time it ended, he no longer had the license. On the remaining charges, he accepted an agreement: probation, full restitution of all money he had received and spent, and a number of community service hours I did not count. I did not call him during those 3 months. I also did not write anyone asking that he be punished more severely. Denise once asked whether I wanted to submit a victim impact statement. I said no. I had already provided everything I had: the 2 deeds, the security footage, the transfer record. The truth was enough. I did not need to add anything to it. No one had to do anything to Madison. The old live stream was shared again. People watched the 9 minutes in which she said I was no longer mentally capable, then watched Ethan testify before the board that his wife knew his mother had not signed. The 2 clips played side by side on people's screens. Brands pulled out first, quietly, one by one. A paint company canceled a year-long contract. She posted a video saying she had only believed what her husband told her. Underneath it, viewers reposted the footage of her standing in front of the construction fence Monday morning, while her mother-in-law stood only a few yards away and the excavator was still running. The last thing I learned came from Maya, who had heard it from a former employee. Madison wanted Ethan to come back on camera and say Ray Collins had controlled everything, that he had only been a middleman who was taken advantage of. Ethan refused. The following week, she moved out of the apartment. I did not feel relieved when I heard. I did not feel happy either. I felt the same thing I had felt for months: an emptiness, like standing inside the diner after locking up, knowing every light is off but still not wanting to go home. Ray's settlement offer arrived Thursday afternoon. I read the number twice, then handed it back to Denise. "It's enough to rebuild the diner," I said. Denise did not take it right away. She looked at me across the table. "Enough to repair it, but if Linda wants to keep litigating, I think we can recover much more than this." "How much more?" I asked. "I'm not promising a number. But with what is already in the record, I think we have a very strong case." Denise rolled the pen between 2 fingers. "What Linda has to weigh is time. A lawsuit like this takes 14 to 20 months. While we wait, the building stays closed." "Closed for how much longer?" "No one can guarantee that. If you continue the lawsuit, Linda will have to advance the repair money herself, and Ray's side can dispute every category of damages. Reopening could be delayed by more than another year." I sat there doing the math, the same way I did when deciding whether to replace the commercial refrigerator or push it through one more season. 14 more months. The 6 people getting hours in the church kitchen would all be gone within the first 3. Most of my regulars were over 60. They would find somewhere else to sit in the morning, and at that age people do not change their routine twice. The settlement in front of me covered 4 things: full repair of the facade, replacement of the front glass and electrical system, compensation for the revenue I had lost, and all legal costs. Not one extra dollar to call a victory, just enough to reopen. I want 3 conditions, I said. Denise opened her notebook. First, the agreement must state clearly that I never agreed to sell. In plain words, not by implication. Done. Second, there can be no clause preventing me from talking about anything already in the public record. If someone asks what happened to this diner, I will answer. They'll push back on that, but they'll sign. Third, Collins Urban Development pays most of the restoration costs directly to the contractors, not to me, so I have to manage the disbursements myself. Denise finished writing and closed the notebook. Are you sure, Linda? Once you sign this, there is no going back. I thought about 14 months. I thought about turning 62, then 63, sitting in over-air-conditioned rooms while people read my son's emails aloud. I don't need to win everything, I said. I need to reopen. Ethan signed his portion 3 days later in another office with his own attorney. He agreed to repay all money he had received and spent, not to dispute ownership of any part of the property, and not to make any claim of succession rights. I was not there. Denise brought me a copy. Repair work began in the 3rd week of July. The sign maker came from Oklahoma City, a gray-haired man who specialized in restoring old neon. He turned the bent frame Tom had welded in 1998 over in his hands and told me most of the tubing was ruined, but the frame could be saved, and whoever had built it knew what he was doing. I had to turn away for a moment. A section of ceiling had fallen onto booth number 7. The tabletop had a crack running diagonally from the outer edge toward the center leg. The carpenter said replacing the entire top would be cheaper and faster. No, I said. Fill it and keep the crack. Polish it so no one cuts a hand on it. Maya stood beside me holding the materials list. She looked down at the table, then at me. Why? Because I don't want to pretend it was never broken. 4 months and 11 days after the morning the excavator started, the Parker's Diner sign lit up again on that same old stretch of road. We opened at 6 Tuesday morning with no banner and no press invitation. By 6:20, the line of people waiting stretched past the streetlight. 11 of the 14 employees came back. The other 3 had found stable jobs elsewhere, and I had personally written recommendation letters for all 3. One of them still stopped in for morning coffee and stood at the counter wearing the uniform from his new job. I did not give a speech. I stood at the end of the counter, waited for the dining room to quiet down, and spoke for about a minute. I thanked the people who had stayed through 3 months of not knowing whether they still had jobs. I thanked the regulars who had lined up to buy coffee from a church kitchen with only 2 induction burners. I thanked the church for handing me a key and not asking another question. I did not mention Ray Collins. I did not mention the hearing. No one had come at 6 in the morning to hear about that. Then I added one final sentence. Starting today, Maya is the general manager. She makes the decisions on scheduling, ordering, and staffing. I'll still be in the kitchen. Maya looked at me like she was about to argue. Then she did not. For 42 years, I had done everything myself, because I thought that was what an owner was supposed to do. At 61, I finally understood that holding everything in your own hands is not the same as protecting a place. It only makes that place dependent on one person. The new sign had been glowing since 5:30. The neon tubes were new. The frame was still the frame, Tom welded, straightened and repainted, with the slightly crooked weld at the lower left corner left exactly where he had always refused to redo it. Booth number 7 reopened with the dining room. The crack in the tabletop was still there, thin and dark, running diagonally across the place where Ethan used to spread out his school books. Close to 9, a man who had sat at the counter for 20 years asked me very quietly, "Is Ethan coming, Linda?" "Not today." He nodded and did not ask anything else. I learned a few things about my son during those months, mostly through Denise, because his restitution payments all went through her office. He got a maintenance job at a distribution warehouse south of the city. Night shift. He showed up consistently, completed his community service hours ahead of schedule, and every restitution payment arrived on the exact due date, without a message attached. He did not post a single word online, even when people commented about him under Madison's old videos. Madison left for good that fall. Before that, she asked Ethan to make a video with her saying, I was a controlling mother, and that the two of them had been pushed to the breaking point. He refused. Divorce papers were filed in October. I never heard him blame her once. In November, a handwritten letter addressed to me arrived at the diner. He did not ask for money. He did not ask for a job. He did not mention the word forgiveness. The entire letter was 4 lines. Confirmation that his next restitution payment would be transferred on the 15th, and a final line saying he knew I did not need to read the letter. I kept it in the drawer under the register, in the same drawer where I had put the folder he placed on the counter that spring. I did not answer. 6 months after the hearing, on a Friday afternoon, Maya texted me. The hinge on booth number 7 was loose. Not dangerous, but it should be repaired. The outside contractor's quote was high, and the wait was 3 weeks. Then a second text came exactly 1 minute later. I can hire Ethan by the hour. Just for that job, Linda decides. I stared at my phone for a long time, long enough for the pan of oil behind me to start smoking. Then I texted back, okay, on the condition that Maya is there the entire time he works. The following Tuesday, I stayed late to do inventory. At 8:10, the front door was locked and every dining room light was off. Then I heard metal touching metal from the front. A screwdriver. Then the sound of someone testing something with a shake to see whether it was still loose. I stepped out of the kitchen. Under the only light still on in the corner, Ethan was kneeling beside booth number 7. Maya stood behind the counter without pretending to be busy. She nodded at me and kept standing there. Ethan heard me come out but did not turn around. He tightened the screw a little at a time, slowly, then stopped and tested it. Tighten. Test. Tighten again, the exact way Tom had taught him the summer he was 11, when father and son lay on their backs under this same table. On the floor beside him was his own toolbox. Not the diner's. I stood in the kitchen doorway for several minutes. He did not go toward the office, did not look toward the register, and did not touch the filing cabinet less than 10 feet from where he was kneeling. The bottom hinge stripped the screw hole, he said without turning around. I'm replacing it with a longer screw. Who let you in? Maya. I don't have a key. I didn't ask for one either. He set the screwdriver down, then sat back on his heels. For the first time, he looked up at me. I want to tell you something, not because I expect you to answer. Go ahead. For years I thought this diner kept you from me. He looked down at the tabletop. But this place fed me. It paid for my school. It was where I did my homework every night. It was the place I knew I could always come back to, even during the years I didn't want to come back. I said nothing. Outside, a car passed, then everything went quiet again. I'm not going to blame Madison. She didn't hold my hand while I signed. I'm not blaming Ray either. He only offered me exactly what I wanted to hear. He paused longer. I agreed because I wanted the money. I was in debt and I was afraid. But there was another reason that's harder to say. He tightened his grip on the screwdriver. I also wanted to prove I was right, that I was better than this place. I pulled out the chair across the aisle and sat down because I did not want to stand over my son while I said what I was about to say. I believe you're telling the truth right now, I said, but I do not trust you yet, and I will not promise when that trust will come back. Ethan nodded. And this diner will not automatically belong to you, not because I want to punish you, but because 11 people work here. I already signed the papers. Signing papers is the legal part. I'm talking about something else. Telling the truth at City Hall did not erase anything. I know. I let the silence sit between us for a while. Then I said the part I had been thinking about for 3 nights. Maya needs someone to do maintenance by the hour. I'm willing to let you do it under these conditions. You work only on the schedule Maya approves. You do not show up on your own. You do not have your own key. You do not touch cash, records, or any vendor account. You do not hold any title here, and you do not use the diner's name anywhere to talk about yourself. Yes. One last thing. If I find out you lied to me one more time, no matter how small the lie is, this ends that same day. There will be no second explanation. I understand. He did not bargain over any of it, or give me a long thank you. He bent down, brushed the wood shavings off the floor with his palm, and stood up. This tabletop, he said, Do you want me to have the carpenter replace the whole thing? The crack is still here. No, leave it. He looked at me. I don't want to pretend it was never broken, I said. Ethan rested his hand on the crack for 1 second, then gave the booth one last shake. I went into the kitchen, poured a cup of coffee from the last hot pot of the day, and set it on the edge of the table beside him. I did not hug him. I did not say everything was okay. He drank it while he packed up his tools. I'll come back tomorrow and check the seat supports, he said. That section is starting to wobble too. 6 in the morning. Don't be late. He walked out the front door like a worker, not like a son with a key. I locked the door behind him and stood beneath the sign. The new neon tubes were a little brighter than the old ones. The frame was still the one Tom welded in 1998, and the crooked weld at the lower left corner was still exactly where it had always been. Inside, booth number 7 still had the crack running diagonally across its tabletop. I did not give Ethan a key to the diner that night. I did not erase his name from the restitution schedule or pretend the signatures on those papers had never existed. I only gave him a start time for the next morning. Some things cannot go back to what they were, but sometimes, if the person who broke them is willing to come back every day and do their part, you can build something different, not as untouched as before, but more honest. I hope my story reminds you that protecting your work and your right to make your own decisions is not selfish. You can love someone and give them a chance to make things right, while still keeping the key until their actions prove that trust can be rebuilt. The most dangerous thing in the conference room that morning was not the $14.8 million diagram. It was the ultrasound showing 27 weeks and 3 days for the best friend who was pregnant by my husband. Mark still believed the baby was his. He also had no idea that 4 of his signatures were sitting in the file I had brought with me. The glass door closed behind me at 9:12 on Thursday morning. The conference room was on the 31st floor, overlooking Boston Harbor. December sunlight slanted through the glass walls and split the long table in two, one half bright white, the other gray. There were 11 people in the room. I had once had dinner in my home with 2 of them. Mark sat on the left side of the table. His shirt was wrinkled at the elbows, and one side of his collar stuck up. His eyes were red. In front of him sat a paper coffee cup with the lid still on. In 16 years, I had never seen him let his coffee go cold. Jenna sat 2 seats away from him. She wore a loose gray sweater, one hand resting on her stomach the way people do when they want the whole room to remember they are pregnant. On her left wrist was a thin silver bracelet. I had bought it at a small shop on Newberry Street 10 years earlier, the week Sophie was baptized. She looked at me. Her voice was low, almost nothing but breath. Lenny. No one in that room except Jenna had ever called me that. I set 3 binders on the table and did not answer. Mark turned at the sound of the binders hitting the wood. He looked at me, then at the door, as if searching for the person who had let me in. "Why are you here?" I did not answer. He turned to the man at the head of the table. "If you plan to discuss family accounts today, I should have been notified. That is my wife. We are in the process of..." "Mr. Parker." The chair did not look up from the file. "In this meeting, please do not refer to Miss Parker as your wife." Mark stopped in the middle of the sentence. I heard him swallow. The door opened again. Annika came in with 2 members of the bank's legal department, carrying a black document case. She set it down, removed her glasses, and looked once around the table. "Thank you for waiting." She gestured toward the chair to the right of the chairperson. "Elena, please sit here." I walked around the head of the table. I passed behind Mark, close enough to hear him exhale. Then I sat down, turned my chair toward the table, and opened the first binder. I placed 3 things in front of me in the order I intended to use them. An ultrasound printout, with 27 weeks and 3 days written in the upper right corner. 4 documents bearing Mark's electronic signature, each marked with a yellow tab. A 1-page diagram, boxes connected by arrows, totaling $14.8 million. Jenna looked down at my hands. Anika opened the case and addressed the room in an ordinary voice, as if she were reading the meeting agenda. "Before we begin, I want to clarify the roles of everyone present. Elena Parker is a senior advisor in our Financial Crime Investigations Division. She co-authored the transaction monitoring system the bank currently uses. The cross-border analysis in this file was completed by her and independently rechecked by a separate team. Paper rustled around the room. Then silence. Mark did not move. He looked at Anika, then at me. His mouth opened and closed. He did it 3 times. No! He gave a short laugh, dry as a cough. No, that is not right. She takes on a few paperwork projects from home, reviews files remotely. I know what she does. No one answered him. The chairperson turned to the next page. I looked straight at Mark for 3 seconds. He was the one who looked away first. Across the table, Jenna was still staring at me. The softness she had used when she called my name at the door was gone. She looked at me the way someone looks at a room they have walked through hundreds of times and has just discovered contains a door they never opened. Mark pushed his chair back a few inches. He turned to the chairperson, and his voice changed. I want one thing entered into the record. I was deceived. The woman sitting there and Adrian Cross constructed this entire scheme. I trusted her. I trusted what she told me about. You knew exactly what you signed, Mark. Jenna spoke without looking at him. Shut up. 4 times. She was still looking at me. No one held your hand. It was the first time in months I had heard the 2 of them speak to each other. At the end of October, they had stood side by side in my kitchen, their shoulders touching, and spoken to me in the same calm voice. Now 2 empty chairs separated them, and neither wanted to turn their head. The chairperson tapped the tip of his pen lightly against the table. Miss Parker, please proceed. I pulled the ultrasound into the center and placed my palm on it. Before we discuss $14.8 million, I said, Mark needs to understand that this child was conceived almost 2 months before he first touched Jenna. Before I tell you how we got from my kitchen to that conference room, tell me in the comments where you are watching this story from, and if the people you trusted most have ever made you question your own worth. Stay with me. Mark and Jenna believed I would keep quiet to protect our family and our friendship. What they did not know was that I was ready to stop standing between them and the consequences of what they had done with their own hands. 4 months earlier, I had stood in my kitchen holding a cheese tray, while my husband explained my work to a man I had never met. My name is Elena Parker. I was 41 years old, had been married to Mark for 16 years, and our daughter Sophie was 10. Mark Parker, 45, was Director of Institutional Client Relations at Harborline Capital. That evening, he had just retained Whitfield Group after 6 weeks of believing the account was lost, and he wanted to celebrate at home instead of at a restaurant because at home the guests could see the backyard, the maple tree, and his daughter running past with swim goggles pushed up on her forehead. One of the guests asked what I did. Elena does a little document review work from home, Mark said, still holding the wine bottle. Very flexible. It means someone is still here to take Sophie to school. The guest nodded, said, That's great, and asked Mark about the next quarter. I carried the tray back into the kitchen. The risk analysis that had saved Whitfield was on my laptop, in a folder I had created at 2 o'clock the previous Thursday morning. Mark had brought the draft home and said the client was worried about a series of payments moving through 3 countries. I opened it, found where his team had combined 2 different kinds of risk into one, and rewrote that section. I finished close to 4 in the morning. The next morning he kissed my hair and said, You saved me. At the party, he retold the story using the word we twice and the word I 4 times. I counted. Sophie ran across the yard with her swim goggles pushed up on her forehead, shouting that the pool water was too cold. Mark caught her with one arm, spun her around, and the whole group laughed. From the kitchen doorway, it looked like a beautiful evening. I still believe it was. Jenna stood by the sink, arranging dirty glasses in a row. She heard everything. While Mark laughed loudly out in the yard, she handed me a dry towel and spoke softly. He's just keeping up appearances for the clients, Len. Men in that line of work don't know how to brag about their wives. I know. Don't take it personally. She touched my wrist. You know what you did. I know too. I did take it personally, but I did not say so, and by the time we finished washing the last glass, I had decided it was a small thing. I should make one thing clear, because later a lot of people asked why I stayed so long. Mark was not cruel from the beginning. During our first year together, we lived in an apartment with a radiator that clanged all night, and he memorized my entire client list so he could ask about people by name when I came home. We built our lives together. When I was assigned to lead the cross-border transaction review team, he was genuinely proud, and he told his mother about it 3 times. Then Sophie turned 3. Daycare closed at 5:30, and I was stuck in meetings I could not leave. We sat at the dining table with 2 calendars open, and I was the one who stepped away from the fixed schedule. I started Parker Risk Advisory, worked from the small room upstairs, kept my own clients, and kept pickup time. That was my choice. I still do not believe it was a mistake. The mistake was that Mark gradually began talking about it as evidence. Evidence that his career mattered more. Evidence that he was the one who had to be at the airport at 6 in the morning, while I was the one who could answer email while boiling pasta. He never said that sentence out loud. He simply introduced me in 11 words and changed the subject. Jenna had been present in most versions of that kitchen for 22 years. We met our freshman year of college, in the dorm hallway, when she knocked on my door to borrow a hairdryer and stayed until 2 in the morning. She was my maid of honor. She was at the hospital the night Sophie was born, sitting in the hallway for 8 hours with 2 cups of cold coffee, and she was the first person to hold Sophie after Mark. She was Sophie's godmother. The spare key to my house had been on her keyring since 2016. I need to say this accurately. Those years were real. I went back over them many times later, searching for signs that I had been watching a performance for 2 decades, and I did not find any. She sat beside me in the emergency room when Sophie had a febrile seizure. She lent me money the year I started my company. That woman had been real. Jenna Blake, 40, ran an event planning and client services company. Over the previous 18 months, her business had been struggling. The events industry had tightened, 2 major clients had cut their contracts, and she had started mentioning her office rent the way people mention the weather. So I introduced her to Harborline. I did it one afternoon in March, on the drive home from Sophie's school. Mark was driving. I told him Jenna was struggling and that Harborline outsourced 3 or 4 events every quarter. Can she handle events at our scale? He asked. She handled an 800-guest hospital opening. He was quiet long enough that I thought he would refuse. All right, tell her to send her portfolio. I'll forward it to marketing. I texted Jenna as soon as the car stopped in our driveway. She called back within a minute and thanked me 3 times in 3 different ways. Then asked what I was making for dinner. Then cried a little and told me not to tell anyone she had cried. 6 weeks later, Jenna got her first quarterly event. By summer, she was handling the full client entertainment series for Mark's group, including events for Cross Meridian Holdings, his largest client. The night after the Whitfield party, she texted me a photo of a seating chart and wrote, "Because of you, I can finally breathe." I read that message in the kitchen, among the glasses drying upside down, and felt good in a very specific way. I had put the 2 people I trusted most in the same place, and both of them were doing better because of it. 3 weeks later, on a Tuesday night, Mark did not come home. At 11 o'clock, I was still sitting at the kitchen table with my phone face down, wondering whether I was overreacting. The person I called to ask was Jenna. "You're just tired," Jenna said over the phone that night. "It's closing season for them. I handled an event for his team last week, and people were still there at 10 at night." I asked if she was sure. "I'm sure," she said. "Go to bed, Lenny." Mark came home at 1 in the morning, took a long shower, and apologized the next day with coffee from the shop down the street. Then it became 2 nights a week. Then 3. He had a reason for every night, and every reason was true in a way I could not verify. Cross Meridian was lining up a series of major transactions. Adrian was flying back from Geneva. The team had to prepare documents before the European markets opened. There were smaller things I noticed even before the late nights. His phone began lying face down on the dining table. Not once. Every time. He changed the passcode and said, "IT required periodic changes." Then, when Sophie wanted to borrow the phone to look at pictures, he unlocked it himself and handed it to her instead of telling her the code. With me, he became polite. That was what frightened me most, although I did not yet know what to call it. He gave complete answers, did not argue, did not ask follow-up questions. But with Sophie, he was still himself, still stretched out on the living room floor listening to her talk about school, still doing character voices during bedtime stories. Every night I watched the two of them laugh on the rug, and every night I told myself that a man like that could not be doing what I suspected. At the end of September, I saw Jenna's name in the call history. We shared a family phone plan, and I opened the monthly statement to reconcile the charges, as I had for years. There had been 4 calls between Mark's number and Jenna's after 11 at night in 3 weeks. I called her that same day. The year-end event for Cross Meridian, she said. I could hear her walking over gravel and a car trunk closing. Adrian changed the venue twice in 1 week. Who else was I supposed to call? Do you want me to send you the estimate? It's 4 pages long, and you'll regret asking. I laughed. She laughed too. Then I told her about the Whitfield party, about the 11 words, about the way Mark had recently started saying, "Let me handle the real work," whenever I asked about his job. She was quiet for a moment. "Can I be honest?" she said. "You've spent 20 years examining files. You see a suspect in everyone. Don't turn your marriage into an investigation." That sentence stayed with me for a long time. It stayed because it was half true. I'm not investigating my husband. I know. I just don't want you to drive yourself crazy. Then she checked in on me. She had always checked in. That was one of the things I had loved about her for 22 years. But that fall her questions were more detailed than usual. Which days I worked from home all day. What time Sophie's piano lesson was, whether it was Wednesday afternoon, whether she took lessons at the teacher's house or ours, whether I was still considering Zurich or had dropped the idea entirely. I answered everything. I answered because I believed she was helping me straighten out a life that had begun to tilt, and because it felt good to have someone ask those kinds of questions. It was much later before I sat down and put those questions together. They had not been concern. They had been a calendar. They showed exactly when my house would be empty. At the beginning of October, Mark bought a bracelet. I found the box in his coat pocket when I hung it up. A gold bracelet with a link clasp, more expensive than any piece of jewelry he had ever bought for me. "A client thank you gift," he said. "For Mrs. Whitfield. We do that all the time." I texted Jenna, half joking, and asked whether banks were giving gold bracelets to clients' wives now. She answered within 2 minutes. "Of course. I had to order 3 for them last week." Don't be jealous, idiot. 10 days later, I opened our family email account to find the car insurance bill and saw another invoice. 1 month's rent for an apartment in Back Bay, with Mark listed as the tenant. I stood in the middle of the kitchen holding my phone for a long time before I asked him about it. "Harborline rents it for European clients," he said without looking away from his laptop. "Adrian and his people are flying in constantly. Hotels cost twice as much by the night. My name is on it because administration needed someone on the team to sign." Why was the invoice sent to our family email? Because I registered with my personal email. "If you want me to switch it to my work email, I will." He said all of it in the voice of a man being inconvenienced, not a man being caught. That night, I called Jenna for the 3rd time that month. "The Back Bay apartment?" she said immediately, before I had even described it. "I took one of Adrian's clients there last month. What did you think it was?" "I didn't think anything." "Leanie." Her voice softened. "Do you hear yourself? You're digging through your husband's bills." 3 days later, I apologized to Mark. I did it over breakfast after Sophie had gotten on the bus because I wanted to finish before I lost my nerve. I said I had asked unfair questions, that I had not been sleeping well lately, and that I was sorry. He set down his mug and looked at me for a long time. "I'm glad you said it." He reached across the table and took my hand. "But you need to look at yourself. You're home alone all day. You don't have coworkers. You never leave your office. You're starting to imagine things. I'm not saying it's your fault. I'm saying you're not well." I pulled my hand away first. He let me. "I'm only worried about you," he said. By noon, that sentence had become something else in my mind. If I was not well, then nothing I saw could be trusted. I sat at my desk upstairs all afternoon and could not open a single file. The next morning, Sophie dropped her pencil case onto the car floor while I was driving her to school in Mark's car. I bent beneath the passenger seat to pick it up. My hand touched a thin strip of plastic that had been cut off and rolled up, a hospital wristband. Printed on it was the name, Jenna Blake. I kept the hospital wristband in my coat pocket all day. I took Sophie to school, came home, answered 4 emails, and reheated my coffee twice. About once an hour, I touched my pocket to make sure the strip of plastic was still there, and I had not imagined it. Mark came home at 7. I waited for him to take off his shoes, waited for him to pour a glass of water, then placed the wristband on the kitchen island between us. He looked at it for about a second and a half. "Yeah," he said. "I was going to tell you." "When?" "Last Friday night, at the Cross Meridian event." Jenna had been standing since 4 in the afternoon without eating, and she got dizzy beside the reception desk. I was the closest person there. I took her to the ER, waited with her, then drove her home. Why didn't I know? Because she told me not to tell you. She was afraid you'd worry. "You know Jenna." He shrugged and opened the refrigerator. The doctor said she was dehydrated and her blood pressure had dropped. Nothing worth making a big deal about. He set it into the refrigerator without turning around. "Why didn't you send me one text? It was 11 at night. You were asleep." He took out the milk and closed the refrigerator with his hip. "You had a client call the next morning. Then the weekend got busy. Then it became old news. How many hours were you in the ER?" "I didn't time it, Elena." He poured the milk, took a sip, and set the glass by the sink. Every movement came in the right order for an ordinary evening. The only thing that was not ordinary was that he had not looked at me once since I put down the wristband. I picked up the wristband and went out to the back porch. October had turned cold early. I called Jenna, and she answered on the second ring. "I just found your hospital wristband in Mark's car." "Oh my God," she exhaled. I told him to throw it away. Last Friday, at the Cross Meridian event, I had been standing since 4 in the afternoon without eating, and I got dizzy right beside the reception desk. He was the closest person there, so he took me in. Just dehydration. Low blood pressure. I said nothing. "I didn't tell you because I didn't want you to worry," she continued. "It wasn't worth making a big deal about. 2 people, 2 conversations, 4 minutes apart, the same sequence of details, and the same closing sentence. My work had taught me one thing before anything else. 2 people telling the truth tell it differently. One remembers the smell of the waiting room, the other remembers where they parked. Statements match perfectly only when 2 people have agreed on them in advance." "Right," I said. "I'm sure that's it." I hung up before she could ask whether I was okay. I asked no more questions. That night I went upstairs to my office, closed the door, and did what I always did with a client's file. I stopped listening to what people said and started reading what they had left behind. Our shared family calendar showed M overnight at office on that exact Friday night. He had entered it that afternoon, before the event began. Our joint account statement for September showed an outgoing transfer of $4,800. The memo, typed by Mark himself, read, "Reimbursement for corporate card." Beneath it was the name of the merchant that had charged the card, an OB/GYN clinic in Brookline. He had paid with his corporate card. Then he had used our money to reimburse the company so no one at Harborline would ask why his card had appeared there. I sat in front of the screen for a long time. Then I opened my contacts and called Claire Donovan, my family law attorney, at 10:15 that night. She listened to everything without interrupting once. When I stopped, she asked exactly one question. Where had I obtained those records? Joint account, shared calendar, shared email. Good. Now listen to me. I heard her pull out a chair. You do not open his phone. You do not guess his passcode. You do not log into any account that is solely in his name, even if you know the password. You do not delete, edit, or rename any file. You preserve only what you already have the right to see. What happens if I do something wrong? Then what you find will become the only thing anyone talks about when they talk about you. I followed those instructions for the next 3 days, after Sophie went to bed, from 9:30 until well past midnight. 6 months of statements, an export of the family calendar, shared email, filtered by name and month. One backup copy of every file, named with the date I downloaded it. On the third night, I caught myself typing a note beside the $4,800 transaction. He knew someone would ask. I deleted it. I always told investigation teams that speculation committed to writing was a gift to opposing counsel. I was not about to give Mark that gift myself. No speculation, no emotional notes, no conclusions, only dates, amounts, names, and who had typed each line. On Wednesday night, Sophie sat drawing at the kitchen table and asked without looking up, "Why doesn't Aunt Jenna come over for dinner anymore?" She had asked that twice in 2 weeks. "It's her busy season, sweetheart. She has a lot of events at the end of the year. She promised she'd teach me to make gingerbread before Thanksgiving." I remember. She nodded and kept drawing. I stood at the sink with my back to her and realized I had just lied to my daughter to protect a woman who might be lying to me. That hurt more than anything else that week. Not the statement, not the plastic wristband. The fact that I was still saving Jenna a seat at this table. 2 days later, she came to the house. She stood on the front step in a loose wool coat that fell past her hips, the kind she had never worn because she always said it made her look like a blanket. Mark opened the door for her. He had come home 2 hours early, and he had not told me she was coming. She walked past me into the living room. In 22 years, Jenna had never once entered my house without hugging me first. "Sophie, go to your room," Mark said as she came in holding her box of colored pencils. "I'm doing my homework. Go upstairs. I'll call you down for dinner." She looked at me. I nodded. She went upstairs, and I heard her bedroom door close above us. Jenna was still standing in the middle of the living room. She set her bag on a chair, lifted a hand to the buttons on her coat, then stopped. "Take it off, Jen," Mark said. She unfastened the buttons one by one, from the top down, and she did it slowly enough that I understood what I was about to see before I saw it. She folded the coat and draped it over the chair as if it were an ordinary Sunday evening. The sweater beneath it fit close to her body. Her stomach was clearly rounded, no longer something anyone could mistake for too much food or heavy clothing. On her left wrist was the silver bracelet I had given her 10 years earlier. She was still wearing it. I heard the heating system running inside the walls. I heard a car pass on Chestnut Street. My hand reached for the edge of the kitchen island, then pulled back because I did not want anyone in that room to see that I needed something to hold on to. "The baby is mine," Mark said. He said it fast, the way people rip tape from skin. "I didn't want you to find out some other way." We started on July 18th, after Harborline's summer event. There was nothing before that. I want you to hear the exact date. July 18th. I remembered that day because I had stayed home waiting for someone to repair the dishwasher. Lenny. Jenna took one step toward me. "I tried to fight this. You have to believe me. I tried for months, and I couldn't. The last Tuesday night in September." She stopped. "You sat in that chair." I pointed to the armchair beside the window. "I cried in front of you. I told you I was afraid my husband was seeing someone else. You told me not to turn my marriage into an investigation. You were pregnant then." Jenna wrapped one hand around her other elbow. "I wanted to keep everything calm until I knew the pregnancy was viable," she said. "The first trimester is fragile. I didn't want to blow up your life over something that might not go anywhere. You sat in my kitchen and drank my coffee. I know. You picked Sophie up from piano twice that month. I know. You sat in my car and listened to me say I was scared. You told me I was seeing a suspect in everyone." She looked up for the first time since taking off her coat. "What was I supposed to say?" Her voice broke slightly in the middle. "What did you want me to say in that car, Leanie? And then what? You would have left him that same night?" "Yes." She went silent. "Elena." Mark stepped between us. "Enough." He pulled out a chair and sat down, elbows on his knees, his voice shifting into the tone he used when presenting to a difficult client. "This marriage ended a long time ago. We both knew it. I'm just the one saying it first. I didn't know." "Yes, you did." He looked up. "You said it yourself. You said sometimes you felt like you were keeping me here out of obligation." A very brief silence fell across the room, and in that silence I heard my heartbeat in my ears. I had never said that to Mark. I had said it exactly once, in March, in my kitchen near midnight, after my second glass of wine. I said it to Jenna. She had been sitting on the kitchen island with her legs swinging, and she said, "You're just tired. Don't say that to him." I turned toward her. She did not look at me. She looked at the floor. That was the moment I stopped speaking to her as my friend. "You told him," I said. "I didn't." That sentence left my mouth exactly once, in the kitchen 4 yards from where you're standing, and you were the only person who heard it. Jenna did not answer. Mark did not defend her. They both let the sentence fall to the floor and lie there. "I want an amicable divorce," Mark said. "No attorneys fighting each other, no dragging this out. I'll be fair." "You use the word fair as if it is something you hand out to me. I'm using it because I could make this very difficult, and I'm choosing not to." He said that in a normal voice, without raising it at all, then sat up straight and looked around our living room as if calculating the square footage. "Go on." "Jenna needs to be near the hospital. Her doctor is at Beth Israel, 10 minutes from here. For the next few weeks, it would be best if you and Sophie stayed with your mother in Worcester, so you want me out of my own house. I want everyone to have less stress." Jenna spoke at exactly that moment, her voice turning gentle, the same voice she used to comfort Sophie after she fell off her bike. "Sophie is a strong child, Elena. She'll understand. Children understand more than we think if adults explain things to them properly. You no longer have the right to decide what Sophie should understand." She closed her mouth. "You are her godmother. You have the key to my house in your pocket right now. You are finished using both." Mark stood. He walked 3 steps to the window and turned back, and when he spoke again, the softness was gone. "You need to be practical too. My salary pays for this house. My salary pays for Sophie's school. That consulting company upstairs cannot support you and Sophie in Boston, and you know that better than I do. You have never asked how much I make. I didn't need to. 16 years, and you never asked once. Because it doesn't change anything, Elena." He opened his hands. "Do you want me to sit down and read your statements now? Is this when you want to discuss that?" Then Jenna added one more sentence. I believe she said it to calm the situation. That was the worst part. "You still have Zurich," she said. "You told me you still had contacts there. Maybe this is the time." Mark did not ask what Zurich was. He did not turn toward her, did not frown, did not show even 1 second of a man hearing new information about his wife. I had told her about Zurich the previous June, in the car on the way home from Sophie's summer camp. I said a door was still open there, and I had not dared to think about it. I told her not to tell anyone, including Mark, because I did not want to fight over something that did not yet exist. She had said, "Your secret, not mine." I stood in the middle of my own living room and began counting backward. The sentence in March. Zurich. How many more? How many evenings? How many drives? How many times had I said, "Don't tell anyone," and felt lighter afterward? I could not count them. That was the worst thing about that night, not the stomach beneath the sweater. I had no way to know when she had begun reading me or how much of me she had read. "Get out of my house," I said. Mark opened his mouth. From the staircase, Sophie's voice came down, very quiet and very clear. "Is Aunt Jenna having Dad's baby?" She stood on the 4th step from the bottom, one hand gripping the railing, barefoot. Mark walked to the foot of the stairs. "Sophie, come down here. Dad will explain. Sometimes things between adults." "No." I walked past him and climbed 3 steps. "Not now, and not like this. She has the right to hear it from her father. She is 10 years old and shaking. Whatever you want to tell her, you can say it after she has had 1 night of sleep, and there is at least 1 adult in this house who is calm." I held out my hand. Sophie took it. Her hand was cold. We went upstairs, into her room, and I closed the door. Downstairs, I heard the front door open and close. Then a car. Sophie sat on the edge of the bed. She did not cry. She asked questions. "Is Dad leaving me?" "No. Your dad is still your dad. This is between him and me." "Is Jenna still my godmother?" I sat on the floor so my eyes were lower than hers. "I can't answer that right away. I will answer you when I know for sure." She nodded. Then she asked the last question, looking straight at me. "Did you know before?" No, sweetheart, I didn't know. She exhaled, and her whole body relaxed slightly. I heard everything from the doorway, she said. I didn't mean to. You did nothing wrong. I am going to say this again so you remember. None of this is your fault. You also do not have to choose between your dad and me. No one gets to make you choose, including me. My job is to keep you safe, and I will. She was quiet for a long time. Last summer, Jenna promised me, she said. At the beach, when we went to the Cape, she said she would never hurt you or me. I had no answer for that, so I did not invent one. You remember correctly, I said. She did promise that. She sat quietly for a while, then lay down facing the wall. I sat on the floor beside her bed until her breathing changed. Afterward, I went downstairs, washed 2 cups no one had used, and stood at the sink for nearly 10 minutes. I did not cry. I simply could not think of what I was supposed to do next, and that frightened me more. I called Claire at 6 the next morning. For the next 2 weeks, everything happened through paperwork and short phone calls. Claire filed a motion for temporary custody of Sophie Parker, so no one could unilaterally change where she lived while the case was pending. Mark hired his own attorney, a man with an office on State Street and a habit of sending emails at 11 at night. I stopped speaking directly to Mark about anything except Sophie's pickup schedule. He moved into a hotel, and then somewhere else I did not ask about. He came back for his things on a Saturday afternoon while Sophie was at a friend's house, and he took 2 suitcases and the coffee maker we had bought in Italy. I stood in the kitchen doorway watching him wrap it in t-shirts. He asked if there was anything I needed him to leave behind. I said no. At school, Sophie's homeroom teacher called, because Sophie had sat out recess for 2 days in a row. At home, she finished every meal and answered every question with 1 word. Then I proposed 90 days in Zurich. I thought he would fight me to the end over it. He signed after 4 days. He called the night he signed, and he said more than necessary, the way people do when they want to hear themselves being reasonable. I think this is best for everyone, he said. There is too much going on here right now. People are talking. I don't want Sophie going to school and hearing rumors from other kids. You don't want your office hearing them. That's part of it. I'm not pretending otherwise. He paused. And go ahead and try it. 3 months. Then you'll see what it is like to raise a child alone in a city where you don't have anyone. After that, we can sit down and have a realistic conversation about money. Sign the papers, Mark. He signed. He agreed that Sophie could temporarily attend an international school in Zurich during that period. Claire sent me the scan at 9 that night, and I printed it, folded it in half, and put it in the outside pocket of my suitcase. Jenna texted me twice during those 2 weeks. The first message was 11 lines long. She apologized on the second line and began explaining on the third. She wrote that she did not expect me to understand immediately, that she thought about me every day, and that she would wait until I was ready to talk. I read it 3 times. It was not until the 3rd time that I noticed Sophie's name did not appear once in those 11 lines. The second message came 4 days later and contained only 1 sentence. Things are not as simple as you think. I answered neither message. I did not delete them either. I took screenshots of both, saved them in the folder Claire had told me to create, and muted notifications from Jenna's number. The night before our flight, we packed in Sophie's room. I let her decide what to take. It was the only thing in the past 2 months I could let her decide for herself. She sat in the middle of the floor with the suitcase open, sorting things into 3 piles, and did it with the seriousness of an adult moving out. She packed 4 books, the stuffed giraffe she still kept under her pillow, her colored pencils, and her swim team hoodie. She stopped at the top drawer. Inside was the thin silver bracelet Jenna had given her for her 8th birthday. It matched the one I had given Jenna 10 years earlier, only 1 size smaller. Sophie used to wear it even when she slept. She picked it up, turned it once in her hand, then set it on her desk. I want to leave it here, she said. We're only going for 3 months, sweetheart. You can take it without wearing it. I know. She did not throw it. She did not cry. She closed the drawer very gently and turned back to the suitcase. I would rather she had smashed something. You're really leaving it? I asked. She zipped the suitcase, then looked up. I don't want to take anything from someone who knew me from the day I was born and still did this. The apartment in Zurich had 2 bedrooms, 1 window overlooking the rooftops, and a refrigerator that hummed all night. It was not beautiful. It was enough. I paid the first 3 months from my business account, bought blankets at a store 2 blocks away, and enrolled Sophie in school on our second day. The secretary spoke English faster than I did and gave Sophie a school map with a cat printed in one corner. I am telling you these details because I want one thing to be clear. We were not destitute. We did not run out of money, sleep on the street, or depend on anyone's pity. We were simply not okay. Sophie slept in my room for 4 nights in a row. She did not open her suitcase. She pulled clothes out one item at a time, through the gap in the zipper, wore them, then stuffed them back in, as if fully opening the suitcase would mean agreeing to something. On the 4th night, when I thought she was asleep, she asked into the darkness, "Mom, did she ever really love me?" I lay still. I could say yes and let us both sleep. I could say no and make the whole thing simple. Both answers were things I did not know. "I think she did," I said at last. "But I was wrong about a lot of things with her, so I'm not going to promise you something I cannot be sure of." Sophie said nothing else. A little later, she moved closer. It happened the following Saturday afternoon. Sophie wanted to look at last year's Halloween pictures. I took the family tablet out of my backpack, the one we kept in the Boston kitchen for her to watch movies and for me to print her swim forms. It was still signed into the family photo account that Mark had never logged out of on his phone. It turned on, made a sound, and began downloading an old photo folder. The Halloween pictures were there. Sophie in an astronaut costume, Mark holding the candy bucket. I handed her the tablet and went to make pasta. At 9 that night, after she was asleep, I picked it up to turn off syncing. The folder had finished downloading. It was much larger than I expected. About halfway through, between backyard photos and a picture someone had taken of a check for their records, were 4 photographs of a page of lined paper. I knew that handwriting. I even knew the ink stain in the upper right corner where my pen tended to leak. It was my notebook. The blue-covered notebook I kept in the kitchen desk drawer and used for things no one else needed to know. The first photo, an appointment with Claire Donovan, 3 o'clock Thursday afternoon, with her office number. The second, half a page I had written about Zurich, international school, estimated cost, questions I intended to ask Anika. The third, Sophie's weekly schedule, piano on Wednesday, swimming Monday and Friday, the phone number of her best friend's mother. The fourth contained only one line, written larger than the rest and underlined twice. "Do not let Sophie think she was left behind." I sat down on the kitchen floor with the tablet in my lap. All 4 photos had been taken within the same minute, slightly crooked, with the shadow of a hand along the top edge. I had not taken them. I had never photographed my notebook. I swiped forward. After those 4 pictures came screenshots of a text message exchange. Mark had saved them, and the tablet in my kitchen had faithfully downloaded everything he saved for months while my daughter used it to watch cartoons. I read, "Don't argue with her about work. Just say she isn't well. Say it gently like you're worried. Remind her she left full-time work 7 years ago. The court will look at that. She's more afraid of losing Sophie than of losing you. Push the paperwork through fast. Don't give her time to call an attorney first." I read them 3 times to make sure I was not inventing meaning in neutral sentences. I was not inventing anything. They said exactly what they said. I set the tablet on the floor, walked out onto the balcony, and called Claire. It was 3 in the afternoon in Boston. "Whose device is it?" she asked. "The family's. We bought it for Sophie 2 years ago. It stayed in the kitchen. Did you have to guess a password to open it?" "No. It doesn't have a password. Sophie uses it every day." "Has he asked for it back?" "No." "Then listen to me." I heard her typing. "Do not delete anything. Do not rename or move any file. Do not turn off syncing. Photograph every screen in the exact order you saw it. Record the date and time you opened the device. Then leave the tablet exactly as it is. I will enter into the case file today that you notified me." "All right. Elena," her voice changed, "you can read as much as you want, but do not message anyone tonight." I went back inside, photographed every screen one by one, and did not message anyone. I scrolled upward and found the date of the 4 notebook photographs. March 19th. On the night of March 19th, Jenna had sat on my kitchen island. I was crying over something I cannot even remember now, and she jumped down, hugged me, held me for about half a minute, then said, "I'm here. I'm always here." The notebook had been in the drawer 3 steps from where she stood. At one point, sitting on that kitchen floor in a city I had just arrived in, I understood that this was not simply my husband sleeping with my best friend. This was 22 years of giving one person every softest part of me, and that person sitting down, reading them, and rewriting them as an instruction manual. I cried for about 4 minutes. I know because the pot of pasta on the stove was still warm when I stood up. Then the bedroom door opened. "Mom?" Sophie stood in the doorway, her hair flattened on one side. I turned the tablet face down on the floor. "I'm okay," I said. "Go back in. I'll be right there." For a moment, she started to step toward me, and I saw exactly what she was about to do. She was going to hug me, 10 years old, in a strange apartment, and she was about to become the person comforting her mother. I did not allow that to happen. I stood, went into the bathroom, washed my face with cold water, then came out and sat on the edge of the bed beside her. "I just learned something else about Jenna," I said. "I'm not going to tell you now because it is an adult matter. But I am going to tell you one thing, and I want you to remember it. Okay. What they did was not because you or I were missing something. It was not because I was not good enough or because you had not behaved well enough. They chose to do it. The wrong belongs to the people who made that choice." She looked at me for a moment, then nodded and lay down. The next morning at 7:10, my phone vibrated on the kitchen table. A Swiss number. "Elena." Anika's voice had not changed in 7 years. "I heard you are in Zurich. News travels fast. I need to see you today, if possible." She paused. "A file has triggered the very system you helped design." I took Sophie to school at 8, rode the train 3 stops, and entered the building on Paradeplatz at 8:50. The receptionist knew my name before I spoke. My visitor badge had already been printed. E. Parker, Financial Crime Investigations Senior Advisor. I clipped it on and took the elevator to the 6th floor, and during those 10 seconds I thought about the sentence Mark always used at parties. Anika Keller, 48, Director of the bank's Financial Crime Investigations Division, waited for me in a small windowless conference room with a large screen and 2 stacks of documents. She stood when I entered, shook my hand, then looked at me for 1 extra second. "You've lost weight. I just moved across 6 time zones. Is your daughter all right?" "She's learning how to take the tram, thank you." 7 years earlier, I had sat in that same room and told her I would not accept the division head position. Sophie was 3 then. Anika asked if I was sure. I said I was, but that I wanted to stay involved in another way. That other way lasted 7 years. I kept 3 private clients through Parker Risk Advisory. The rest of the time I worked for this bank as a senior advisor, reviewing files, writing methodology, and training new teams twice a year. In the 3rd year, I was one of 4 people who built the rule set for the transaction monitoring system they used across the group. I wrote the logic for cross-border payment chains. My name was still on the internal documentation. Before that, before Sophie was born, I led the cross-border transaction review team here. 11 people. I was the one who presented difficult cases to the board. Nothing in those 7 years had been severed. It had only changed shape to fit school pickup. Mark knew I worked. He knew I had clients and deadlines, and that some weeks I sat upstairs until 2 in the morning. He knew I flew to Zurich twice a year, and he called those trips your paperwork sessions. He had never asked who I worked for. I used to think it was because he was busy. Sitting in that room, I saw it more clearly. People do not ask when they have already decided the answer does not matter. "Are you still turning down that chair?" Anika asked, sliding a cup of coffee toward me. "I don't regret turning it down. I didn't ask whether you regretted it. I regret letting someone else use it as evidence that I could no longer do anything." She did not comment. She turned on the screen. In the past 4 weeks, we have received 19 alerts in the same transaction cluster, the same structuring pattern, the same timing. Your system detected the cluster on the third transfer. I pulled my chair closer to the screen. 19 alerts in 4 weeks were not a technical glitch. 1 alert was random, 3 were coincidence. 19 following the same pattern meant someone was repeating something that had worked before. Who reviewed the cluster before me? 2 analysts. Both recommended escalation to a formal investigation. I agreed. She advanced to the next page. The partner bank originating the instructions is Harborline Capital, Boston. I set down the coffee. The ultimate client was Cross Meridian Holdings, the group founded and run by Adrian Cross, a 53-year-old investor. The silence lasted long enough for me to hear the projector. Anika, I need to make a disclosure. I know, go ahead. Mark Parker, Harborline's Director of Institutional Client Relations, is my husband. We are separated, and divorce proceedings have been filed. Cross Meridian is his largest client. In addition, a former friend of mine, Jenna Blake, is an event contractor for Harborline and is in a personal relationship with my husband. I said it all in one breath, in the correct order, without adding a single adjective. Anika wrote it down. Do you want me to include the personal part? Include everything. If anyone later asks what I concealed, I want the answer to be nothing. She left the room for 15 minutes. When she returned, 2 more people were with her, in-house counsel, and the head of the independent review team. The attorney placed a sheet of paper in front of me and asked exactly 1 question before reading the conditions. Do you possess any Harborline or Mr. Parker documents that you obtained outside official channels? No. What I have consists of joint account statements and a family device. Those materials are in my Boston divorce file and are held by my attorney. They will not enter this investigation. He nodded and wrote it down. Their conditions were brief. I would perform technical analysis only. I could not reach any conclusion about the personal liability of any individual. Every one of my conclusions would be independently reconstructed from the original data by a separate team. I could not contact Mark Parker, Jenna Blake, or Adrian Cross about any aspect of the file, including through my divorce attorney. If I violated any condition, I would be removed from the case immediately, and someone else would rebuild all of my work from the beginning. I agree, I said. Give me the papers. I signed 3 pages. Then they opened my access to the client file. The second page listed the authorized points of contact at Harborline and at the service contractors for Cross Meridian's events. The first line, Mark Parker. The fourth line, Jenna Blake. Beside her name was her company and 1 description, Event Services Contractor authorized to receive and transmit client documents. I read the line twice. 8 months earlier, I had been the person who emailed Harborline to introduce her. I looked at the 2 names 3 lines apart in a file in Zurich, and for 1 second I saw my living room again, the 2 of them standing beside each other near the window. Anika watched me over the monitor. Elena, do you want to withdraw from this file? No one will judge you. I will find someone else. I picked up the pen and set it back down. I want every conclusion checked twice, I said, but I do not want to turn away from the truth simply because the person who signed is my husband. 6 companies were spread across the screen like 6 strangers in a wedding photograph. A logistics company in Rotterdam, an energy consulting firm in Malta, an agricultural commodities trader registered in Cyprus, a software licensing company in Dublin, 2 investment companies registered in Luxembourg, with completely different names, incorporated 9 days apart. Different industries, different countries, even different naming styles. I had done this work long enough to know that what mattered was not where the files differed, but where they were lazily alike. It took me 2.5 days to find 3 points. First, all 6 companies used the same registered agent. The agent's name appeared on the last line of page 2 in every file, abbreviated 3 different ways, but with the same professional license number. Second, on the bank forms, in the emergency contact box, the box no one reads, the box people fill in last when they are tired, all 6 companies listed the same cell phone number, a Swiss area code. I sat looking at those 6 identical number fields for a long time. Someone can build 6 perfect files, But when something goes wrong at 2 in the morning, someone still has to be able to call a real person, and a real person has only one phone number. Third, and this was what had triggered the system. Money entering the 6 companies was split into amounts below the reporting threshold, routed through 4 countries, and then converged in exactly 2 intermediary accounts before moving onward. I built the diagram on a single sheet of paper. 6 boxes at the top, 2 in the middle, arrows flowing downward. Over 11 months, the total was $14.8 million. The independent review team rebuilt the analysis from the original data and reached the same number. The team lead wrote only 1 sentence when he sent me the result. 6 names, 1 hand. What did Harborline say? I asked Annika. She handed me the official response from Boston, 2 paragraphs signed by the Partnership Relations Division. Harborline stated that the 6 entities were independent, unrelated clients, and that each had been separately vetted. I placed that letter beside my diagram. One of the 2 things on the table was wrong, and it was not the payment data, because payment data had no motive to lie. I reread the second paragraph of the response. It said each entity had been separately vetted under internal procedures. No name of the reviewer, no date, no file number. In this work, an assertion without a date is either an assertion that has not been checked or one that someone does not want checked. I need to see the client relationship sponsor attestations, I said. The entire approval chain, including every point where compliance placed a hold. It took Harborline 1 day to send them. I opened the file close to 7 that evening, alone in the windowless conference room with a cup of cold tea. 4 documents. 4 electronic signatures belonging to Mark Parker. I did not stop at the name. I read the chronology first. Each time, the sequence was identical. The system raised an alert. Compliance requested additional documentation on the ultimate beneficial owner. The transaction was placed on hold. Then, 2 to 9 days later, Mark signed an attestation stating that the client information was complete, and the approval team relied on that attestation to let the transaction proceed. This was not the kind of document someone signed by mistake while skimming 80 pages. It contained 3 bold lines immediately above the signature box. I certify that I have reviewed the client information stated above. I certify that I understand the nature of the business relationship. I certify that the beneficial ownership information has been verified and is sufficiently reliable for the approval team to continue reviewing this transaction. 4 times. 4 times he read those 3 lines and clicked sign. I checked one more thing before allowing myself to think any further. I determined how many other people at Harborline had signed this type of document over the same 11 months, for all clients. 7 people. 9 times in total. 4 of those 9 were Mark's, and all 4 involved the same client. I sat perfectly still for about a minute. For 16 years, I had heard Mark talk about compliance as if they were gatekeepers who understood nothing about making money. I had treated it as attitude, the kind of grandstanding people do over dinner. Now, I was watching that attitude become 4 signatures, and signatures do not have attitudes. They have dates, times, and names. I turned to the attachments. On the 2nd and 4th approvals, there was an internal note entered by Mark's assistant, supplemental documents provided directly by JB. I read the line and sat up straight. 2 initials. I knew exactly which name my mind had just filled in, and I knew exactly why I wanted it to be right. That is the most dangerous moment in my profession. Not when you find nothing, when you want something to be true. I did not write Jenna's name anywhere. I opened a separate verification request and sent it to the independent team. Identify the sending address, sending device, and actual sender of the supplemental documents in those 2 approvals. No assumptions. No interpretation. I clicked send at 9:12 p.m. Zurich time. Then I shut off the screen, sat in the darkness of the conference room for a while, and allowed myself to acknowledge what I had been trying not to think. If JB was the person I believed it was, this no longer stopped at an affair. My phone vibrated immediately afterward. Claire Donovan, 3 in the afternoon in Boston. Are you sitting or standing? She asked. Sitting. Jenna Blake was hospitalized this afternoon. She developed abdominal pain and bleeding at a Harborline event. They called an ambulance from the lobby. I looked at the 6-box diagram on the table. Is she all right? From what I've heard, the pregnancy is stable. Claire paused. But there is something else. The doctor just confirmed the gestational age. Mark is demanding that everything Jenna ever told him be reviewed. Claire called again at 11 that night, Zurich time. I was sitting at the kitchen table under the small lamp, with Sophie's bedroom door partly open. I just spoke with Mark's attorney, she said. He called me, not the other way around. His attorney attached a written statement, signed by Mark, describing what happened in the hospital room. This is not Jenna's official medical record. Can you hear me? I can. Jenna is still in the hospital for another 24 hours of observation. Mild, threatened preterm labor. The pregnancy is stable. All right. Here is what happened. I heard her turn a page. This afternoon, the doctor reviewed Jenna's early ultrasound records together with today's findings and entered the gestational age in the chart. 27 weeks and 3 days. I had been holding a pen. I set it down. Sophie's calendar was on the table, a paper calendar with a square for each day that she used to mark swim practice. I pulled it toward me and began counting backward. I counted twice because the first time I thought I had made a mistake. 27 weeks and 3 days from the end of November. Subtract 2 weeks for the way doctors calculate gestational age. My finger stopped on the final week of May. Elena, are you still there? Late May, I said. Yes. Mark said the first time was July 18th. He said that date in my living room, in front of me, and emphasized that he wanted me to hear the exact day. He told the doctor the same thing. Louder than necessary, according to his attorney. I sat still. There is a very strange feeling when a number you were not looking for stands up and walks across the room in front of you. I had spent 3 weeks reading 6 corporate files. What had just broken open was not in any file. It was in one line of a medical chart typed by a Boston obstetrician at 4 in the afternoon. How did he react? He said it couldn't be right. Told the doctor to calculate again. And then? The doctor calculated it again. Claire paused. Same result. Claire. What? She knew. My voice sounded completely normal and that felt strange. She had a 9-week ultrasound. She took that paper home. She knew the number before she said a single word to me. I know. At the end of October, she stood in my living room and told me she had tried to fight her feelings. She was already 4 months pregnant. Claire said nothing for several seconds. That was one of the things that made her a good attorney. She knew when not to try to repair something for someone. I asked no more questions that night. I turned off the light, lay down beside Sophie, and listened to the refrigerator run. The next morning she asked if something was wrong because I had put too much salt in the eggs. Something is happening at work, I said. And something is happening in Boston. Both are adult matters, and neither changes anything about you. Did Jenna have the baby? No. She was in the hospital for a few days, but she's all right. She nodded, finished the salty eggs, and went to get her backpack. She asked nothing else. I stood at the sink reminding myself that not asking did not mean she was not thinking. I learned the rest the following afternoon, through 2 calls from Claire and 1 message Mark sent directly to me at 4 in the morning, Boston time. I need to be clear here. I was prohibited from contacting Mark about anything connected to the bank investigation. I had signed that commitment. But no one prohibited him from texting his estranged wife at 4 in the morning, and no one prohibited me from reading it. His message contained 1 line. Did you ever think she might have lied to me? I did not answer. I forwarded the message to Claire, in exactly the sequence she had instructed. What happened in the hospital room reached me secondhand, and I am recounting it exactly as it was told to me. The doctor explained to both of them that the gestational age could not be off by almost 2 months. She said the 9-week ultrasound was the most reliable benchmark, more reliable than the patient's memory of her menstrual cycle, because the margin of error at that stage was measured in days. Jenna said her cycles were irregular. She said they had been irregular since she was 20. The doctor said she understood, and left the conclusion unchanged in the chart. According to Mark's attorney, Jenna asked 1 more question. She asked whether the machine could have measured incorrectly. The doctor said gestational dating at 9 weeks could be off by about 5 to 7 days, not 7 weeks. That was when Mark stopped talking and began calculating. He rose from his chair, walked to the window, and stood there for about a minute. Then he turned back and asked Jenna one question. "You were already pregnant in July, weren't you?" Jenna did not answer that question. She answered a different one. She said perhaps the relationship had begun earlier than either of them realized. She said they had attended several events together in May, worked late at night, and perhaps the boundaries had blurred before July 18th. Mark knew that was not true. He knew because he was the person who had given July 18th to his attorney, on the record, to prove he had not been unfaithful during the earlier period when we were still living together more peacefully. That date was something he had chosen to use. He demanded a prenatal paternity test. Jenna refused immediately. No consideration, no question about whether it was safe for the pregnancy. She said she could not believe he would demand such a thing from someone lying in a hospital bed. She said it very loudly, Claire told me. A nurse had to come in. That night, I sat at the kitchen table and opened Sophie's calendar again. I looked at the last week of May. I knew where I had been that week. I had taken Sophie to the regional swim meet on the 24th. I remembered because I had photographed her on the podium and sent the picture to two people, Mark and Jenna. Jenna replied 4 hours later with 3 emojis and one line. "Sorry, in Europe. Bad signal." I sat up straight. I opened my messages, searched by month, and found it. May 24th. Then, close to 1 in the morning, my phone lit up again. Mark, not Claire. He wrote nothing. He sent a screenshot. It was Harborline's event calendar, the service contractor section, the kind of calendar the entire client team could see. A 7-day block was highlighted from May 20th through May 27th. The notes field contained 3 words. Geneva, Adrian Cross. I did not answer that message. I did the only thing I was permitted to do. I captured the screen, sent it to Claire, recorded the date and time I received it, and kept it out of the bank file. Anything coming from Mark had to remain outside. Then, at 8 the next morning, I entered the windowless conference room and did my work using only data I was allowed to touch. I arranged the incorporation dates of the 6 companies in one row. I had looked at those dates 3 times in 2 weeks. I had seen them as file numbers. That morning, I saw them as a week. 4 of the 6 companies had been registered between May 21st and May 27th. 4 legal entities, in 3 countries, in 7 days. I called the head of the independent review team into the room and showed him the screen without saying anything first, because I wanted to know whether he saw what I saw. He looked for about 10 seconds. "Someone was sitting in the same room that week," he said. "I need that verified from the original registration sources, not from my compilation." "Of course." He wrote it down. "Do you want me to identify who filed all 4 applications as well?" "Yes. And don't show me anything until your team has finalized it." That afternoon, the result of the request I had sent the previous week came back. The supplemental documents in the 2nd and 4th approvals, the documents that had released 2 transactions from their holds, were sent from Jenna Blake's company domain, from an inbox bearing her name, and from a device registered to her. J.B. was Jenna. I had known it from the moment I read the note, but knowing and having were different things, and this was the day I had it. For about a minute I felt nothing. Then I felt everything at once, so I stood and went to get water. The rest of that week reached me in pieces through Claire, and every piece was something Mark had dug up himself and proudly carried to his attorney. He confronted Jenna 2 days after she left the hospital. She said Geneva had been a business trip. She said she had gone to scout locations for a client conference, that it was her largest contract of the year, and that he knew that because he had personally approved the budget. Then Mark did the thing he was very good at when sufficiently motivated. He went looking for invoices. He had access to the event budgets for his clients, and he used that access for 2 nights in a row, after business hours. He found a Geneva hotel paid for by a cross-Meridian entity. 1 room, not 2. He found that her flight had also been booked by that entity, in business class, under the same reservation code as Adrian's ticket. He found a charge for an appointment at a private clinic in Boston 10 days after her return, also paid by the same side. Jenna still said there was nothing there. She said major clients often paid expenses for contractors, and that he knew this because clients had paid expenses for him too. Then he found a photograph. It had been posted publicly by her own event company and taken at the previous year's holiday party. Jenna and Adrian Cross standing together at the edge of the frame, their heads tilted toward each other, his hand on her back. He sent that picture to 3 people, Claire said. His attorney, a colleague, and you. I know. I haven't opened it. Open it, then forward it to me. Do not comment. That night, I sat on the living room floor in Zurich and reconstructed the timeline on one sheet of paper using only verified facts. May 20th through May 27th, Jenna in Geneva with Adrian Cross. During that exact week, 4 of the 6 companies incorporated. Late May, the child conceived. July 18th, Jenna began a relationship with my husband. Beginning in August, transactions started flowing through Harbor Line, and Jenna transmitted the documents. I looked at those 5 lines for a long time. Claire called at 9. He isn't saying it directly, she said, but he suspects the baby isn't his. His attorney asked me about the procedure for prenatal paternity testing when the mother does not consent. Right. You don't want to say anything? I looked out the window at the wet rooftops. I had thought I would feel satisfaction. I did, for a few seconds, and it was not as pleasant as I expected. What lasted longer was a very simple comparison. At the end of October, I had stood in my living room and told Mark that my best friend of 22 years had taken my most private thoughts and carried them to him. He listened and told me I should be practical about money. Now that same woman had lied to him once, and within 48 hours he had uncovered a hotel invoice, clinic records, and a photograph from a holiday party. He had always possessed that ability. He had simply never considered me worth using it for. I sat on the floor with the 5-line page on my lap and let myself feel that fully. Not jealousy, not regret, just one clean fact. In 16 years, I had never been something he was willing to spend 2 evenings investigating. No, I told Claire. I have nothing to say. The next morning, the independent team sent me an update. While reconstructing the flow of funds from the 2 intermediary accounts, they found a destination that had never appeared on my diagram. A Delaware limited liability company, 8 months old, had received money in 4 installments. Its registered address was a Boston law office. I knew that address. I had sat in that waiting room twice, reading magazines while Mark signed paperwork for our house. I opened the company name, Parker Strategic Advisory LLC. It took me 4 days to reconstruct the entire path of that name, and I worked more slowly than usual because I knew I had a motive. The company had been formed 8 months earlier in Delaware, with a single member. Mark had signed the formation documents. The mailing address was his personal attorney's office. The first thing I checked was not the money. It was the disclosure form. Harbor Line, like every investment bank in the United States, required management-level employees to disclose annually every outside business activity and every financial interest that might conflict with a client. Mark had filed his disclosure in January, on time, 3 pages electronically signed. Under outside business activities, he had selected none. The company had already existed for 3 months. I read that page 3 times. At Harbor Line, this disclosure was not a box-checking formality. It was the first thing compliance pulled when something went wrong because it was a dated, signed assertion. Mark had sat in front of the screen, read the section, and selected the first box. I knew the exact week he had signed it. We had gone skiing in Vermont that week. Money entered in 4 installments over 11 months. The smallest was $12,000. The largest was $31,000. The payer was not Cross Meridian, but one of the 2 intermediary entities in the middle of my diagram. $86,000 in total. The description field on all 4 transfers contained the same phrase, Client Development Consulting. I asked Harbor Line to provide every corresponding deliverable, reports, presentations, meeting minutes, service agreements, engagement letters, anything showing who had advised whom about what. The answer came back 2 days later. There were no documents. $86,000 had been paid for a service that had never existed. Then I placed the 2 timelines side by side, and that was when the room seemed to tilt slightly. The first payment reached the company's account 9 days before the first signature. The second, 6 days before the second signature. The third, during the same week as the third signature. The fourth, 11 days before the final signature. 4 times compliance held a transaction. 4 times money came in. 4 times Mark signed that the client information was complete. And all 4 times the approval team relied on his attestation to let the transaction proceed. That afternoon, I did the part of the work I wanted least. I matched the outgoing payments from that account against what I already knew from my private life. A security deposit and 3 months' rent for the Back Bay apartment. The apartment he said Harborline rented for European clients. The apartment I had apologized for asking about. A series of payments to the OB/GYN clinic in Brookline, the same name I had seen on our joint account statement in September, when he had paid with his corporate card and then used our money to reimburse the company. After that, he stopped taking the long way around and paid directly from here. A charge at a jewelry store on Newbury Street in early October. Gold bracelet, link clasp, the receipt showed delivery to the Back Bay apartment, with Jenna Blake as the recipient. A 2-night stay in Kennebunkport at the end of October, in a suite. By then, Sophie had slept in my room for 4 nights in a row in Zurich. I wrote a long paragraph in the draft. I wrote that the spending pattern showed the funds had been used to maintain a relationship the subject had concealed from his wife, and that the nature of that concealment was... I stopped. I read it again. Then I highlighted the entire paragraph and deleted it. The next morning, I brought the draft to Annika. She read all of it, set it down, and tapped her pen against 3 places. Cut this. Here, keep the number and remove the adjective. I already removed the worst paragraph. I know. I can see where it was. She pushed the page back toward me. Elena, you know what his attorney will do with a sentence containing the words concealed from his wife. He will stand up and say this entire report was written by a betrayed spouse, and people will listen. Then what do I write? Write the date. Write the amount. Write what he did, and which document proves it. Nothing else. You're telling me to write as if I don't know him. No. She removed her glasses. I am telling you to write as if anyone could have written it. That is your strength, Elena, not your weakness. If 3 strangers sit down with the same data and reach the same conclusion, then who you are no longer matters. I picked up the page. My hand was trembling slightly, and she saw it and she said nothing about it. I rewrote it over 2 days. The final version was 9 pages long and did not contain a single adjective about a person. Dates, amounts, actions, document numbers. It was the coldest thing I had ever written, and when I read it one final time, I realized it was also the heaviest. There was nowhere to argue about tone. The only thing left to dispute was fact, and 3 other people had independently reconstructed the facts and reached the same result. The review team confirmed the entire analysis on Friday afternoon. 9 pages, not 1 line changed. That night, I stayed late to read the final dataset Harborline had produced under the formal request. Business communications among the client representatives, filtered to the scope of the case, 4,000 messages. I planned to read for an hour, then go home and make dinner for Sophie. I read in chronological order. Somewhere after the 200th message, I stopped. I stopped because my eyes caught a name where it should not have appeared. This was a data set of business communications among client representatives. No one in it should have been discussing my husband. A message from Jenna's number to Adrian Cross, dated 2 days before the first signature. Mark will sign. He needs to feel like the most important person in the room. I did not read any further that night. I closed the computer, called Annika, and told her the data set contained material outside the business scope and referred to a member of my family. She told me to leave it untouched, read no more, and go home. On Monday morning, in-house counsel narrowed the scope. Anything related to preparing and approving the transactions remained in the file. Anything purely personal was excluded and sealed. The problem was that the 2 were in the same message thread, sometimes in the same sentence. They let me read the filtered material with a second person in the room. I read for 4 hours. I was not allowed to take private notes or capture the screen. Every time I wanted to flag a passage, I had to read the document number aloud for the other person to record. The first thing that struck me was not the cruelty, it was the precision. Adrian Cross and Jenna had dissected my husband the way two people dissect a client file. They listed what he wanted, what he hated, and where to press to make him move. He wants the partner seat. It is the only thing he wants. He hates compliance. Let them block it, then we go in and ask whether he has the nerve to make the call. Do not mention his wife. He cannot stand that she understands this better than he does. I read the last line twice. Adrian wrote it. Jenna answered with one word, exactly. There was a very specific way to make a man sign something he should not sign, and it was not by threatening him. You let compliance hold the transaction, then walked into his office and asked whether he had enough authority to let it proceed. You handed him a pen and a chance to prove he was the most important person in the room. Adrian promised him a partnership seat. The promise appeared 4 times in the message thread, a little clearer each time, and always while a transaction was on hold. Jenna kept making the promise sound as if it were about to come true. He asked me about Q1. I told him Adrian spoke highly of him at dinner. Did Adrian say that? No, but he needed to hear it. Then came the section I had to read slowly. At the end of June, Jenna messaged Adrian that she was pregnant. The message was 2 lines long and did not contain a single exclamation point. Adrian answered 4 hours later. He wrote that it had to remain absolutely confidential, that he had a family, and that they had agreed from the beginning not to let anything touch the business. Jenna asked whether he was sure. He wrote, "You aren't sure either." She did not challenge that statement. 3 weeks later came another message. July 19th, one day after the date, Mark had stood in my living room and emphasized that he wanted me to hear correctly. "It's done. From now on, the baby is no longer your problem." Adrian did not ask what she meant. He replied only, "Good." I leaned back from the screen. The person sitting with me asked if I needed a break. I said no. Then 10 minutes later I went into the hallway for water and stood there longer than it took to drink 1 cup. In the file I was building, this was not financial evidence. It did not prove where a single dollar had gone. But it told me something I would have to live with for the rest of my life. The woman who had sat in my kitchens for more than 20 years had chosen a man to be the father of her child. The way people choose a vendor. The messages also explained why she chose Mark. He wants to start over. He says it all the time. He keeps assuming it's a boy. I don't correct him. He's easier. The final section was what made me go back into the hallway and stand there for a while. Beginning in August, Jenna started telling Mark how to handle me. She knew what to say to make me blame myself. She knew what frightened me most. She knew exactly when in the week I would be tired and lack the energy to argue. She also knew something no one else knew because I had handed it to her myself. Elena won't make a scene. She always puts Sophie first. I had said almost those exact words to her one night when I was afraid of how divorce might affect Sophie. I said I would accept less so Sophie would not have to sit in a courthouse waiting room. I spoke it as a fear. She recorded it as a parameter. In the next message, Mark asked if she was sure. She answered, "I know her better than you do." That was true. That was the worst part. That was where the deepest pain was, and I needed to name it correctly. Not that she slept with my husband, that she looked at my kindness and the way I protected my child and did not see character. She saw a place to apply pressure. That night, after Sophie fell asleep, I did something no one had asked me to do. I opened my own message thread with Jenna on my phone and scrolled upward. A long way. Past September, past the summer, past last year, past the year before. I found the night Sophie had a fever of 40 degrees Celsius, when Jenna wrote, "I'm driving over, don't take her out of bed." I found the week I started my company, when she sent a screenshot of a transfer and wrote, "Don't argue. Pay it back whenever you can." I found a picture of us at 20, sitting on the dorm steps, each holding a paper cup. During the worst weeks, I had believed all 22 years might have been one long performance. Sitting on the living room floor in Zurich with the lit phone in my hand, I knew for certain they had not been. She had been real. That friendship had been real. And that did not make it lighter. It made it heavier. You cannot destroy something that never had value. She did not lose me because of one mistake. She held something real in her hands, decided what it was worth, and sold it off piece by piece over 18 months, with every opportunity to stop along the way. My phone vibrated in my hand. An email from Claire, with only 4 words in the subject line. The results are in. I opened the attachment. Prenatal paternity test, 2 pages. At the bottom of the second page, 1 bold line. Mark Parker is excluded as the biological father. Mark's attorney notified both sides that he would request a formal determination of paternity and would sign no acknowledgement of parentage before receiving the result. 4 days later, Jenna voluntarily agreed to a non-invasive prenatal paternity test. Claire told me she agreed by email, in 1 line, without conditions, which surprised both sides. I think I understand now. By then, she had nowhere left to stand. The result came back in 8 days. I was not present for any of it during those 8 days. I went to work, picked up Sophie, cooked dinner, and looked at my phone every few hours, even though I knew Claire would call the moment she had news. Adrian Cross did not claim to be the father. He did not deny it, confirm it, or appear. His attorneys sent a 2-paragraph letter stating that their client had no comment on the personal affairs of a service contractor. To this day, I do not know who fathered that child. I did not look for the answer. The only part that belonged to my story was that Mark definitely had not. Harborline placed him on paid administrative leave Tuesday morning, pending its internal review. His access badge was disabled. His email was frozen. I learned that through the official notice sent to our bank, not through anyone's account of it. It was 4 lines long, and gave no reason. Anika read it in front of me, then looked across the table. Are you all right? I don't know what I'm supposed to feel. That is the most honest answer I've heard all week. There was nothing from Adrian Cross. He stopped answering Harborline's emails. His company canceled 2 fourth-quarter events. In our file, he changed from a name that appeared everywhere to an empty space with attorneys standing in front of it. Mark called me the following evening from a number I did not recognize. I answered because I thought something had happened to Sophie. She was at a classmate's house working on a group project. Elena. I knew immediately. I did not hang up. Is something wrong with Sophie? No. She's fine. His voice was hoarse. I need to talk to you. Mark, I cannot discuss the file with you. I signed an undertaking. If this is about Sophie, speak through Claire. She lied to me. I stood, walked out onto the balcony, and let him speak. Later, I reported the entire call to Anika and Claire on the same morning, with the date and time. The baby isn't mine. Did you know? Of course you knew. He gave a hollow laugh. July 18th. I said that date to you. I said it to my attorney. I said it in that hospital. She let me stand in the middle of the clinic and say that date. Yes. I'm a victim in this too, Elena. Do you understand? I lost everything because of a woman who... You were deceived about the baby. My voice sounded even. You were not deceived about the 4 signatures. Silence for about 3 seconds. You don't understand how that happened. I just told you I am not discussing the file. I didn't read everything carefully, all right? I sign 30 things a day. I'm not a technical person. I don't understand those structures. I looked down at the wet rooftops and saw again the 3 bold lines above the signature box, the font size, the spacing. I will not discuss the contents with you, I said. But I will tell you one thing. As someone who lived with you for 16 years, do not say, I didn't understand to the board. They will open the document and read it aloud. You sound like you were sitting in that room. I did not answer. Were you sitting in that room, Elena? I will hang up if you ask another question about the file. You can help me. No. Say 1 sentence to them. That I was set up. That I didn't know. You're one of them. They'll listen to you. His voice quickened. I'm not asking you to forgive me. I'm asking you to say 1 sentence. That sentence would not be true, Mark. You don't know whether it's true. I know what those 4 documents say. So do you. He went quiet. Then his voice changed, and I recognized the shift before he finished the next sentence. Sophie needs a father who can still work. What do you think she'll feel when she grows up and learns that her mother was the person who... I hung up. I stayed on the balcony for about another minute. It was cold, and I was not wearing a coat, so I focused on that, on the cold against my arms. until my hands stopped shaking. 16 years. During those 16 years, I had forgiven him many small things, and I still believed I had been right to forgive them. But the sentence he had just begun, the sentence containing Sophie's name, was not small. He had gone looking for the softest place I had left, and he found it quickly, as if he already knew the route. That was when I stopped thinking of him as merely weak and foolish. Then I went inside, wrote down the entire call from memory, included the time, and sent it to Claire. The next morning, I reported it to Anika. She listened, asked whether I had discussed any case content, and I said no. She recorded it and said only one thing: "From now on, when he calls, you do not answer." Claire wrote to Mark's attorney that same day. All communication, including anything concerning Sophie, would go through her office. That evening, Sophie asked whether her father had called that week. "Your dad called me last night," I said. "It wasn't about you. From now on, he will call you on a schedule arranged through Claire. That will make things less confusing." "Is it because of me?" "No, it is because your dad and I are arguing about adult matters, and I do not want you in the middle." She thought for a moment, then nodded, and I saw relief rather than sadness. That told me more than everything she had not said. An hour later, an email arrived in my personal inbox. Sender, Jenna Blake. No subject, one line in the body. "Before you hate me, remember what we once were to each other." It took me 3 days to decide. I reread that email more times than I want to admit. 13 words, and it knew exactly where to press. That was what I had to accept about Jenna. She knew me very well, and she had never stopped using that knowledge, not even now. Claire advised me not to do it. She said there was no legal benefit, only risk. Then she added that if I still wanted to proceed, she needed to know in advance, and I had to remember 3 things. Not one word about the bank investigation, no promises, no agreements. "What are you trying to accomplish by doing this?" she asked. I thought for a moment. Because if I don't say it, I'll keep writing these letters in my head for the next 10 years. We made the video call on Saturday afternoon, Zurich time. Sophie was at swim practice. I sat at the kitchen table with my back to the white wall, and I propped up the phone instead of holding it because I did not want Jenna to see my hands. Jenna appeared. She was sitting in a room I did not recognize. Her hair was tied back. She looked tired in the way a woman who was 7 months pregnant looked tired. "Lenny, do not call me that." She nodded quickly, as if she had prepared for that. "Thank you for agreeing to this. Go ahead." She spoke for almost 10 minutes without stopping. She mentioned freshman year, the hairdryer, the night we sat in the hallway until 2 in the morning. She mentioned sewing the hem of my wedding dress back together in the church bathroom after I stepped on it and tore it. She mentioned the 8 hours she spent outside the delivery room. She mentioned the night my father died, when she drove 3 hours through the rain. She remembered correctly. That was the strangest thing about listening. Every detail was accurate, even details I had forgotten. She remembered that I wore the wrong size shoes at my wedding and took them off halfway through the reception. Then she said, "Those things were real. Say whatever you want, but they were real. I know they were real." She looked up. "I pulled up every message between us going back to 2011, I said. "I read them all. I do not believe you acted for 22 years. I believe you really loved me. Then, that is the part you misunderstand." I let the sentence stand alone for a few seconds. "If the friendship had been fake, you would only be a bad person I happened to meet. Because it was real, there is no excuse. You knew exactly what you were destroying. You had 22 years to understand it." She raised a hand to her face. "I never meant to fall in love with him." Her voice broke. "Elena, you have to believe that. At first, there was no plan." "All right, then answer one question." "Okay. At the end of September, you sat in my kitchen. I cried in front of you. I asked whether I was imagining things. You told me not to turn my marriage into an investigation. I paused. Then you drove home. Was that part of a plan, or did you make it up in the moment too?" I wanted to keep everything calm. Calm for whom? She did not answer. I opened the folder Claire had created and held 2 things up to the camera. Nothing from the bank investigation. I was not allowed to use it, and I did not need it. The first, The 4 photographs of my notebook, dated March 19th. The second, the messages she sent Mark telling him to call me unstable and to push the paperwork through before I had time to contact an attorney. I held them in front of the camera long enough. Go ahead. She looked. For about 10 seconds, she could not speak. Adrian pressured me, she said at last. You don't understand what kind of man he is. That contract was my entire revenue for last year. If I lost it, I lost my company, my home, everything. He knew that, and he used it. That may be true. It is true. Adrian Cross did not tell you to open my kitchen desk drawer and photograph my notebook. She went silent. He did not tell you to sit there and hold me that night, then photograph 4 pages 30 minutes later. He did not tell you to become my daughter's godmother and then give her school schedule to my husband. He did not tell you to ask me which days I worked from home. I know, she said very softly. What happened with Adrian is between you and him. No one forced you to do the other things. She cried for a while. I sat still and let her cry, and I did not feel any lighter. Then she asked the question she had called to ask. Can you tell them? The investigators. Tell them I was only doing what Adrian told me. Tell them I didn't understand what those companies were. She wiped her face. They will listen to you. I know they will. During the 3 days I spent deciding, I had predicted this question. It still touched something. No. Elena. I will not lie to save my husband. I will not lie to save you either. I'm about to have a baby. She looked up. Do you understand? 6 weeks. I'll be raising it alone, without a company, without anyone. I know what it feels like to raise a child alone after losing every source of support, I said. I learned it in November. You were there while I learned. She began talking about Sophie, about the summers, about how she still kept all the pictures. I interrupted her. Mark betrayed my marriage, I said. You turned our friendship into a tool that helped him do it. She had no answer to that. No one could answer that. After a while, she asked in a normal voice again, and it was the only question in the entire call that made me look away. Does Sophie still call me Aunt Jenna? That is her choice, I said. Not mine, and certainly not yours. I ended the call. I stayed at the kitchen table for a while, my hands still resting on the surface. Outside the window, it was already dark, even though it was only 4 in the afternoon. I thought I would cry, and I did not. I only felt the way people feel after carrying something very heavy and finally setting it down in the right place. The door opened. Sophie came home with wet hair and her swim bag over one shoulder. She looked at the phone standing upright on the table, then at me. Were you talking to her? Yes. She set the bag on the floor. Do I have to forgive her? No, I said. You do not have to. Sophie was still standing beside the swim bag. Water dripped from her hair onto the shoulder of her shirt. My teacher says forgiving someone makes you feel lighter. Sometimes it does. But forgiveness is something you give when you are ready, not something another person gets to take because they asked. I pulled out a chair for her, and there is one more thing I want you to hear clearly. You do not have to hate her to prove that you love me. She sat down. She looked at her hands for a long time. I still remember the good things, she said. It makes me feel bad. Which things? She used to take me to the bookstore on Newbury on Saturdays. She let me sit on the floor and read as long as I wanted. On my 9th birthday, when you were sick, she made a cake shaped like a whale. It was really ugly. But she stopped. I still remember that it tasted good. You remember correctly. That cake really was ugly. Sophie gave one very short laugh. Then her eyes turned red. I don't want to remember those things anymore. You do not have to erase them. I sat in the chair across from her. Listen to me. She did kind things for you. Those things were real. And she also chose to do things that hurt both of us when she could have stopped. Both can be true at the same time. The good things she once did do, not erase the choices she made later, and the choices she made later, do not turn the good things into lies. Then what am I supposed to think? You do not have to come up with one neat answer today. Adults cannot do that either. Do you forgive her? I almost gave her an easy answer. I did not. I don't know. Not now. Maybe one day I will stop thinking about her every day, and I think that is what I need more than forgiveness. She nodded as if that answer made sense. Children can handle more truth than people think. What they cannot handle is being lied to and then finding out. She was quiet for a while. Does Dad love me? I had feared that question since October. Yes, I said. Your father loves you in the way he knows how. I believe that. But loving someone does not erase responsibility. People still have to face the consequences of what they choose to do, even when they truly love you. Those things do not cancel each other out. Sophie nodded slowly. 3 days later, over breakfast, she spoke in the voice of someone who had finished thinking. I don't want to call her Aunt Jenna anymore. Okay. I don't want gifts either. If she sends anything, don't give it to me. She turned the mug in her hands. And I don't want to talk to her yet. Not forever, just now. I understand. I will tell Claire so none of the adults bother you about it. Can I change my mind later? Any time you want. That belongs to you. I called Claire that afternoon and repeated the exact 3 sentences Sophie had said without adding anything. Claire entered them into the file and sent letters to both sets of attorneys. The next call that week came from Anika on Thursday morning. Harborline's board meets on the 18th, she said. They have asked the bank to send someone to present the analysis. I want that person to be you. I did not answer immediately. 3 other people have read that report, I said. Any one of them can present it. Yes. But you designed the methodology. If they ask detailed questions, the other 3 will have to come back to you. Anika, I will be sitting in a room in Boston with my estranged husband and my former best friend. I know. You have the right to decline, and I will not ask a second time. I said I needed to think. I thought for 2 days, and I thought badly. I slept little. I answered Sophie more slowly than usual. I drafted 3 emails to Anika and deleted all 3. What frightened me was not the room. I had presented to more difficult boards. What frightened me was that I was not sure whether I wanted to go because it was my work or because part of me wanted Mark to see me sitting at the opposite end of the table. If it was the second reason, I should not go. That report was the cleanest thing I had ever written, and I did not want to carry it into the room with a dirty motive. On Saturday night, Sophie set down the television remote and turned toward me. Is something going on with your work? They want me to go back to Boston for a few days to present something. You don't want to go? I don't want to see the people who will be there. Sophie looked at me as if I had said something very strange. But you're not going back because of them, she said. You're going back because it's your job. I sat still. For 16 years. I had heard my husband describe my work in 11 words, in front of dozens of people. I had minimized it myself at dinner tables to make the conversation flow more easily. My 10-year-old daughter, who had never read a page I wrote, called it my job and saw no need to explain further. Yes, I said. You're right. The next morning I called Anika and told her I would go. Then I opened my computer and booked the flight. I had flown the Zurich-Boston route many times over 7 years. Every time, I had been flying home to my husband, to the kitchen with the blue notebook in the drawer. This time, I booked a 3-day round trip, chose an aisle seat, and in the occupation field on the travel form, I entered the exact title printed on my visitor badge. For the first time, I was not returning to Boston as Mark's wife. My mother flew from Worcester to Zurich to stay with Sophie that week. She arrived 2 days before I left, learned the tram route to Sophie's school, and did not ask me a single question about Mark. At the airport, as I pulled my suitcase toward the exit, she said only one thing: go do your work. I was more grateful for that than for anything else. I took the Monday night flight with Anika and one of the bank's attorneys. We worked in a rented conference room in a building 4 blocks from Harborline's headquarters, from 8 Tuesday morning until Wednesday evening. Claire appeared only once, at lunch, so I could sign 2 papers related to the divorce and Sophie's call schedule. She asked nothing about the bank investigation, and I said nothing. The 2 matters never touched, and that was why both could stand. We reviewed everything from the beginning as if no one had ever read it. 4 signatures, 6 companies, 14.8 million, 86,000. The message thread between Jenna Blake and Adrian Cross, 7 days in Geneva. The ultrasound and the paternity result. Through counsel, Jenna had agreed to let Harborline use the last 2 documents within the narrow scope of the review because Mark had cited his belief that he was the child's father as a mitigating factor. The bank's attorney paused for a long time over those last two items. "Where do these fit in the argument?" he asked. "They explain the relationships among the parties and motive," I said. "They show why Jenna Blake was in the approval chain, why she had influence over Mark Parker, and why he trusted her. They do not prove any transaction. So, if I remove both from the file, does the conclusion change?" "No." "Are you sure?" "The 4 signatures remain. The 86,000 remains. The disclosure marked none remains." I pushed the file toward him. "Remove the entire pregnancy section and the file becomes shorter and harder to understand. It does not become weaker." He nodded and wrote it down. Only later did I understand that he was training me to answer the question Mark's attorney would certainly ask. On Tuesday night, the first information came from Jenna's side. She agreed to cooperate partially with Harborline's review team, with her own attorney present. She confirmed 2 things. First, Adrian Cross designed the 6-company structure, and she had been instructed to move documents among the parties without asking questions. Second, and no one had asked her this, she volunteered it. Mark had asked Adrian what his share would be if the transactions went through. She did not say it to save anyone. She said it because by then, everyone in the room was saving themselves. Anika asked if I wanted to see the interview memorandum. "No," I said. "If it enters the file, the independent team will handle it. I do not need to read her statement." She did not ask again. I think she understood that there were things I could read, and things that would keep me awake all night after I read them. Mark's side chose a different approach. His attorney argued that someone else had used his account, that people in the industry sometimes shared logged-in sessions during urgent work, that it could not be ruled out that someone had signed in his place. Harborline's technical team took 1 day to respond. All 4 signatures had been made from the company laptop issued to Mark on headquarters' internal network. All 4 had passed 2-factor authentication using codes sent to a phone registered in his name. On 3 of the 4 occasions, his access badge placed him in the building on the 31st floor within 15 minutes before and after the signature. On the remaining occasion, he signed from his own workstation at 7:10 p.m. And the logs showed he opened the document, left it open for 9 minutes, and only then clicked. 9 minutes. I read that number 3 times. 9 minutes was too long to call an accidental click, and too short to call a careful review. It was exactly the amount of time it took someone who knew what he was about to do to persuade himself to do it. There was no evidence that the account had been compromised. On Wednesday morning, I sat with Anika and reviewed the conclusion one final time. 2 sentences had been rewritten more often than any others in the report, and I kept both. The first stated that evidence showed Miss Blake had provided Mr. Parker with false information about a personal matter. The second stated that the false information did not appear in any approval document and had no bearing on the 4 attestations Mr. Parker signed after receiving alerts. "Do you want to remove the first sentence?" Anika asked. "No one is requiring you to include a sentence that helps him. If I remove it, I am selecting facts. I am not allowed to select." She looked at me over her glasses, then signed the bottom of the page. Everything else was out of our hands. Adrian Cross was separated into a different case and referred to the bank's investigative unit and to the appropriate authorities in 2 countries. Accounts connected to the 6 companies and the 2 intermediary entities were temporarily frozen by the bank and under orders from the authorities. I did not sign any of that. No one asked for my opinion, and that was correct. On Wednesday afternoon, Harborline summoned Mark Parker and Jenna Blake to the review board meeting at 9 Thursday morning on the 31st floor. I slept for about 4 hours. On Thursday morning, I arrived 20 minutes early. I rode the elevator with 2 people I did not know. On the 31st floor, the hallway had gray carpeting and smelled of coffee from the next room. I had entered that building 4 times in 16 years, always in the evening, always to wait for someone else to finish working. This time, I had a visitor badge with my name already printed and a seat listed on the meeting agenda. Mark was standing just outside the conference room. He had been waiting. I knew immediately that he had been there for a while because his attorney stood several yards away and looked unhappy. He stepped in front of me. "Elena." I did not stop completely. I only slowed down. "Tell them I didn't understand what I signed." I walked past Mark and entered the conference room. The next few minutes were the moment from the beginning of this story. Jenna called me Leanie, Mark asked why I was there, and Anika invited me to sit to the right of the chairperson. When I placed my hand on the ultrasound and said the child had been conceived nearly 2 months before Mark first touched Jenna, the sentence lay on the long table for about 4 seconds. No one asked me to repeat it. Mark's attorney put down his pen. The chairperson nodded for me to continue, and there was something very clear in that gesture. The room had already decided where everyone belonged, and no one intended to rearrange it for Mark. I opened the file and presented the material in the order written on the cover page. 5 sections. None depended on another to stand. 1. 6 companies. I put the one-page diagram on the projector, 6 boxes at the top, 2 in the middle, arrows flowing downward. I explained the 3 indicators, the same registered agent, the same phone number in the emergency contact field, and the same 2 intermediary accounts receiving money after it had been structured into smaller amounts. I stated the total: $14.8 million over 11 months. I identified the people who had independently rebuilt the analysis and reached the same figure. A board member asked whether the 6 entities could simply be a coincidence. 2 companies can use the same agent, I said. 6 companies in 3 countries sharing both an agent and a personal phone number are not a coincidence. That is one person completing the same form 6 times. 2. 4 signatures. I projected the first document and left the 3 bold lines immediately above the signature box on the screen. I read all 3 lines aloud. I added no commentary. Then I displayed the remaining 3 documents and gave the date of each compliance alert that preceded them. During the same 11 months, 7 other people at Harborline signed this type of document 9 times in total across all clients, I said. 4 of those 9 signatures belonged to one person and related to one client. Mark did not look at the screen. 3. $86,000. I presented Parker Strategic Advisory LLC, its formation date, the person who signed the filing, and the mailing address. Then Harborline's annual disclosure with the box marked none. Then the 4 payments and their timing in relation to the 4 signatures. 9 days, 6 days, the same week, 11 days. I stated that the bank had requested every corresponding consulting deliverable and had received no documentation. 4. Messages. I read 2 messages verbatim and gave their document numbers. Jenna's message to Adrian 2 days before the first signature. Adrian's message about letting compliance block the transaction and then asking Mark whether he had the nerve to decide. That was when the room changed. Until then, Mark and Jenna had sat on the same side of the table like 2 people summoned at the same time. After the second message, Jenna turned her head to the left exactly once, and Mark pushed his chair about a hand's width farther from her. 5. The pregnancy. This section does not prove any transaction, I said. It explains the relationships among the parties. Miss Blake gave Mr. Parker false information that he was the child's father. The ultrasound record and paternity test result are both in binder 3. Then why include it? Mark's attorney asked. So the board does not hear it from you for the first time? A very quiet laugh came from the far end of the table, then stopped immediately. Mark spoke first. He spoke quickly, addressing the chairperson rather than me. He said Jenna had constructed the entire scheme, that she had carried the documents, that she was the only link between him and Adrian Cross, and that he had never met Adrian privately more than twice. Jenna let him finish. You asked him what your share would be, she said. Before the first signature, I was sitting there. Shut up, I told the review team. There is a memorandum. You told them because you're trying to save yourself. So are you. She did not raise her voice. The difference is that I am not standing here claiming I cannot read. The chairperson tapped his pen once against the table. Mark turned to the chairperson and delivered the sentence he had prepared. I believed she was pregnant with my child. I was not thinking clearly during that period. Anyone in my position would have been the same. I pulled 2 pages from the binder and placed them on the table in front of me. The ultrasound. The paternity result. Jenna's lie explains why you trusted her, I said. It does not explain why you signed 4 times after 4 alerts. Mark looked at me for the first time that morning. 16 years, Elena. Almost at the same moment, from the other side of the table, Jenna said, 22 years. Both of them, in the same beat, turned toward me and offered the same thing. I let the silence last long enough for everyone in the room to hear what had just happened. 16 years did not make Mark forget how to read his own name beneath a signature, I said. 22 years do not erase the messages Jenna sent with her own hands. No one said anything. I closed the binder. That concludes the analysis. I make no recommendation regarding disciplinary action, and I do not have the authority to do so. If the board has technical questions, I will answer them. Otherwise, I ask to conclude my presentation. I want to be clear about this because there is a version of the story in which I walked out of that room as someone who had just destroyed 2 people who betrayed me. That is not what happened. I did not freeze any account. I did not fire anyone. I did not decide where anyone's file would be referred. 11 people in that room had authority, and I was not one of them. The only thing I did was stop standing in front of them. For 16 years, I had stood in front of Mark. I corrected his analysis at 4 in the morning. I laughed things off at parties. I explained him to his mother, his co-workers, and our daughter. And I had stood in front of Jenna for 22 years. Even during the final week, when I lied to Sophie and said Jenna was busy with work. That day, I simply stepped aside and let people see what the 2 of them had done with their own hands. There was no satisfaction in it. I had expected there would be. For weeks in Zurich, I imagined that moment and believed it would return something to me. It returned nothing. It only put everything in its proper place, and I stood there with empty hands. The board deliberated for 40 minutes. We sat in the hallway on 3 rows of chairs arranged along the glass wall. Mark sat 4 seats away from me, elbows on his knees, looking down at the carpet. Jenna sat across from us with her attorney. No one spoke to anyone. Someone brought out coffee, and no one took it. I looked through the glass at Boston Harbor and thought about the kitchen in Zurich, the humming refrigerator, and how it was 3 in the afternoon there, and Sophie would soon finish swim practice. When we went back inside, the chairperson did not invite anyone to sit. He closed the binder in front of him. Thank you to the board and to the presenting team. Harborline has reached a decision regarding Mark Parker. The files concerning Jenna Blake and Adrian Cross will be referred to the appropriate investigative authorities. The chairperson looked directly at Mark. Harborline is terminating Mr. Parker's employment effective today for concealing an outside financial interest, making false disclosures, and providing 4 attestations on which the company relied to allow transactions to proceed. The company will seek repayment of benefits received and refer the matter to the appropriate authorities. Mark said nothing. His attorney placed one hand on the file in front of him, as if to keep him from standing. The chairperson turned to Jenna. Her company's contract with Harborline was terminated. Her partial cooperation would be noted in the file, but it did not erase her responsibility for the documents she transmitted or the false information she provided. The matter involving Adrian and the 6 companies had been separated for investigation. I gathered the 3 binders, stood, and walked into the hallway. Mark followed before his attorney could stop him. Elena. I stopped a few steps from the elevator. You only had to tell them I was deceived, he said. Not deny the signatures, just say I wasn't in my right mind. You know what Jenna did to me. You were deceived about the child, I said. You were not deceived about the 4 signatures. Do 16 years mean nothing to you? They do. They mean I know you well enough not to say something false to save you from something you chose to do. He looked at me, then down at the carpet. Did you ever love me? I loved you enough to make my work smaller, correct your analyses at 4 in the morning, and explain you to our daughter. But that love does not require me to lie for you. The elevator doors opened. I rode to the lobby, crossed it, and stepped outside. The December air was cold enough to make my eyes water. I did not turn back toward the building. In the car to the airport, I opened my phone. Sophie had left a voice message 6 minutes earlier. Come home, Mom, she said. I think this time we really have a home. Sophie ran through the doorway and hugged me when I returned to the apartment in Zurich. 3 months earlier, it had contained only 2 unopened suitcases. Now Sophie's books were on the shelves and her swim shoes were beside the door. It was the first home in years where no one had to guess someone else's mood before entering. I accepted a permanent position at the bank with a schedule that worked for Sophie. I did not need a title that would make Mark regret anything. I only needed to do my work without having to explain its value. Mark contacted Sophie according to the agreed schedule. She had the right to end a call when she was not ready, and the right to love her father while still being angry about what he had done. At the beginning of January, Jenna sent a box of old photographs, several of Sophie's belongings, and the silver bracelet Sophie had left behind. There was no letter. I asked Sophie what she wanted to do with the box. "Put it away," she said. "I don't want to look at it yet, but I don't want to throw it out either." I placed it on the top shelf of the closet. Keeping a memory is not forgiveness. Throwing away an object does not make what happened disappear. One afternoon, while we walked beside the lake, Sophie asked whether I regretted trusting Jenna. "No," I said. "Even after what she did? Trusting someone you love is not something to be ashamed of. The wrong belongs to the person who accepts that trust and uses it to hurt you." Sophie took my hand. She did not ask when we would have to return to Boston. I no longer needed to know what else Mark lost, where Jenna lived, or who fathered the child. Those things belonged to a life I no longer lived. I hope my story helps you understand that trusting someone does not make you weak, and protecting your boundaries, your work, and your right to make your own decisions is not selfish. You can love someone, trust someone, and build a life with them for years. But that does not mean you have to lie to save them from the consequences of choices they made themselves. If you were in my position, would you say one sentence to help Mark because of 16 years of marriage, or would you let the truth stand on its own? Leave your answer in the comments. I once believed my greatest mistake was trusting Mark and Jenna too much. But my trust was never something shameful. The shame belonged to the people who accepted it, used it, and believed I would never be strong enough to take back my life. 3 minutes before the judges were scheduled to evaluate the science project my daughter had worked on for 4 months, my nephew opened the control box and poured an entire bottle of water inside. The pump died. The light went dark. Lily froze as the 3 judges walked past her table. I turned to my mother and asked why Tyler had done that. She calmly replied, "I promised him $2,000 to teach her a lesson." That night, Lily locked her bedroom door and said she did not want to do science anymore. I opened the $26,400 college account I had set up for Tyler myself and moved the cursor to the line that allowed me to change the beneficiary. Before I tell you why my mother was willing to use one child to get back at her own daughter, tell me where you are watching this story from. And if you have ever had relatives treat your kindness like an obligation, stay with me. My mother believed I would keep quiet, keep paying, and keep letting her decide whose hard work deserved respect. She was wrong. My name is Rachel Hayes. I was 39 years old. That Saturday morning, at the district STEM fair in Columbus, Ohio, I stood 4 steps away from my daughter's display table. Lily was 12. She had worked on that project for 4 months. The judges were 3 minutes away. The gym sounded like a marketplace, table numbers echoing over the loudspeaker from the ceiling, and Lily bent over for one last test run, one hand holding a container of cloudy water and the other opening the valve. "Mom, can you step back a little?" she said. "I need to see the light." I stepped back. The water began moving through the filter layers. The small light on top of the device turned yellow and blinked, just as it had every time she practiced at home. In a few seconds, it would turn green. Tyler walked over holding a blue sports drink bottle. My nephew was 16. He bent down to look at the device as if he were curious. A teacher called Lily's name and asked how long her presentation would be. 4 minutes, Lily answered, turning away. I saw Tyler open the lid of the control box. Then he tipped the bottle and poured the water inside. The pump cut out. The light went dark. Blue water spilled over the edge of the box and spread in a long streak across the tablecloth. Lily turned back. She flipped the switch. Nothing. She flipped it again, then reached toward the power cord before stopping because water was still running out of the box. At the end of the row, the 3 judges had stood up and were walking toward us. I turned to look for my mother. She was standing a few steps away, holding a paper coffee cup. She did not call Tyler. She did not step forward to wipe up the water. She simply shifted her weight, like someone waiting for a commercial break to end. "Tyler," I said. "What did you just do?" He looked at the bottle in his hand. I promised him $2,000 toward his first car if he taught her that she doesn't always get to be the most special person in the room, my mother said. She said it at a normal volume, as if she were talking about the weather. Behind me, Lily was still flipping the switch. That night, she closed her bedroom door at 7 and did not open it again. Ben brought the device to the kitchen table, removed the cover, dried it out, and tested the power. My husband is an electrical engineer. After 15 minutes, he set down the screwdriver. "I can't fix it today," he said. "What about tomorrow?" "I don't know yet." I opened my laptop. I did not look up replacement part prices. I opened my bank account, selected education savings, and stared at the number on the screen. $26,400. Account owner, Rachel Hayes. Intended beneficiary, Tyler Hayes. I moved the cursor to the line that allowed me to change the beneficiary. My hand stopped there. I had not clicked yet. Before I did this, I needed to be sure of one thing. I was protecting my daughter, not simply acting out of anger. 4 months before the fair, Lily stood in front of the kitchen television, with a cereal box still in her hands. The news was about a neighborhood in the southern part of the state where residents had to boil their water before drinking it after a storm damaged the town's filtration system. On the screen, a woman stood in line for bottled water with her 2 children. "How long do they have to do that?" she asked. "A few weeks," I said. "Maybe longer." "Then how do they know when it's safe to drink?" "I think someone comes to test it." She watched the screen a little longer, then turned off the television. That night, Lily came downstairs with a sheet of graph paper and an idea, a small model that showed how dirty water could be filtered, and showed when the water reached a clear enough threshold. She said people did not just need filtration, they needed to know whether the filtration process had actually reached the intended level of clarity. I bought the materials. That was the entirety of my contribution. Ben set 2 rules. You have to learn how to use the drill before you touch it, and don't plug anything in while your hands are wet. Only 2? 2 is enough, the rest is yours. He sat at the kitchen table with the newspaper and let her work alone in the garage. On the first test, the water passed through all 3 filter layers and came out the other side just as cloudy as when she poured it in. On the 4th, the pump clogged because Lily had ground the activated charcoal too finely. It made one sound and stopped. On the 9th, the light turned green even though there was still a visible layer of sediment in the container. That was the worst attempt, because the device worked perfectly and still lied. She bought a notebook at the drugstore and recorded every attempt. Date, change, result. Not because anyone required it. She needed to remember what she had already tried. One evening in March, I walked past the garage and found her sitting on a stool, both hands resting in her lap, staring at the box without touching it. "I think I did it wrong from the beginning," she said. "Wrong where?" "I don't know. That's the problem." I asked if she wanted to take a day off. "I don't know." The next morning, when I came downstairs at 7, the garage light was already on. During those 4 months, Lily never asked what criteria the judges used, and she never asked who had won the year before. She only wanted the light to tell the truth. At the end of April, she called Ben and me into the garage. Cloudy water went in. The pump ran steadily. The water moved through the filter layers and flowed into the collection container. Slowly, clear. The red light turned yellow, held for a few seconds, then turned green. Ben gave a short whistle. Lily did not shout. She only bent down to look at the container, then said, "This time it read it right." 2 weeks later, Miss Ruiz called me. "We'd like to send Lily's project to the district fair," she said. "Did she build the sensor portion herself?" "All of it. My husband only taught her how to use the drill." "Good. The judges always ask that." I texted my mother that night. I included a picture of the green light. She replied, faster than I expected. She said she would come. I read the message twice. My mother had never attended one of Lily's music performances or athletic events. Every time I invited her, she was busy, and I had stopped asking a long time ago. That night, I thought maybe 4 months in the garage would give Lily something I had stopped hoping for, her grandmother sitting in the audience, watching her talk about something she had made herself, I told Lily. She went and reprinted her presentation board even though there was nothing wrong with the old one. Saturday morning, while we were loading the model into the trunk, my phone buzzed. My mother texted, "I'm bringing Tyler with me." At the gym, Diane and Tyler arrived just as Lily finished setting up her table. Tyler did not ask how long she had worked on the project. He did not ask how it worked. The first thing he said to my daughter was, "What happens if water gets into that box?" Tyler circled Lily's table 3 times in the first 10 minutes. He picked up her notebook and put it back down. He tapped a finger against the side of the sample water container, then asked my daughter if she had brought a second one. "A second what?" Lily asked. "A backup device. In case this one breaks." "I only made one," she said, turning back to straighten the presentation cards. My mother touched my elbow and pulled me toward the aisle between the 2 rows of tables. "Has Jason talked to you yet?" she asked. "Today is Lily's day," I said. "I'm not talking about money here. I was only asking." "I know what you're asking. He's been waiting for your answer for 2 months. I already gave him my answer, Mom." She took a sip of coffee. At the table beside us, a father was helping his son stand up a fallen display board. "You always have a way of saying no that makes it sound like you're helping," she said. I looked toward Lily's table. From where I stood, I could only see her shoulder and one corner of the display board. I thought that conversation was over. When I turned back, Tyler was standing beside the control box, and the lid was open. Later, I replayed those 2 seconds over and over. I did see the lid open. I simply did not believe a 16-year-old would pour water into it with the judges only 3 tables away. He did. Lily stepped forward while water was still running over the edge of the box. She did not scream. She pulled the sleeve of her sweater over her hand and started wiping, as if moving fast enough could stop the thing from having happened. She reached toward the power cord, but Ben said immediately from behind her, "Don't plug it back in." Water got inside the box. Her hand stopped. Nothing happened. The light stayed dark. Miss Ruiz came to the table and said she would ask the judges for a few extra minutes. Lily nodded and thanked her. Her hands were still wet. I stood behind her and was not allowed to touch the device, because those were the rules, and because it was her project. The 3 filter layers were still intact. The sample water container was still intact, only the light no longer worked. The judges arrived. A silver-haired woman bent down to look at the puddle on the tablecloth, then asked Lily in a very kind voice, "Can you present without running the model?" Lily said she could. She began with the sentence she had practiced at home dozens of times, about the neighborhood that had to boil water after the storm. At the second sentence, she stopped and looked down at the box. Then she started again from the beginning, and stopped in exactly the same place. The silver-haired woman waited a little longer, thanked her, and all 3 judges moved to the next table. Across the aisle, several students had turned to look. 2 of them held their phones up at chest level. Lily removed her name card from the front of the table and held it in her hand. My mother walked over, looked at the wet table, and said, "She can do it again next year. Next year is not today. You're making this bigger than it is." I asked her why Tyler had done it. She answered immediately, without lowering her voice, in the middle of a gym full of parents. She talked about the $2,000, about Tyler's first car, about a lesson my daughter needed to learn. A mother at the next table turned her head. Tyler looked at me, then down at the floor. "Grandma said it would work again after it dried," he said. I already had several things in my head that I wanted to say to my mother. I did not say any of them. My daughter was standing 5 feet away, and I was not going to let her morning end with her mother fighting in the middle of the fair. I found Miss Ruiz, and told her the gym had cameras, that I wanted the footage from this area preserved, and that I wanted the school to document the incident in writing. Miss Ruiz looked at me for a few seconds, then said she would call me. We left before the results were announced. I carried the box, Ben carried the display board. Lily walked between us with empty hands. In the car, she placed the name card face down on her lap and left it there for 20 minutes. We were almost home before she spoke for the first time. "I don't want to do science anymore." Lily did not take the presentation board to her room. She carried it down to the basement, propped it face first against the wall behind the dryer, then went upstairs and closed her bedroom door. The box stayed on the kitchen table all evening, its lid open, the screws lined up beside it. Near 10 o'clock, Ben came back to the table with a flashlight and looked inside again. "Some parts are still usable," he said, "but I can't fix it today." Sunday morning, Lily came down late. She poured herself some milk, sat down, and did not look at the box once. I told her we could order new parts during the week. I told her Miss Ruiz still had her registration on file, and if she wanted, the whole family would work on it with her. Lily set down her glass. "I don't want to rebuild it just to prove they didn't win. Not to prove anything to anyone. To finish your work." "I already finished it, Mom. It worked. Nobody saw it, that's all." I had no answer for that. "Nobody's going to remember what I said, Mom," she continued. "They're only going to remember the wet table, and Grandma is going to call it a joke." She carried her glass to the sink, rinsed it, set it upside down on the rack, then went upstairs. My phone buzzed at 11:20. My mother's message was one line: "Don't turn an accident into a reason to tear this family apart." I read it 3 times. There was no question about Lily. No word, "sorry," no word, "Tyler." I took a screenshot of the message and saved it to a folder on my phone. It was the first time in my life I had saved something my mother sent me. That afternoon, Jason called. My brother began by saying Tyler had done something stupid. He said the boy was 16, and 16-year-olds did stupid things. He said Mom had not really wanted to hurt Lily, that she might have gone about it the wrong way, but she still believed she was trying to do what was best for the family. Then he asked how much the replacement parts would cost. He said he would pay for them. "Jason," I said, "did you know Mom promised Tyler $2,000? The other end went quiet. I heard the television in the background get turned down. "I just heard about it yesterday," he said. "When yesterday? Before or after Mom said it in the middle of the gym?" "Rachel, I'm only asking what time." I don't remember. I had spent 17 years in a field where much of my job was listening to people explain numbers. I knew exactly how long that pause was. If he had truly heard it for the first time, my question should have shocked him. It did not. It only forced him to decide how to answer. "From now on, text me about everything," I said. "I'm not discussing this by phone anymore. You're making this too serious." "Maybe. Text me." I hung up before he could say anything else. Ben was standing at the sink with a sponge still in his hand. He did not ask what Jason had said. He asked something else. "What made your mother want to punish you by hurting Lily?" I was going to say my mother did not think that far ahead. I was going to say she was simply clumsy with words, exactly as Jason had just told me. But neither sentence came out, because I had just realized something. Someone who merely says things badly does not promise money in advance. She had promised Tyler $2,000 before the fair. That meant she had thought about it beforehand, and decided beforehand. I sat down at the kitchen table and reopened my text thread with my mother. I scrolled past birthday wishes, scheduling questions, and the picture of the green light I had sent 4 weeks earlier that she had not answered with a single word. I kept scrolling. Back 2 months. I had read that exchange once and let it go, because, at the time, I thought my mother was angry and would cool off. If you don't help Jason this time, don't expect the family to forget it. Dinner 2 months earlier began with the casserole my mother only made when she needed something. She called 2 days ahead and said it had been a long time since the whole family had eaten together. She did not mention Jason. When I arrived, his truck was already parked in the driveway, and a stack of papers lay face down beside the breadbasket on the table. We had been eating for about 15 minutes when Jason turned the papers over. He talked about a property on Sullivan Avenue with 2 repair bays and lower rent than the shop where he worked. He had spent 19 years fixing cars for other people. He needed another $35,000 to open his own place. "The bank won't approve me," he said. "My credit is still bad." Then he got to the point. I could lend him the money, co-sign with him, or guarantee the loan. Anyone would do. My mother put down her spoon and looked at me. I asked 3 questions. How much of his own money was he putting into the plan? How would he pay it back, how much each month? And for how long? And the old debt, when was he going to repay that? Jason pushed his chair back a few inches. "You're talking to me like I'm a client." If a client asked me those 3 questions, I could answer all 3. I don't have a spreadsheet. I have 19 years. 19 years won't pay the 4th month's rent. I work in financial analysis for an insurance company. Those are the first 3 questions I ask anyone who wants somebody else to take on risk for them. 4 years earlier, I had co-signed an $18,000 loan so he could buy diagnostic equipment. He made payments for 7 months, then stopped answering my calls. The remaining balance was $13,740, and I paid it from my savings because my name was on the loan too. That year, our roof leaked in the corner of Lily's room. Ben patched it and put a bucket underneath. We postponed replacing the roof for 2 more winters. Jason never paid back a single dollar of that amount. He never mentioned it either. I did. That was a long time ago, he said. It's still in my credit history. You paid it off. Right. I paid it. That's why it's in my file instead of yours. My mother spoke up. Family doesn't keep receipts on each other. I looked at her. She said it naturally, as if it were an obvious truth that only I had failed to understand. I'm not giving him another $35,000, I said. Jason stood up from the table. I kept talking before he reached the door. I said I would sit down with him and rebuild the entire plan. Rent, insurance, taxes, the first 6 months of cash flow, the number of customers he would need each week to break even. I would help him build a repayment plan so the bank would see him differently next year. Free, and we could start the following week. I don't need you managing me, Jason said. I need you to believe in me. He grabbed his coat and left. The screen door slammed. I stayed in the kitchen with my mother. She did not clear the dishes. She leaned against the counter with her arms crossed. You make more than he does, she said. That has nothing to do with it. Of course it does. You have a house, a good job, and your husband works too. What does he have? Mom, I just offered to spend an entire week helping him. You offered to teach him. He needs money. I picked up my purse. At the door, I heard her call after me, and I remember the exact sentence because it did not sound like criticism. It sounded like a warning. Then you'll have to live with the fact that you turned your back on your family. For the next 2 months, everything seemed quiet. She still texted. I still replied. There was only one detail I learned from my own daughter. Lily told me that during a visit to Grandma's house, my mother had said to Tyler, right in front of her, that Aunt Rachel only cared about her own daughter. At the time, I assumed she was angry and venting. Now, close to midnight, with the broken box still on the kitchen table, I opened my laptop and searched for a file I had not opened in years. It was called Family Support. I started adding up everything I had paid. The family support file had 4 columns and no color coding. I created it 9 years earlier, when everything still seemed temporary. Date, amount, purpose, notes. I scrolled to the first line and looked at the date, and that date pulled me back to a November night 9 years earlier, when the landline in our old kitchen rang close to 11. My mother rarely called late. The shop where Jason works is closing, she said. They laid him off Friday. I asked if Melissa knew yet. He hasn't told his wife. He's embarrassed. Then she went quiet for a while. And when she spoke again, her voice was lower. Tyler is 7 years old, Rachel. Do you know what happens to kids whose parents can't save anything? He won't have a chance to go to college. Lily was only 3 then. Ben and I had just made the final payment on our car loan. I sat at the kitchen table with the phone tucked between my shoulder and ear and said I would open an account. I'll open it in my name, I said. I'll put something in every month. When Tyler is old enough, he can use it. Don't tell Jason. Why not? He just lost his job. If you start putting money away for his child right now, it's like telling him he can't provide for his own son. I remember sitting quietly for a long time. I remember thinking about my brother, about the way he never looked anyone directly in the eye when he had to accept something. So, what are you going to tell him? I'll tell him I'm taking care of it, she said. That way he doesn't have to thank anyone. I agreed. That was my decision, not hers. I want to be clear about that, because for the next 9 years I reminded myself of it every time something bothered me. The bank opened the account in 20 minutes, an automatic deposit every month. Some years I increased it, some years I kept it the same. I did not tell Jason. I did not tell Melissa. I did not tell Tyler either. My mother did. The first time I heard the phrase was at Thanksgiving about 5 years ago. Tyler was 11, sitting at the end of the table with mashed potatoes on his plate, and Melissa asked what he wanted to study someday. "I don't know yet," Tyler said, "but Grandma said she already has a college fund for me." Everyone at the table laughed. Melissa turned to my mother and said how thoughtful she was. Jason nodded. I sat 2 chairs away with a fork in my hand and said nothing. That was what I thought about most that Sunday night while I sat in front of the spreadsheet. Not the money, the fact that I had stayed silent. Ben brought me a glass of water and sat in the chair across from me. "What are you going to do with that spreadsheet?" "I'm going to figure out where I stand." I started rebuilding it from the statements. $26,400 in the education account. $3,200 for the upcoming summer engineering program, which Tyler believed was a scholarship. $13,740 for the remaining equipment loan I had paid on Jason's behalf. Then smaller lines scattered across the years, amounts I had thought would be the last every time I paid them. Ben looked at the screen from across the table. "How many of those have I never heard about?" "Almost all of them." "Because you didn't tell me, or because your mother didn't tell them?" I did not answer right away, because the correct answer was both. For 9 years, my mother stood in the middle. She heard me say yes. She carried that money into Jason's house under her own name. She accepted the gratitude at holiday dinners. And then, at that same table, she told her grandson that Aunt Rachel only cared about her own daughter. I closed the spreadsheet close to 1 in the morning. The education account tab was still open in the browser, exactly where I had left it the night before, the cursor still near the line for changing the beneficiary. I did not click it. Not because I had changed my mind. Because there was still one thing I did not know. I still did not know how much Tyler understood about what he had done. If he had only heard a few things from his grandmother and acted without thinking, that was one thing. If he knew in advance, planned it in advance, and still walked up to that table with the bottle in his hand, that was something else. I turned off the kitchen light and went upstairs. My phone buzzed at 7:20 Monday morning while I was pouring coffee. Unknown number, short message. "Hi Rachel. I'm Mason's mom. We met at the parent meeting in September. I think you need to see what Tyler sent my son." I set down my coffee and opened the first image right there in the kitchen while Lily was still tying her shoes in the hallway. It was a screenshot of a conversation. Mason was on the left. Tyler was on the right. The messages had been sent 2 days before the fair. Tyler wrote that Grandma had promised him $2,000 if he took care of something. Mason asked what. Tyler replied that he would get the rest after "the project dies before judging." Mason sent back one short line asking if that was too much. Tyler wrote, "She can rebuild it. She's only in 7th grade." I read that sentence 3 times. The second image was a transfer receipt, blurry in one corner, for $200, along with a message Tyler sent. "Mason, Grandma already sent me the first part." "Mom, the bus is here," Lily called from the door. I locked the screen and saw her out as if it were a normal morning. Miss Ruiz called at 10:10 while I was sitting in my car in the company parking lot. "The gym management sent the footage to the school," she said. "The camera over row C. You can clearly see Tyler open the box. Anything else?" "Yes, an 8th grade student was recording on a phone at the time. You can hear Tyler's grandmother talking about the $2,000. The student turned the video over to us." I stayed silent for a few seconds. Long enough for Miss Ruiz to ask if I was still there. "I'm here. Let me ask you something." "Of course. Is that video going to leave the school?" "Not unless you request it." "I'm asking for the opposite. I don't want it anywhere except the file. My daughter stood in front of an entire gym and could not finish her presentation. I'm not turning that morning into a clip for strangers to watch." "We don't want that either," she said. "But you should know other students have been talking about it since Saturday." "I know. I just want anything in the official record to stay in the official record." Miss Ruiz said the school wanted a meeting with both sets of parents the following Monday, after the disciplinary office finished reviewing the file. I put the date on my calendar before ending the call. That night, I waited until Lily finished eating before I asked, "There's a video of what happened Saturday. Do you want to see it?" She was folding a napkin. Her hands stopped for exactly 1 beat. "Am I in it?" "Yes." "Then no." "Okay. Are you going to make me go to the meeting?" "No." "I'll go." She nodded, carried her plate to the sink, and that was the whole conversation. Later, I understood why her answer bothered me for hours. She did not ask what was going to happen to Tyler, and she did not ask what Grandma had said. She only wanted the whole thing to disappear. Close to 9, I handed my phone to Ben and let him read all the screenshots. He read slowly, scrolled up, then back down. Then he put the phone face down on the table. "Your mother used Tyler," he said, but Tyler still knew he was destroying something that wasn't his. He's 16. Right. 16 is old enough to understand that, and still young enough for an adult to convince him it was okay. Both things can be true at the same time. Are you defending him? I'm saying you're going to have to deal with both. If you only look at one half, you're going to get something wrong. That did not make me feel better. If Tyler were completely innocent, everything would have been simple. I would only have needed to be angry at one person. If he were completely at fault, that would have been simple too. But he was in the middle, and the middle was the part I had to decide for myself. I opened my laptop. The first thing I did was not touch the education account. I called the center running the summer engineering program and asked about the cancellation process for a student whose tuition had already been paid. The representative asked if I was the person who made the payment. Yes. You only need to email us from the address used for registration. We process cancellations within 3 to 5 business days. I thanked her and hung up. I did not send the email yet. Then I reopened the education savings account. The balance was still exactly where it had been, $26,400, my name on the first line, Tyler's on the second. Ben pulled a chair over and sat beside me. He did not look at the screen. He looked at me. "I'm going to ask you one question, and you don't have to answer me tonight," he said. "Ask. Do you want to stop helping him, or do you want to hurt him the way Lily was hurt?" I did not answer Ben right away. I went upstairs. Lily's bedroom door was partly closed, her desk lamp was off, and she was asleep facing the wall. On the desk, her notebook was still neatly placed, its spine parallel to the edge, exactly the way she arranged things when she was finished with them. In the trash can beside the desk was her fair name card. She had kept the notebook and thrown away her own name. I stood there for about a minute, then pulled the door mostly closed and went back downstairs. Ben was still sitting in the same place. He did not repeat his question. "If that money belonged to Tyler, I wouldn't touch it," I said. "But it doesn't belong to Tyler. Can you say that more clearly? I want to hear you say it out loud, not hear what you're thinking." I pulled out a chair and sat down. I opened the account and put every dollar into it. Tyler was the person I intended to help, but the money was never his property. Ben nodded slowly. "Then you're not taking anything away." "I'm stopping the giving." What's the difference between those two things to a 16-year-old? Maybe there isn't one to him, there is to me. I'm not going to explain it to him tonight. I'm just not going to keep paying for a kid who stood at my daughter's table with a bottle of water in his hand. I did 4 things that Monday night, and I did them in exactly this order. I stopped the automatic monthly contributions. I emailed to cancel the summer engineering program $3,200 from the same address I had used to register him. I changed the intended beneficiary of the education account from Tyler Hayes to Lily Hayes. Then I downloaded every confirmation, named each file by date, and saved them in the same folder as the message screenshots. I did not withdraw a single dollar to spend. The money stayed in the account, only the name on the second line changed. Ben looked at the screen one last time before I closed the laptop. What if he apologizes? Then I'll listen. But an apology doesn't automatically reopen an account. That week passed, the way weeks like that always pass. I went to work, sat through meetings about quarterly reports, ate lunch at my desk. Lily still went to school, came home, did homework in her room, and never went down to the garage. The box sat on the workbench under an old towel Ben had taken from the laundry closet. Wednesday night, she asked me to buy her a new notebook for English class. I asked what happened to the old one. "I still have it," she said. "I just don't want to write in it anymore." Jason texted twice. The first time he asked if I had calmed down. The second time he asked if I planned to make a big issue of it at school. I answered both with the same sentence: "We'll talk when everyone is present." By Saturday afternoon, I sent a message in the family group chat. I wrote that I wanted everyone at my mother's house at 2 o'clock Sunday afternoon. I named each person Jason, Melissa, Tyler. I wrote that this involved money and I wanted to say it once, in front of everyone. Melissa replied 4 minutes later with only 2 words. All right. Jason did not reply. He read the message at 4:12 and typed nothing. My mother sent a long message. She said I was turning something between kids into a trial. She said Tyler had admitted he was wrong. She said the whole family was tired of me. Then she wrote, "You're acting like Tyler burned down the whole house." I read that at the kitchen table with the kettle boiling behind me, and I realized I was no longer angry. I saw one thing very clearly. She was still measuring the damage with her own ruler, and on that ruler, Lily's 4 months had no unit of measurement. I typed exactly 2 lines. 2 o'clock tomorrow, keep your phone and the transfer records. She did not text back. She called. I let it ring 3 times before answering, and she started speaking the second I put the phone to my ear. No hello, no question. You have no right to touch the fund I set aside for Tyler. I turned off the stove and stood still with one hand on the kettle handle. What did you hear? I asked. You mentioned transfer records? I'm not stupid, Rachel. I had not told anyone what I had done with the account. Not Jason, not Melissa, not Tyler. Only the bank, the summer program, Ben and me knew. And yet she still called it Tyler's fund. You just confirmed that you let everyone believe it belonged to you, I said. At 1:55 Sunday afternoon, Jason's truck was already parked in front of my mother's house, and Melissa stood beside the passenger door holding a bakery box. Nobody brings cake to a meeting about money. She brought it because she did not know what else to hold in her hands. In the kitchen, my mother had set out 4 mugs and a pot of coffee. Tyler sat at the end of the table with his back against the wall, his phone face down in front of him. Ben sat beside me. Lily was at home with a movie and a bowl of popcorn, and she did not know the meeting was happening. Sit down so we can get this over with, my mother said. This should have been nothing more than a joke that went too far. I did not sit down right away. I placed my document case on the table. Jason spoke first. Tyler will apologize. I'll pay for the parts, whatever they cost. He paused, then continued in a lower voice. But don't touch his college fund. I looked at my brother. What fund? Don't play games, Rachel. I'm asking seriously. What fund are you talking about? The fund Mom saved for Tyler, he said. My mother set down the coffee pot. I've been saving that money for years. I opened my document case and placed the account statement in the middle of the table, turned so everyone could read it. No one reached for it. Melissa was the first to lean forward. At the top of the page were 2 lines. Account owner, Rachel Hayes. Balance, $26,400. Why is your name on it? Melissa asked. She was not asking me. She turned to my mother. She's only holding it in her name, my mother said. Holding it for who? Melissa asked. For the family. Did the family put a single dollar into it? My mother picked up the coffee pot, then set it down without pouring. I turned to the second page. It was the contribution history, all 9 years printed out, 1 payment per line, all from the same source. None of this came from Mom, I said. None came from Jason. None came from Melissa. Every dollar came from my account. The kitchen stayed quiet long enough for us to hear the refrigerator running. Tyler sat up straighter. He looked at the paper, then at me. You were the one paying for my college? I had planned to. He heard the past tense. I knew he did because his face changed before anyone could say another word. The summer engineering program too, I said. $3,200. You thought it was a scholarship. Grandma said I was selected, Tyler said. You were selected, after someone paid the tuition. Tyler looked at his mother, then his father. Neither of them said anything. Jason pushed his coffee cup a few inches away. You're humiliating this whole family with paperwork. You just asked me not to touch money you believed wasn't mine. I'm showing you whose it is. I turned another page. And while we're talking about paperwork, this is the $13,740 I paid off on your equipment loan 4 years ago. That's why I said no to $35,000. He did not dispute the number. He did not look at Melissa either. I took out the final set of screenshots and placed them in front of Tyler. He read them. He did not need long, because he had written the messages himself. "You told your friend you'd get the rest after the project died before judging," I said. "You wrote that 2 days before the fair." Tyler put one hand on the edge of the table. "Grandma said you never helped our family," he said. "She said you only cared about Lily. She said Lily was young and could build it again." Melissa snapped her head toward my mother. "You told him that?" "I told him the truth," my mother replied. "What truth? That she never helped?" "I just looked at 9 years on that piece of paper." My mother did not answer Melissa. She turned to me, and her voice hardened. "You use money to control this family, Rachel. You always have. You give, then take it back when people don't do what you want." "I'm not taking Tyler's money," I said. "I'm stopping a gift I had been preparing for 9 years." I listed each action without raising my voice, because I had prepared this exact order since Monday night. The monthly contributions had stopped. The summer engineering program had been canceled. The intended beneficiary of the education account had been changed to Lily, and the $35,000 would not be reconsidered. Jason stood up. Melissa grabbed his wrist, and he sat back down. I looked at my mother. "You paid $2,000 for your grandson to destroy 4 months of your granddaughter's work. That lesson did not cost $2,000. It cost $26,400. My mother opened her mouth, but she was not the one who spoke. Tyler turned to his left, where his grandmother was sitting, and spoke in the voice of a kid who had just understood where he had been standing in all of this. "You told me that money was yours." No one answered. Melissa picked up the statement, looked at it one more time, then set it back on the table very gently. "How much else in my family's life has Rachel paid for without me knowing?" The summer program's confirmation email reached my inbox at 7:04 Monday morning. A short paragraph written in the emotionless English I read every day at work. Student Tyler Hayes' registration had been canceled at the request of the payer, Rachel Hayes. The refund would be returned to the original account within 7 to 10 business days. I knew their system sent a copy to both the person who registered and the student. I finished my coffee before closing the laptop. The school meeting began at 10 o'clock in an office with 6 chairs and a wall-mounted screen. Mr. Delgado, the assistant principal responsible for discipline, sat at the head of the table. Miss Ruiz sat to his left. Jason and Melissa brought Tyler. My mother was not invited, because Tyler was the student. They showed the security footage first. There was no sound. Only the overhead view of row C, a girl bending over to adjust her device, and a boy almost 6 feet tall walking over, opening the lid, and pouring in the water. Melissa raised a hand to her mouth. Jason looked down at the table, his shoulders pulling forward, as if making himself small enough could make the video shorter. The clip was 19 seconds long. They played it twice. Mr. Delgado paused the image and turned to Tyler. "Did you know that would make the device stop working?" "Yes, sir." "Did you think the damage would only be temporary?" Tyler was quiet for a moment. "My grandma said it would work again after it dried," he said. "But I didn't ask anyone to make sure." "Why did you do it?" "Because I wanted money for a car." No one in the room said anything for a few seconds. I think Jason had hoped his son would answer differently. "He was pressured," Jason said. "His grandmother put money in front of him." "We have documented that," Mr. Delgado said. "But Tyler is the person who stood at that table." Jason did not say anything else. The school confirmed that the messages matched the timing in the video. Then Mr. Delgado read the decision. A 3-day suspension from all extracurricular activities through the end of the semester, reimbursement for replacement parts based on receipts, and a letter accepting responsibility to the affected student, written by Tyler himself without an adult writing it for him. Melissa asked how much the parts would cost. Miss Ruiz said the school would send the amount once Ben finished putting together the receipts. "He'll pay it himself," Melissa said. "Not us." Mr. Delgado asked if I had anything to add. This was the part I had thought about for 2 nights. "I'm not asking for expulsion," I said. "And I'm not asking for leniency either." "Are you sure?" he asked. "Yes. My daughter gains nothing from Tyler being punished more than he deserves, but she also gains nothing if this disappears in 3 weeks." Miss Ruiz spoke as everyone was getting ready to stand. "The county library is hosting a project showcase next month. No judging, no prizes. If Lily wants, I can hold a spot for her." Ask her, I said. Don't ask through me. Whether she goes back or not has to be her decision. What if she says no? Then it's no. She's already had to carry enough adult problems for more than a week. On the way to the parking lot, Tyler walked about 3 steps behind his parents and did not look at me. Melissa called me at 7 that evening. I set the phone on the kitchen counter and put it on speaker while I washed dishes, then took it off speaker when I heard her voice. Tyler got the email from the center this morning, she said. He sat at the table, read it, and put his phone down. He didn't argue. He opened his banking app, sent the $200 back to Grandma, then put the phone down and said he didn't want to keep it. Melissa, let me finish. Jason wanted to call you right then. He said you were punishing a child. What did you say? I said, we never put $1 into that fund. I turned off the faucet. On the other end, I heard a door close, then footsteps moving onto the porch. She had gone outside to keep talking. Rachel, yesterday I sat in my mother-in-law's kitchen and listened to you read 3 numbers. Since then, I haven't been able to stop thinking about what she said before, that you were only holding the account in your name. Melissa, you don't have to. I'm not calling to ask for the money back, she said. I want the whole truth. I dried my hands on a kitchen towel, pulled out a chair, and opened the spreadsheet on my laptop. Do you have a pen? Yes, Melissa said. Give me a second. I heard her go back inside. A drawer open, then the porch door close again. Okay, go ahead. I read everything in chronological order, without commentary. The education account opened 9 years earlier. Current balance $26,400, $3,200 for the upcoming summer engineering program. $13,740 to pay off Jason's equipment loan 4 years earlier. $1,080 for Tyler's test prep course the fall before last. $4,800 in rent, split into 3 payments over 2 different years. Melissa did not interrupt me once. When I finished, she asked a single question. What was the test prep course? Standardized test prep. 3 months, Saturdays. Mom said the school funded it for students with strong math scores, she said. I even bragged about it to my sister. I said nothing. The summer program, Mom, said Tyler had been selected for a scholarship. Her voice slowed, like someone walking backward through a dark hallway and counting each door. The rent that year, she said she borrowed from a friend at church. I even asked when we should repay it so I could plan. She told me not to worry. Melissa. And the college fund, she let him announce it at Thanksgiving dinner in front of everyone. I looked at the final number in the corner of the screen, the number I had finished calculating the night before and stared at for a long time before closing the file. $49,220, I said. That's everything I have documentation for. The line went quiet long enough for me to hear cars passing on the street outside their house. You know what the funniest part is? Melissa said. For years, every time I asked why you didn't come by much, Mom said you were busy. You had your own life. You didn't like little family things. I believed her. I even told Tyler not to text Aunt Rachel and bother her. What did she tell Jason? He believed she managed it herself. She told him she had retirement money and savings Dad left behind. And she told me he was grateful, just embarrassed to say it. Melissa made a short sound that was not quite a laugh. So everyone got a different story. And nobody checked with anybody else. Nobody checked with anybody else, I said, including me. That was the part I did not like admitting. But I had thought about it all week, and I was not going to pretend I was only a victim in this story. 9 years ago, I agreed to keep my name out of it, I said. I thought I was protecting my brother's pride. But when I stayed silent, I left an empty space. And my mother filled that space with whatever story she wanted. You didn't do anything wrong by helping. I'm not saying I was wrong to help. I'm saying I was wrong to help in a way that let someone else tell the story for me. Melissa was quiet for a while, then said something I had not prepared for. I'm sorry. Not for Mom. I'm sorry for my part. I told her she did not need to apologize. I do, she said. I'm the mother of the boy who stood at that table. Then she stated 3 things clearly, in the voice of someone who had already decided them before dialing my number. She was not asking me to reopen the account. Tyler had to accept everything the school had decided, and when Lily was ready, she wanted Tyler to be allowed to apologize to her in person. I can't promise the last one, I said. That isn't mine to promise. I understand. We hung up close to 8. Jason texted at 9:10. One line, no question mark. You're humiliating this whole family over a school project. I read it, locked the screen, and set the phone down on the table. It buzzed again at 9:45, this time with a call from my mother. I did not answer. She left a 41-second voicemail. I listened the next morning while standing in the kitchen waiting for the kettle to boil. If Tyler doesn't get into college, you'll have to live with the fact that you destroyed his future with your own hands. My mother sent 4 more messages over the next 2 days. She wrote that Jason had given up on the property on Sullivan Avenue. She wrote that Tyler was barred from extracurricular activities and had lost interest in school. She wrote that this family was falling apart because I thought a school project mattered more than relatives. I did not answer any of them while I was angry. I called her Thursday night after Lily went to bed, with a cold cup of tea in front of me and a sheet of paper where I had written 5 lines. I'm calling to say a few things, then I'm going to hang up, I said. Are you going to read me the law now? I'm going to make this clear, so nobody tells the story differently later. I read each line slowly, the way I read terms to a client. You do not ask me for money on Jason's behalf. If he needs something, he talks to me himself. You do not use my name in any promise involving money, to anyone. You do not contact Lily privately. Anything involving Tyler goes through Melissa or Jason. And an apology does not automatically reopen anything. She let me finish. Then she started exactly where I knew she would. You promised me you'd make sure Tyler could go to college. Yes, I did. Then you're breaking your word. A promise to help is not a license for this family to hurt my daughter. She was silent for a few seconds. I heard the television in her living room being turned down. He's only 16, Rachel. I know how old he is. You're punishing a child. I had been waiting 2 weeks for that sentence. When it came, I only felt tired. I'm not taking something that belongs to Tyler, I said. I'm stopping the giving of something that belongs to me. Do you hear yourself? Do you hear how you sound right now? I do. Good night, Mom. I hung up before she could say anything else and sat there a little longer with my hand still resting on the cup, now completely cold. There was no feeling of victory at all. 2 weeks after the fair, the school counselor called me and said there was an envelope for Lily. I read it first, she said. That's the policy. There's nothing concerning in it, but I want you to decide when she receives it. I picked up the envelope Friday afternoon. That night, I set it on the kitchen table in front of Lily and did not push it toward her. Tyler wrote to you, I said. You can read it, not read it, or throw it away. I won't ask which one you choose. Did his parents make him write it? The school required it, and they required him to write it himself. She looked at the envelope for a long time, then picked it up and went upstairs. She did not slam the door. She did not ask me to follow her either. I knew what the letter said because Melissa sent me a picture the next day, after Lily had read it. Tyler did not blame everything on his grandmother. He wrote that she had promised him $2,000, that he wanted the money for a down payment on a car, and that he knew the device would stop working if water got inside. He wrote that he had told himself Lily could rebuild it, and now understood that he only said that to make himself feel better. He would work weekends at a car wash to repay the cost of the parts. In the last line, he wrote that he was not asking Lily to forgive him because he had no right to ask. Lily said nothing about the letter. She folded it back along the same creases and put it in her desk drawer. That night after dinner, I heard the garage door open. I stood at the bottom of the stairs and looked down. She walked past the car and stopped at the workbench, where the box had remained under the old towel for 2 weeks. Ben was changing a light bulb in the corner and turned when he heard her footsteps. Lily did not pull off the towel. She simply rested one hand on the edge of the bench. Dad, she said, is the sensor still usable? Ben set down the light bulb. He did not answer immediately, and I knew why. He could hear that the question was not really about the sensor. He walked over, took the corner of the towel, and pulled it off the box. Some parts are still usable, he said, but whether you repair it has to be your decision. Lily did not make any announcement. Saturday morning, she carried her notebook down to the garage, opened to the last page she had written on, and began testing each component one by one. Anything still usable went to the left. Anything broken went to the right. By noon, there were 4 things on the right: the pump, 2 lengths of wire, and the small circuit board from the control box. Ben sat on the garage step with a cup of coffee and did not touch the workbench. "Do you know somewhere that sells this cheaper?" she asked, holding up the pump. "Yes, but you're going to call and order it." "I don't know what to say." "Say you need this exact model, ask the price, and ask when they can get it. 3 questions." She called from the kitchen landline, standing straight as if she were answering questions in class, and said exactly those 3 things. The parts arrived 4 days later. She rebuilt the device over 3 evenings, then added something the old version did not have. She cut a clear plastic sheet, drilled 4 holes, and screwed it into place as a protective cover over the control box. The cover had a hinge. To open it, you had to turn 2 latches. I stood in the garage doorway watching her tighten the final latch and did not ask a single question. "Miss Ruiz," called Lily. "Not me," exactly as I had requested. The county library was holding a project showcase on the last Thursday of the month. No judging, no rankings. Students would set up tables in the first floor reading area and talk to any families who stopped by. Lily thought about it for 2 days, then told me while washing vegetables, "I'll go." "Are you sure?" "I don't want the last thing I remember about it to be when it stopped working." I did not invite my mother. I did not text Jason or Melissa either. Tyler was still barred from extracurricular activities, and even if he had not been, that night was not his place to be. None of them needed to be there for it to matter. At 7 o'clock Thursday evening, the county library was brightly lit, the smell of old paper mixing with cookies on plastic trays at the reception table. Lily's table stood between 2 children's bookshelves. She set out the model, her notebook, 3 containers of sample water, and the presentation board she had pulled out of the basement, wiped clean, and put back up. The first audience had 7 people: a couple with a boy about 5, 2 elderly women, and a young woman with her father. Lily placed both hands on the edge of the table. I could see her fingertips trembling slightly. "In some places, after a storm, tap water isn't safe to use right away," she began. "People have to boil it. But the problem isn't only filtration. The problem is knowing when the water has reached the clarity threshold the model is designed to measure." She did not mention the fair. She did not mention anyone. She simply explained the 3 filter layers, pointed to the sensor, and said the light was how the device answered that question. Then she switched on the pump. Cloudy water moved into the tube. The red light came on. The 5-year-old sat down on the floor to get a closer look. The light turned yellow and stayed there. 1 second, 2 seconds, 4 seconds. At the fair, that stage had taken about 2 seconds. I pressed my fingernails into my palm to keep still. I thought about the wet table, about the name card lying face down on her lap in the car. Lily did not look at me. She kept talking normally, as if those 4 seconds were part of the plan. "Right now the water is still moving through the charcoal layer. The sensor hasn't taken enough readings yet." The light turned green. The young woman applauded first, then the 2 elderly women, then the 5-year-old clapped too, even though he almost certainly did not understand what had just happened. Lily did not smile right away. She bent down to look at the stream of water in the collection container, exactly the way she had in the garage at the end of April. Then she turned toward Ben and me. She presented to the next group, then another, 6 times in all over 2 hours. By the 3rd time, her hands were no longer shaking. Everything after that happened more slowly, and none of it felt like a victory. Tyler served his 3-day suspension and worked weekends at a car wash until he had repaid the full parts bill. He did not take the $2,000. He did not attend the summer engineering program. Lily remained the designated beneficiary, and I did not change it back. Lily had not answered the letter, and I did not ask whether she planned to. Jason did not get the $35,000. Someone else rented the property on Sullivan Avenue. He stayed at his old job and began paying down his debt. Slowly, but he did pay. We texted a few times each month, short, clear messages, with no one in the middle. Melissa managed her family's finances herself, starting that fall. She did not ask me to help again. We called each other about once a month. My mother stayed in the old house, still went to church, still sent birthday cards. She no longer had anyone standing in the middle. She never once apologized without attaching an explanation, and I stopped waiting for one. And I learned something 9 years of keeping my name hidden had never taught me. Helping in the dark does not make kindness safer. It only gives someone else the power to retell the story. I hope my story helps you understand that protecting your work, your money, and your boundaries is not selfish. You can love your family, help them, and keep promises for years. But that does not mean they get to turn your kindness into an obligation. Use your money to control other people. Or hurt your child and then demand that you stay silent to keep the peace. Forgiveness is one choice. Restoring trust and privileges is another. If you were in my position, would you have changed the beneficiary of the $26,400 fund after what Tyler did? Leave your choice in the comments. That night at the library, as I stood 4 steps from my daughter's table, the green light reflected off the side of the water container and cast a thin line across the tabletop. $26,400 had never been the victory. The victory was my daughter standing in front of something that had once been broken, switching it back on with her own hand, and no longer needing anyone else's permission for her work to matter. My husband slapped me in front of more than 250 people right after our 10-year-old daughter stepped off the stage. He thought the worst thing about that night was that everyone had seen it. He had no idea that Slap had just started unraveling something he had hidden for nearly 2 years. My name is Megan Brooks. I'm 36 years old, and I'm the mother of 10-year-old Ava and 7-year-old Ethan. That night, the grand ballroom at the Harborview Hotel held more than 250 parents, teachers, and donors. My daughter had just finished singing with the choir. I could still hear the applause in my ears as I walked toward the auction stage. My husband stood beside the podium. Ashley Reed stood close to him, one hand resting on the sleeve of his suit jacket. She saw me and did not take her hand away. "Ryan needs someone who understands the donor world," Ashley said, loudly enough for 2 people at the nearby table to hear. "Not a wife who's used to checking invoices at a dental office." "Take your hand off my husband." She laughed and still did not move her hand. "The scholarship fund doesn't pay for the 2 of you to vacation in Napa." Ryan's face went white. I saw his hand come up, and I still did not believe it was going to touch my face. The slap snapped my head to the side. My hip struck the edge of the auction table, sending several bid sheets sliding to the floor. I tasted blood in my mouth. The entire ballroom went silent. I looked up, and the first person I saw was not Ryan. It was Ava, standing behind the curtain in the wings, still wearing her blue choir uniform, one hand gripping the edge of the curtain. She was not crying. She looked at her father the way a child looks at a stranger who has just walked into her home. I did not cry. I did not hit him back. I pulled my phone from my coat pocket and typed one short line. "Dad, they used the scholarship money." A few minutes later, my father walked onto the stage. Charles Whitmore did not look toward me. He took the microphone, thanked everyone for coming, and then said that the Whitmore Education Foundation would not release another dollar until every dollar already spent had been fully accounted for. Margaret Sloan, chair of the Board of Trustees, stepped up immediately afterward. She stopped the auction, ordered that all financial records be preserved, and requested that no work device leave the hotel that night. Ryan turned to look at my father, not at me. What he did not know was that a few weeks later, when every one of his signatures was laid out on a table, the person sitting across from him would be the wife he had just slapped. Before I tell you what happened after that night, leave a comment and tell me where you're watching this story from. And if you've ever had to stay quiet to protect a family, a child, or someone you love, stay with me. For years, I thought keeping everything calm was the best way to protect my children too. I just did not understand that sometimes silence is exactly what allows someone else to keep crossing the line. That morning began like every other Friday morning had for 12 years. At 6:15, I went downstairs before everyone else. I turned on the stove, poured pancake batter onto the griddle, and opened the paper calendar taped to the refrigerator door, the thing Ryan always teased me about as a relic from the last century. Everything was on it. Monday, Ethan had swim practice. Wednesday, Ava had piano. Friday, today's square, had been written in red ink 3 weeks earlier. Gala, 6:30 p.m. I'm an accountant. All day long, I reconcile numbers that are supposed to match. At home, I kept the same habit with my family. Who was going where, who was picking up whom, who still needed what. If the calendar balanced, everything was fine. For years, I used it to convince myself that everything really was fine. Ava came down first, her hair still wet, and started talking before she even sat down. Mom, Miss Bennett gave me the high harmony in the last part. Only 4 of us get to sing the high harmony. Sing it for me. She sang 4 notes, missed one, then laughed at herself. Will Dad sit in the front row, Mom? He promised. Ethan came down next, dragging a backpack that weighed twice what he needed to carry. He climbed onto his chair and waited until the exact moment I set his plate down to speak. On Wednesday, my class has an animal presentation. I'm doing mine on humpback whales. That sounds great. Can Dad come? Ryan, 39, walked into the kitchen right then, already in a dress shirt, phone in hand. Which Wednesday, buddy? Next Wednesday, 10 o'clock. I'll check my calendar. He did not look at our son. He looked at the screen. Next week is post-gala wrap-up. I can't promise yet. Ethan nodded and did not ask again. That was the detail that bothered me most. A 7-year-old had already learned not to ask his father twice. Ryan drank his coffee, standing at the corner of the kitchen counter like a guest. His phone lay face down on the stone. In the 15 minutes he was in the kitchen, I counted 4 times that he flipped it over, read something, then turned it face down again. The 4th time, I was standing close enough to see the name on the lock screen. Ashley Reed. 6:42 a. Ryan turned the phone over faster than he had the previous 3 times. Busy morning? I asked. Seating chart. A donor changed plans at the last minute. He set his mug in the sink. Just work. I did not ask anything else. Ava was sitting 6 feet away. That was what I had been doing for almost a year, and I had gotten so good at it that I no longer noticed I was doing it. When Ryan came home late, I said Dad was in a meeting. When he missed Ethan's school performance, I said Dad was helping other kids get to go to school. When he sat at dinner with his eyes glued to his screen, I asked the children about their day so no one would notice that their father had not asked. I told myself I was protecting the image of a good father in my children's eyes. I believed that for a very long time. There is one night from 10 years ago that I remember more clearly than almost anything else. Ava was born 3 weeks early and had to stay in the hospital. Ryan slept 3 nights straight in the plastic chair beside my bed without going home to shower or change clothes. The night nurse got so used to seeing him that she stopped asking for identification. On the 3rd night, he held Ava in his arms and said one thing to me. Our family is never going to live for status, Megan. I don't need anyone looking at me to know who I am. The man standing at the corner of the kitchen counter that morning was no longer the man who had said that. I knew it. I had known for months. In my line of work, when 2 columns of numbers do not match, you are not allowed to look away. You have to find where the discrepancy is, no matter how long it takes. At home, I did the opposite. I saw discrepancies every day. A call taken out on the porch, a suit jacket sent to a dry cleaner I did not know, nights when he came home after both children were asleep and I filed them away somewhere in my head and closed the books. But I also knew marriages have bad stretches. My parents once went nearly a year barely speaking to each other, followed by 20 normal years. I thought this was our bad stretch. I thought that if I kept the schedule running, kept breakfast on the table, kept the children steady, then the stretch would pass. At 6:50, Ryan picked up his car keys. What are you wearing tonight? The dark blue dress. Good, he nodded. Don't stand out too much. Tonight is about the school. What does that mean? It means there are donors, school reporters, photographers. He spoke in an ordinary tone, the tone of someone explaining a procedure. Just sit at the parent table with the kids. Don't wander around the VIP section. Don't draw attention to yourself. I stood there with the pancake spatula in my hand. I had 3 or 4 things ready to say back. I had arranged them neatly in my head. But Ava was sitting right behind me, asking Ethan what the 2nd grade song was called, and I knew that if I said one sentence there would be a second, and then she would look up. So I only said, okay. He walked toward the door and picked up the tie draped over the back of a chair, a navy tie with fine stripes that I had never seen in our closet. New tie? Ashley picked it. She said this color works with the stage backdrop. He did not lower his voice, hesitate, or look at me to see how I would react. He said it like a logistical detail. He bent down, kissed Ava on the forehead, ruffled Ethan's hair, then opened the door. He passed within 3 feet of me and did not stop. The place card at my seat during last year's parent appreciation dinner had read, Mrs. Ryan Brooks. I picked it up, turned it over twice in my hand, then set it back down. Table 11. Beside the hallway to the restrooms. 3 rows away, under the warm lights in the donor section, another place card carried my father's name. He had not come that day. Even when my father and I were both at the same event, we did not sit at the same table or appear as a donor family. That was the arrangement between us, and I was the one who had asked for it. My father is Charles Whitmore. He is the founder and chairman of the Whitmore Education Foundation, which he created 30 years ago after selling his first company. The foundation funds scholarship programs across Connecticut and parts of New York, mostly matching grants. Whatever a school raises, the foundation adds the same amount, up to a committed limit. The foundation does not own any school. It does not have a seat in school administration. It only has money and conditions attached to that money. At 23, I refused to work for my father. He was not angry. He simply asked why, and I gave him 3 reasons I had prepared before I ever walked into his office. I wanted a career no one could question, as something I got because of my last name. I did not want Ryan to be seen as a man living off his wife's family. And later, when we had Ava and then Ethan, I did not want either of them receiving special treatment anywhere just because of who their grandfather was. My father listened to all 3 reasons, nodded, and said he respected them. He also added one sentence that I thought was unnecessary at the time. Be careful. Sometimes people stay humble so long they forget what they actually have in their hands. I went into accounting. 13 years later, I was a senior accountant for a network of 7 dental practices in Fairfield County, responsible for reconciling all revenue and operating expenses. It was not glamorous work, but it was mine. In the early years, Ryan said he loved that about me. He used to tell friends that his wife could have lived off the Whitmore name but chose to work for herself. He told it as though it were a shared achievement for both of us. Then he became Chief Financial Officer of Westbridge Academy. The change did not happen in one day, it came through dinners. One evening about 4 years ago, we had dinner with a former board member and his wife. The wife asked what I did for a living. Before I could answer, Ryan said, Megan handles the home front. She keeps the whole household running. I stayed quiet and let the sentence stand. On the drive home, I almost said something, then did not. From then on, everything slowly and neatly rearranged itself into a new order. I sat at parent tables instead of donor tables. I signed school paperwork as Megan Brooks, never Megan Whitmore Brooks. I never mentioned that Ava and Ethan's grandfather was the man whose name appeared on half the donor plaques in the main hallway. I let Ryan represent our family at every school event, and I told myself it was because I was busy, because I did not like crowds, because I wanted privacy. I believed those reasons for a long time. 6 months before the gala, my father asked me to come to his office in Greenwich. He was 64. He placed a succession packet drafted by the foundation's attorneys on the desk and told me he wanted me to become a successor co-trustee, not an honorary title, but a position with real responsibility written into the foundation's governing documents. I asked why now. Because I need you to learn while I'm still sitting here to teach you, not after I'm gone. He pushed the packet toward me and did not say another word while I read. I read all 41 pages, including the appendix on approval thresholds and the right to request grant use reports. It took almost an hour. My father sat across from me, finished a cup of tea, and did not rush me once. I signed. I signed on one condition. No public announcement yet. I told him I wanted to learn the work first, understand how the foundation operated, know what I was holding before I stood in front of other people. My father agreed, though I could see his hesitation. That was the reason I gave him. It was true, but it was not the whole truth. The other reason I did not say aloud, and did not admit to myself until much later, was that I was afraid of how Ryan would feel if he learned his wife held a real seat in the foundation funding the school where he served as CFO. That night, When I got home, I did tell him that I had signed some succession paperwork for my father's foundation. Ryan was looking at his phone. He glanced up for about 2 seconds. Good. The old man should start getting things in order. Then he laughed. Just a nice title on paper, right? You don't have time to sit through meetings. I said yes. I had spent years making sure Ryan never had to live in my father's shadow. I did not realize he was using that same darkness to erase me from his life. At 10:20 on a Tuesday night, Ryan's phone lit up on the nightstand. I did not pick it up. I just lay on my side and watched the screen light up and go dark, 3 times in 4 minutes. He was in the bathroom. When he came out, he took the phone into the hallway before answering. Ashley Reed, 31, had joined Westbridge almost 2 years earlier as Director of Development and Donor Relations. The first time I met her was at the beginning of year reception, and I remember thinking she was good at her job. She remembered everyone's name. She remembered everyone's children's names too. Over roughly the 11 months before the gala, 4 things changed. The first was the timing. Work messages started coming after 10 at night, then after 11, then on Sunday mornings too. The second was the travel. Ryan used to meet donors alone or with Thomas. Starting the previous fall, Ashley was on every trip. The third was what he called her. Once, I heard him say into the phone, "Yeah, Ash, I'll handle it." No one at Westbridge called her Ash. The fourth was what chilled me most. Ashley knew things only Ryan could have told her. She knew Ethan was afraid of fire alarms. She knew I had delivered by C-section. Once, she asked about my mother's herniated disc in the tone of someone who lived in the family. I brought it up with my husband once, in January. "I don't like the way she talks about our family like she lives here." Ryan set down his mug. "Do you hear yourself?" "I'm just saying. Fundraising doesn't have office hours, Megan. I have to call people when they're available. I don't get to choose the time." He looked at me like someone trying to stay patient. "You're always like this. Anyone gets close to me and you get insecure." The word insecure stayed in our house for the next 11 months. Every time I thought about asking a question, I heard it in my head first. Then Ashley started making decisions. She decided what Ryan wore to events. She decided which donors he sat next to at dinner. And by around March, she started deciding which events I should attend at all. It was always relayed to me through Ryan, and always in a reasonable tone. "This dinner is only for the executive team. That event is too crowded. Stay home with the kids, and take it easy. This one has reporters. We should keep the optics clean." One evening in April, Ava looked up from her homework at the kitchen table and asked me a question. "Mom, why does Miss Reed have more pictures with Dad on the school page than you do?" I stood beside the sink with a sponge in my hand and needed about 3 seconds. "Because those are work pictures, honey. Miss Reed and Dad work in the same department. Mom works at the dental offices. Nobody takes pictures of me reconciling invoices." Ava laughed and went back to her homework. I stood there a little longer, still holding the sponge, and realized I had just lied to my daughter so smoothly that I had not even needed to think. 3 days before the gala was the rehearsal at Harborview. I went to pick Ava up after choir practice. When I entered the ballroom, people were lining up for the school's official photo spread for the fundraising yearbook. Ryan stood in the middle. Thomas stood to his right. Ashley stepped into place on his left, adjusted the lapel of Ryan's jacket with 2 fingers, then turned toward the camera. She did it quickly and naturally, the kind of movement people only make when they have done it many times before. Ryan did not react. He did not even notice, and the fact that he did not notice was what made me stop in the middle of the aisle. Ava tugged my hand. "Mom, stand with Dad." I took 2 steps forward. The photographer, a young staff member I had never met, raised her hand. "I'm sorry, ma'am. This frame is for the executive team." About 7 or 8 people nearby heard her. 2 turned to look. I looked at my husband. Ryan kept his eyes on the camera. He said nothing. He did not tell her I was his wife. He did not shift half a step to make room. He just stood there and waited for the moment to pass. For 12 years, I had stood beside this man at friends' weddings, in hospital waiting rooms, on Ethan's soccer field. This was the first time I had ever needed permission to stand next to him, been denied, and watched him stay silent. I stepped back. Ava stepped back with me, and I felt her grip tighten around my hand. When the flash went off, Ashley walked past where I was standing and paused for exactly one beat. "You look much more comfortable when you're not standing in the middle," she said softly. "I think it suits you better." Then she kept walking, already holding the seating chart for gala night. That night, around 9, my phone buzzed. The parent volunteer group chat, more than 40 people, mostly used to assign baked goods and registration table shifts, had just received an attachment. Someone in development had accidentally sent the gala budget estimate to the group. I opened it, scrolled down to service expenses, and stopped. Under 3 separate line items was the name of a company I had never heard of, and all 3 items fell within work Ashley was already being paid to do. I read the estimate at the kitchen table after both children were asleep, with a cold cup of tea beside me. It was 11 pages long. Someone in development had selected the wrong group when sending it, and more than 40 parent volunteers now had Westbridge Academy's entire gala budget on their phones. No one in the group said much. At 9 on a Tuesday night, most people were busy putting children to bed. One person wrote, "Wrong group?" No one replied. I opened it because I had been reading estimates for 13 years and did not know how to look at one without reading it. Most of the line items were normal: venue, catering, audio and lighting, printing, flowers, event insurance. The numbers were roughly what I would have guessed before seeing them. Then I reached page 7. AR Events and Strategy, LLC, VIP Guest Coordination. AR Events and Strategy, LLC, Donor Relations Consulting. AR Events and Strategy, LLC, Event Experience Design. I read those 3 lines twice. Not because of the amounts. The numbers were not shocking for an event of that size. It was because all 3 items, which I could practically recite from memory, sat squarely inside the job description of the Director of Development and Donor Relations. The school was paying an outside company to do exactly the work it was already paying Ashley Reed a salary to perform. In my profession, that has a name. It is not automatically fraud. It could be a clumsy arrangement, a poorly approved outsourcing contract, or an overlapping assignment. I had seen all 3 in the dental practices. But in every one of those situations, the first question is always the same: who owns the company? I searched the company name on Connecticut's state business registration portal. Anyone could do it. No account, no special access. AR Events and Strategy, LLC, had been formed 1 year and 7 months earlier. Its registered address was an apartment in Norwalk. The registered agent had a name I did not recognize, but the contact email began with Times Ashley, R Times, and ended with the company's own domain. I sat looking at the screen for a long time. I did not know whether Ashley owned the whole company, was merely a partner, or had only lent her name to it. There was no way to know that from a public lookup page, and I knew exactly how wide the gap was between connected to and owns. So I did the only thing I was entitled to do. I saved the estimate to my personal folder, took a screenshot of the registration page, and noted the date and time. Then the iPad on the kitchen shelf chimed. It was the family iPad. Ava used it for school. Ethan watched videos on it on weekends, and it had been syncing photos from Ryan's phone since 2019, from the day he set it up so I could download pictures of the kids. I picked it up because I thought it was a low battery alert. A newly synced photo was on the screen. Ryan and Ashley were standing on a wooden balcony. Behind them, rows of grapevines ran down a low hillside in orange-gold late afternoon light. Ashley wore a white hotel bathrobe with a logo over the left side of her chest, her hair still wet. Ryan held 2 glasses of champagne, one in each hand. There was no one else in the frame. I remembered that trip. He told me he was flying out for 3 days to meet a donor family in California, that they were considering a major gift, that the conversation had to happen in person. I zoomed in. On Ashley's left wrist was a thin bracelet, its face catching the sunlight in a tiny point of brightness. I opened our shared family calendar, the one Ryan added his work commitments to, so I would know when he was away. That stretch of dates had one entry, exactly 4 words long: Donor Cultivation Retreat. The date on the photo fell squarely inside that entry. I sat at the kitchen table for almost another hour. I wanted to go upstairs. I wanted to wake him up and hold the iPad in front of his face. I had thought through what I would say, and I thought about it long enough to hear his answer in my head. "You're being insecure again. It was a work trip. What exactly do you want me to explain? And I knew that all I had was one photograph taken on a balcony. One photograph proved nothing. One photograph plus 3 lines in a budget estimate plus an email address on a business registration page still did not prove anything. I reconcile accounts for a living. I knew this feeling exactly. When you have only 2 data points that do not match, the worst thing you can do is start shouting before you have the third. I saved the photo to my folder. I took a screenshot of the calendar. I wrote down the date. Then I turned off the kitchen light and went upstairs to lie beside my husband. The next morning, Ryan came down to the kitchen earlier than usual. He did not pour coffee. He stood at the end of the table with his phone in his hand and asked me a question before I could say anything. Did you open my iPad last night? The Harborview Hotel sits beside the marina in Stamford, and its grand ballroom has a wall of glass doors looking straight out over the water. By 6 that evening, the backdrop at the end of the room was finished. Across it ran this year's theme, Expanding Educational Opportunity. Beneath it, a large screen looped photographs of scholarship students in classrooms, laboratories, on athletic fields, all smiling. I arrived 40 minutes early because Ava had to report with the choir. She was so nervous she could not eat. Mom, I forgot the words to the second part. Sing the second part for me. I don't remember it. Try. She sang it, without missing a word, then looked up at me with the expression of someone who had just been tricked. You remember all of it. You're just scared. I smoothed her hair. Those are 2 different things. Dad will sit in the front row, right? He promised. Ryan did come. He sat in the front row, third seat from the aisle, at about 6:50. He stayed for 6 minutes. Then Ashley appeared at the end of the row, bent down and said something in his ear, and he got up and followed her to the donor reception area. He came back at 7:20, sat another 4 minutes, then left again. The third time he did not sit at all. He only stood at the end of the row with his phone in his hand, then disappeared toward the hallway. I counted 3 times. I had not meant to count. But I was 4 rows back, and my eyes kept returning to that empty seat. Ethan sat 2 rows away from me with Miss Powell, the teacher supervising the younger children. He turned around twice to make sure I was still there. I wore the dark blue dress. It was the same dress I had worn to 3 school events over the past 2 years, and I chose it for exactly the reason Ryan had given me in the kitchen that morning. Ashley wore silver. She passed me at 7 with a seating chart in her hand, and I saw the bracelet. Thin, pale gold, around her left wrist. 3 nights earlier, I had zoomed in on it on the iPad screen beneath the late afternoon light of a California balcony. Now it was less than 3 feet from me in a ballroom raising scholarship money. Thomas Brooks, 66, stepped to the podium at 7:15. My father-in-law had been head of school at Westbridge for 17 years. He spoke without notes, in a warm, measured voice, the voice of someone used to standing in front of parents. He thanked the donors, he talked about the mission, then he introduced his son, and the man safeguarding Westbridge's financial future, our chief financial officer, Ryan Brooks. The room applauded. Ryan stood at the executive table beside the lead donor table, under the brightest lights in the room. I sat at table 14 in the parent section, near the door to the hallway. 3 weeks earlier, when Ashley sent the seating chart to families whose children were performing, I had asked whether I could sit closer to the stage so Ava could see me. She replied 2 days later with one line. The area near the stage was full for donors and the executive team. The woman sitting beside me was Elena Ramirez, a single mother. I knew her because her daughter Sophia sat at Ava's table in class and the girls had been friends since 3rd grade. Elena was a nurse, and that night she wore a white blouse that I guessed was the nicest work blouse she owned. She asked about Ava, then went quiet for a while as the screen above us cycled through pictures. Megan, she said, lowering her voice. Can I ask you something? Last week the school sent us a letter adjusting tuition assistance. Sophia's was reduced. Not by much, but I'd already budgeted this year down to the dollar. Did they tell you why? Just vague language. Resource reallocation or something. She looked around the ballroom at the candles, the bar, the backdrop. I don't understand. They put on something like this, and then say there isn't enough scholarship money? Have you called the finance office? Twice. They said they'd review it and get back to me. She shrugged, the shrug of someone used to being told someone would get back to her. I'll just pick up more night shifts. It'll be fine. I was about to say something comforting. Right then, the screen changed. Sofia Ramirez appeared, her hair pulled up, standing in front of a science project board with a wide smile. Beneath her photo ran a line asking people to donate. Elena looked up and laughed softly when she saw her daughter. She did not understand why I stayed silent for so long. In my head, three things sat beside one another for the first time. The three lines in the budget estimate, a bracelet on a wrist in the front rows, and the face of a child being used to raise money while her own assistance had just been cut. I had no evidence connecting those three things. I only had the instinct of someone who had stared at too many reconciliations to believe the mismatch was random. The choir went on at 7:45. Ava stood in the second row on the left. She searched for me in the crowd before the song began, and I raised my hand. She sang the upper harmony in the final section without missing a word. The front row seat, third from the aisle, stayed empty for the entire performance. When the applause began, I stood and walked toward the auction stage, where Ryan stood beside the podium with Thomas and two donors. I intended to say exactly one thing to him. She finished singing. Ashley saw me coming. She moved half a step closer to Ryan and placed her hand on the sleeve of his suit jacket. Then she looked down at the bracelet on her wrist, turned it once with her thumb, and looked up at me. A wife who knows her place doesn't ruin her husband's most important night. I still remember what I was holding at that moment, an opened bottle of water I had taken from the refreshment table to bring to Ava after she finished singing. My husband stood about 3 steps from the auction podium. Thomas was on his right with the two donors. Ashley was on his left, her hand on the sleeve of his suit jacket, and she did not remove it when I came closer. Ava just finished singing, I told Ryan. She had the upper harmony. She didn't miss a word. He nodded. I know. I'll go over in a minute. You said that at 7. Ashley gave a short, nasal laugh. Ryan needs someone who understands the donor world, she said, looking not at me but toward the two guests beside Thomas. Not a wife who's used to checking invoices at a dental office. One of the donors looked down into his wine glass. Take your hand off my husband, Megan. Ashley turned toward me, dropping her voice very low. Everyone here knows who has really been standing beside Ryan for the last 2 years. I looked at my husband. Are you going to let your employee talk to your wife like that? Ryan put a hand on my elbow and gently pressured me toward the hallway door. Megan, don't make a scene, not tonight. I pulled my arm away. I knew I should have stopped there. For 3 days, I had told myself I did not have enough, that I had only 2 data points that did not match, that I would wait, but I had just watched the front row seat stay empty through my daughter's entire performance. I had just heard Elena say she would take more night shifts, and I had just heard a woman wearing that bracelet tell me I only knew how to check invoices. AR events and strategy, I said. Ashley's hand dropped away from Ryan's arm. 3 line items in the gala estimate. Paid to an outside company to do the exact work listed in your job description. Am I reading that wrong? Where did you get that? Ashley's voice was no longer low. It was sent to the parent volunteer group. More than 40 people have it. That is a legitimate service contract. Ashley spoke faster than she needed to, and she spoke to Thomas rather than to me. It has full approval. Mr. Brooks signed it. I know someone signed it, I said. I'm asking who owns the company. Ashley did not answer. She looked at Ryan. And Ryan did not answer either. And Napa, I turned to him. You said 3 days, meeting a donor family. There is no one in the pictures except the 2 of you. You went through my pictures? They synced automatically to the kid's iPad, Ryan. The iPad you set up. Thomas left the donor group and walked over. He did not raise his voice. He never needed to. Megan, this area is for VIP guests and the organizing team. Please step outside. Sofia Ramirez just had her tuition assistance reduced, I said. Her face is on that screen over there raising money. Who cut her aid? Financial matters are not discussed here. Then where are they discussed, Thomas? I did not leave. I stood exactly where I was and waited for an answer from one of the 3 people in front of me. Then Ryan slapped me. I did not see his hand come up. I only heard an explosion in my left ear, and the floor tilted. My right hip hit the edge of the auction table. The water bottle fell from my hand and rolled twice across the carpet. The stack of bid sheets slid to the floor in a fan. I tasted blood. The inside of the left side of my lower lip split in a short cut. The entire ballroom went silent. Not the silence of a solemn moment? The silence of 250 people stopping in the middle of their sentences at once? Then everything happened at the same time. Miss Bennett, the choir teacher, ran in from the wings and knelt beside me. A father at table 6 shot to his feet and called security. At least 4 phones rose and pointed toward us. The background music kept playing until Margaret Sloan reached the tech table and signaled for it to be cut. I looked up. Ashley had stepped back 3 paces, both hands clutching the seating chart against her chest. Thomas looked toward the guest tables before he looked at me. And at the far end of the room, to the left of the stage, the velvet curtain opened by the width of a hand. Ava stood there, still in her blue choir uniform, one hand holding the edge of the curtain. She was not crying. I had not expected that. I had braced myself for tears, for her to call out for me, for her to run toward me. Ava only looked at her father. She stared for a long time without blinking, with the face of a child trying to recognize someone she knew well. 10 years old, she had finished singing 4 minutes earlier. She had just searched for me in the crowd and seen me raise my hand. "You pushed me," Ryan said. I looked back at him. "You pushed me that far. In front of everyone. Look what you just made happen, Megan." That was the first thing my husband said after he hit me. Not a question about whether I was all right. Not an apology. The first thing he chose was a conclusion about who had caused this. And that was the moment he stopped being my husband in my mind. From that second forward, whenever I thought of him, I thought only of Ryan. I stayed on the floor for about 5 more seconds, one hand braced against the edge of the table. In those 5 seconds, I calculated very quickly. If I stood up and said I was fine, if I let Miss Bennett guide me quietly into the hallway, if I let Thomas call this a misunderstanding and everyone returned to the auction, I even knew what I would say to Ava in the car. I had already drafted it in my head, and it sounded completely reasonable. "Mom and Dad had an argument, honey. Adults sometimes lose their temper." Then my daughter, standing behind that curtain, would learn one thing that very night. The person who gets hit is the person responsible for keeping everything calm. I took my phone from my coat pocket and typed one short line to my father. I did not stand up because more than 250 people were watching. I stood up because my daughter was waiting to see whether her mother would say that what had just happened was normal. My father was in the donor reception area, one short hallway away from the ballroom. He arrived in less than a minute. I know because I saw him come through the inner door while Miss Bennett was still handing me a cloth napkin to press against my lip. Charles Whitmore was 64. He moved more slowly than he had 10 years earlier, but he walked straight between the tables without stopping to greet anyone, and the room opened up to let him through. He stopped in front of me and looked for about 3 seconds. The napkin, the red stain on it, the loose hair on the left side of my face. Ava had run out from behind the curtain and was clinging to my waist with both arms. "Get your coat," he said. "I'm taking you and the kids home right now." "Not yet, Dad." Megan. Hallway cameras, ballroom cameras. I named each one slowly because I knew that if I spoke fast, my voice would break. The gala expense records, Ryan's and Ashley's work computers. If any of those things leave this hotel tonight, there may be nothing left tomorrow. My father was silent for one beat. Then he did the thing I remember most. He did not tell me he would take care of it. He turned, found Margaret Sloan in the crowd, and walked straight toward her. The two of them spoke for about 4 minutes beside the tech table. I could not hear them. I sat in the chair. Miss Bennett had pulled over for me, holding Ava in my lap, and watched their heads bent together on the other side of the room. As I sat there watching, I understood something, and it was not comforting. My father could not walk into that room and fire anyone. He did not own Westbridge. He did not sit on its board. The only things he had were money that had not yet been released, and the right to ask where money already released had gone, and he needed Margaret to turn those things into action. For years, I had kept my distance from the foundation because I feared my father's shadow was too large. Sitting there with a blood-stained napkin in my hand, I realized that shadow was much smaller than I had imagined. It covered exactly one thing: the flow of money. The rest would have to be mine. Then my father went to the podium. He kept it brief. He thanked everyone for coming, apologized that the evening had to end early, then said the Whitmore Education Foundation would not release another dollar until every dollar already spent had been fully accounted for. Margaret stepped up immediately after him. She stopped the auction, announced that the board was ordering the preservation of all financial records related to the event and spending over the previous 2 years, and requested that no school work device leave Harborview that night. Ryan found my father in the hallway 10 minutes later, after guests had begun leaving. Charles has no authority to fire me. He said that to a man standing beside his daughter, whose lip was split. My father looked at him for a long time before answering. I do not decide who gets fired, Ryan. But I will not transfer another dollar until the board knows where the money went. Do you know what you just did to this school? There are 11 auction lots still unopened. Families made commitments last month. Then they will still be committed tomorrow. If the books are clean. Thomas walked over, his tie already removed and held in one hand. Charles, I think we're taking a family matter much too far. They have a private marital conflict. The school should not be dragged into it. There are two matters here, and they are not the same. My father kept his voice even. My son-in-law hitting his wife in front of 200 people is a police matter. Where scholarship money went is a matter for the board and for the people who contributed it. You do not get to combine the two, so both can disappear. No one is combining anything. Good. Then tomorrow morning you will receive a letter from Foundation Council requesting a grant use report. Thomas did not answer. He looked toward the end of the hallway, where Ashley was talking with 2 staff members. Then my father did the most important thing he did all night, and it had nothing to do with money. He went down on one knee on the carpet so his eyes were level with Ava's. I'm going to ask you one question. Where do you want to be right now? Ava thought for a moment. I want to go home with Mom. Then that's where we're going. I'll ride with the 3 of you. I'll sit in front. He did not say anything about her father. Not one word. He did not promise her everything would be all right either. I went to find Ethan in Miss Powell's seating area. He had not seen anything. Miss Powell had taken the younger children into the back hallway the moment the music stopped. On my way to the door, I passed Ryan. He did not ask whether Ava was all right. He was talking to Margaret in a rushed voice, one hand pointing toward the stage. Miss Sloane, we still have 11 auction lots unopened. Is there any way to continue the program for 30 more minutes? A lot of donors have already committed. We reached the parking lot close to 10. Ethan fell asleep on my father's shoulder before we even made it out of the lobby. As soon as the car pulled away from the hotel, my phone buzzed in my pocket. Come home now. We need to fix this story before Ava tells anyone. My father drove. I sat in the back seat between the children. Ethan slept the entire way, his head against my shoulder, still clutching the gala program Miss Powell had given each child. Ava stayed awake. She looked out the window for 20 minutes and said nothing. When we got home, my father carried Ethan upstairs, laid him in bed, then stood in the doorway and looked at me for about 3 seconds before leaving. He said he would call in the morning. Ava sat on the edge of her bed, still wearing her blue choir uniform. Mom, why did Dad hit you? I had prepared for that question the entire ride home, and when it came, I still was not ready. I sat down beside her. I don't know why Dad did that. I don't think Dad can explain it either. But I know 3 things for certain, and I'm going to tell you all 3. Ava looked at me. First, no one has the right to hit another person. No one. Not adults, not when they're very angry, not even inside our own home. Second, what happened tonight was not your fault. You did nothing to make it happen, and you do not have to apologize for seeing it. She started blinking faster. Third, I will keep you and your brother safe. That is my job, not yours. Ava put her arms around me and cried for about 5 minutes, silently. She was 10 years old and had already learned how to cry without waking anyone up, and I did not know when she had learned that. She fell asleep just before 11. Ryan came home after midnight. I heard the garage door, then footsteps stopping in the kitchen for about a minute, then him coming up the stairs. He entered the bedroom and closed the door behind him. Do you know today was the worst day of my life? I was sitting in the chair by the window, still wearing the dark blue dress. I lost control for one moment, Megan. One moment. After 12 years of never laying a finger on you, he loosened his tie, the navy one with fine stripes, and you chose exactly the place to push me there. Are you going to ask whether I'm all right? He looked at me. Then he looked at my lip for about half a second and looked away. I'm sorry it happened there, in front of 200 people, in front of donors. He sat on the edge of the bed. Do you understand what is going to happen to this school? Charles just got on stage and announced a funding freeze. In front of everyone. I noticed that in the 3 sentences he had just said, not one was an apology for hitting me. He was apologizing for the location. Now we have to deal with the Ava part, he said. What does that mean? She's 10. She cannot understand the context. She only saw an image, and she will carry that image for the rest of her life. He said the next sentence in the voice of a man proposing a reasonable solution for both sides. Tomorrow morning, tell her you slipped and hit the edge of the auction table. It was crowded and loud, and she was standing far away. She'll believe you. I sat still for about 3 seconds. No, Megan. No. I am not going to lie to my daughter to make you more comfortable. It's not to make me more comfortable. It's so she doesn't grow up with. She already saw it, Ryan. You cannot erase what she saw by making her mother lie. All you teach her is that when adults do something wrong, children have to pretend nothing happened. He stood, walked over to where his suit jacket hung on the chair, and pulled a paper folded into quarters from the inside pocket. Then sign this. I opened it. It was printed, not handwritten, and it had been fully drafted before he came home. I looked at the sharp quarter folds in the page and thought about the time between the moment he hit me and the moment he entered this bedroom. Somewhere during that time, he had sat down, opened a computer, and typed every sentence. 3 paragraphs. The first called the incident at the gala a family misunderstanding during a stressful evening. The second stated that there was no connection whatsoever between the incident and school grants or scholarship funds. The third said, I was going through a period of personal stress and had overreacted. At the bottom of the page was a blank space for my signature. The second paragraph was the one that kept me sitting there longest. No one at the gala had mentioned scholarship funds except me. No reporter had asked. No parent had said anything. This statement denied an accusation the public had never heard. I read the whole thing, folded it back along the original creases, and set it on the nightstand. No. What are you going to do? Let her go to school and tell her whole class that her father hit her mother? His voice rose, then immediately dropped because he remembered the children were asleep in the next room. Do you know what will happen? Ava will have to live with everyone in that school, looking at her father differently. Forever. Is that what you want? If that happens, it will be a consequence of what you did, not of her telling the truth. Ryan picked the paper up from the nightstand. He folded it again, more carefully this time, and put it in his pocket. If you are not going to protect this family, he said, then do not expect the school to protect the children's places. I did not sleep. I sat in the chair by the window until about 4 in the morning, then went downstairs and made coffee. Ryan came down at 7 on Saturday morning, already dressed in a shirt. He poured coffee and stood at the corner of the counter, in the exact place where he always stood. I don't think you understood the full situation last night, he said. So I'm going to explain it clearly. I said nothing. Ava's and Ethan's tuition. Do you know how much we're paying? I pay it every month, Ryan. I know exactly how much. You know the amount you pay. Do you know the real amount? He set his mug down. The kids receive the employee child tuition benefit. That means we pay 1/3 of listed tuition. If I'm no longer at Westbridge, that benefit disappears next semester. I did the calculation in my head without intending to. My profession made me do it automatically, and I hated that in that moment. The result was an amount I could not cover from my salary for both children. Not that year. I also spoke to my father this morning, Ryan continued. He has authority to restrict campus access if someone engages in disruptive conduct at a school event. It's in the handbook, you can look it up. Disruptive conduct. That's how it will be documented. I set my coffee mug down and asked him in the calmest voice I could manage. Are you telling me that if I do not retract what happened last night, my children will lose their school placements and I will be barred from their school? Are you threatening your own children's education to force your wife to stay quiet? Ryan looked at me. I'm telling you the practical consequences of the decisions you're considering. Those are two different things. No, Ryan, they're the same thing, just worded differently. Interpret it however you want. Footsteps sounded on the stairs. Ava stood on the fourth step from the bottom, one hand on the railing, still in pajamas. I did not know how long she had been there. Are Ethan and I getting kicked out of school, Mom? Ryan turned. Ava, go back upstairs. I heard you. She looked at me, not her father. Is it because of you? I walked to the staircase and sat on the bottom step so my eyes were lower than hers. No one is getting kicked out of school. Mom and Dad are talking about money, and adults tend to talk loudly when they talk about money. You do not have to worry about that. I said it very calmly, and while I was saying it, I calculated how much was left in my savings account, and I knew it was not enough. Ethan appeared behind his sister. He was still holding his stuffed animal. I don't want to change schools, he said. Marcus goes here. No one is changing schools, buddy. But Ava said. Then he started crying. The way a 7-year-old cries when he does not fully understand what is happening, but can feel that something is very wrong. He cried loudly, openly, nothing like his sister. I picked him up. He was heavier than I remembered, and he wrapped both legs around my waist the way he had when he was 4. And over his shoulder, I looked at Ryan, still standing by the kitchen counter. He did not come closer. He did not tell the children that this had nothing to do with them. He did not tell Ethan that Dad would take care of it. He stood there with one hand still on the stone counter and watched his son cry. I had lived with this man for 12 years. I knew his face when he was worried, when he was tired, when he was angry. What I saw that morning was none of those. He was letting it happen, because it was useful to him. You see, he said quietly, loud enough for me to hear, and not Ethan. This is what you're putting on the table. I took the children upstairs, put on a cartoon for Ethan, and sat with them for 20 minutes. Then I went into the bedroom, closed the door, and photographed the statement Ryan had left on the nightstand. He had taken the copy from the night before, but another one was there that morning. I photographed every message he had sent me from gala night through that morning. I photographed the call log too. I opened the Notes app and typed out the kitchen conversation in order, as close to word for word as I could remember. With the time, for 11 months, I had thought our problem was an affair. That morning, I understood it was much bigger than that. Ryan could no longer separate 3 things: his family, his job, and his power. They had fused into one block. When that block was threatened, he would use any part of it to save the others, including the part that contained his 2 children. At 6 that evening, he carried a bag to the door. I'll sleep at the club for a few nights. Or a hotel. You need time to think clearly. He did not say goodbye to the children. Monday morning, he did not come back. $24,700 had disappeared from our joint savings account. I found out at the checkout at Stop and Shop on Post Road at 7:50 Monday morning, with a cart full of groceries for the week and 2 children waiting at home. The card was declined. The cashier ran it a second time. Same result. I apologized, handed her another card, my personal credit card, and it went through. I sat in my car in the parking lot and opened the banking app. Our joint savings account had $312 left. I pulled up the transaction history. One transfer, made at 7:51 Sunday evening, for $24,700, sent to an account whose last 4 digits I did not recognize. Then I checked the secondary debit card we used for household spending. It had been locked at 8:12 that same night. 21 minutes between the 2 actions. He had sat down and done both in one evening. I texted him. Where is the $24,700? He replied 4 minutes later. I'm protecting family assets. You've spent the last 2 days proving that you're acting erratically. I'm not going to let you drain the account and hand the money to lawyers. I read that message 3 times in the car. That money was not his. It was 12 years of joint income. Some of it came from my year-end bonuses. And the largest portion was what we had set aside for the children, the reserve fund we started when Ava entered first grade, for summer camp, braces, and things that had not happened yet. I knew his email password. I had known it since 2017, when he asked me to print his plane tickets. I sat in the grocery store parking lot and thought about that for about a minute. Then I did not do it. Not because I was noble, because I knew exactly what would happen. 6 months from now, no one would be talking about the $24,700. They would only be talking about the fact that I had logged into my husband's account. Instead, I did what I knew how to do. I took screenshots of the balance before and after. I took screenshots of the time-stamped transaction history. I photographed the card lock notice. I saved the entire message thread. I recorded the time the card was declined at the grocery store and the name of the store. I sent everything to my personal email. Then I called my father. He listened to all of it in silence. When I finished, he asked only one question. "How much do you need?" "Dad, I'll transfer $200,000 to you this morning. You hire the best lawyer in the state. You do not have to count pennies with that man." "No, Megan, listen to me first." I was still sitting in the car, looking at a shopping cart someone had abandoned in the middle of the lot. "If you transfer $200,000 to me today, then 6 months from now Ryan will stand in front of a judge and say his wife hid marital assets using her father's money. And he'll have a bank statement proving a large deposit hit my account this exact week." My father was silent. "I need enough for groceries, electricity, this month's tuition, and a retainer for a lawyer. Transfer exactly that amount. And document it as a loan between father and daughter, in writing, dated, with a nominal interest rate." "You want me to draw up a promissory note with my own daughter?" "I want every dollar that enters my account over the next 6 months to be explainable by a piece of paper." He transferred the money at 11 that morning. Attached was a 2-page document drafted by his attorney, and I signed it at the kitchen table. That afternoon, I packed for the children. I did it from a list, because without a list I would have stood in the middle of the room unable to move my hands. 4 days of uniforms, pajamas, toothbrushes, workbooks, Ethan's stuffed animal, the moon-shaped nightlight Ava insisted she no longer needed but still turned on every night. My friend, we had known each other since sophomore year of college, and she lived 18 minutes from my house, cleared out the guest room and her older daughter's room for the 3 of us. She did not ask one question about Ryan. She only asked whether Ethan ate food with onions in it. I told the children we were staying over for a few days for fun, like camping. Ethan believed me. Ava looked at me for a while, nodded, and asked nothing. That night, lying on the spare bed in my friend's daughter's room, I admitted something to myself that I had avoided for 4 days. I did not leave my house as a strategy. I did not leave because a lawyer told me to, because I did not have a lawyer yet. I did not leave because of the money either, though the $24,700 was the reason I gave my friend. I left because I no longer wanted to sleep in that house while he still had a key. For 4 days, I had told myself I was dealing with an affair, a financial issue, a work crisis involving my husband. Lying in the dark that night, I finally gave the thing I was dealing with its proper name. At 11 that night, the iPad on the nightstand lit up. A new album had just synced from Ryan's phone. It contained 4 days of photos from Napa. I went into my friend's living room so I would not wake the children. I sat on the sofa, turned on a small table lamp, and opened the album. It took about 10 minutes to load. I watched the progress bar and did nothing. The first photo was the balcony, the grapevines, the late afternoon light. I had already seen that one. From the second photo on, it was different. A hotel room. The bed unmade. Ashley sitting on the edge of the bed wrapped in a blanket, smiling at the camera. Ryan was not in the frame, he was the one taking the picture. A table set for 2, candles between them, 2 glasses of wine, no third place setting, no third chair, no coat hanging on the back of any other chair. A bottle of champagne in an ice bucket. A small cake with 1 candle on a tray. An open blue velvet box, with the thin pale gold bracelet inside. It was the bracelet I had seen on Ashley Reed's left wrist, less than 3 feet from me, in the Harborview Hotel ballroom 3 days earlier. I kept scrolling. One photo was carelessly framed, probably meant to document something rather than preserve a memory. A wooden tabletop, a phone, and a room service bill lying at an angle in the lower left corner. The hotel name was printed at the top. Room number, date. I zoomed in. Then I opened the photo information and read the date and time metadata for the entire album. The earliest photo was taken close to noon on Thursday. The latest was taken Sunday morning. 4 days. I opened the shared family calendar. The entry he had added himself was still there, exactly 4 words: Donor Cultivation Retreat. I opened the 11-page gala estimate, scrolled to page 7, and compared it. Then I sat motionless for a long time on someone else's sofa, in a living room that was not mine, close to 1 in the morning. In the entire album, more than 300 photos, there was no other face, no table set for 4, not one photo that could have been taken with a donor family, not even a rushed shot, not even an off-center one. What I felt then was not shock. I had known for months, in the way people know something they have not yet allowed themselves to name. What I felt was closer to relief, the uncomfortable relief of someone who has finally found the discrepancy after months of doubting her own memory. 12 years, 2 children, and there was a cake with a candle in a California hotel room, and I did not know what occasion it was for. I let myself sit with that for about 10 minutes. Then I started working. On the back of a grocery receipt, I drew 2 columns. The left column was what I knew for certain. Ryan told me 3 days, and he also entered 3 days in the family calendar. The album showed 4 days. No donor appeared during those 4 days. Ashley Reed received a bracelet during a period recorded as business travel, and she wore it publicly at the school fundraiser. The right column was what I did not know. I did not know who paid for the trip. I did not know what budget category it was charged to, or whether it was charged to any budget at all. I did not know whose money bought the bracelet. I did not know whether the 3 lines in the estimate had anything to do with those 4 days. The right column was longer than the left. That was where I almost made a mistake. Sitting in that living room that night with a photo of the open velvet box on the screen, I badly wanted to write one final line in the left column. Ryan used scholarship money to pay for this trip. I did not write it. I had spent 13 years reconciling accounts. If I gave a board a conclusion the documents could not support, they would not reject only that conclusion. They would reject everything I gave them, including the parts that were true. I exported the entire album with the original date and time metadata and saved it to an external hard drive. I did not log into anything else. Not his work email, not the school's systems, not his private cloud account. I only took what had flowed automatically onto the device my daughter used for homework every night. At 4 in the morning, I texted my father. "Give me the foundation attorney's number." He replied 7 minutes later, even though it was 4 in the morning, and I did not ask why he was awake. Olivia Grant called me back at 7:15. She was counsel for the Whitmore Education Foundation, and I had met her exactly twice in my life, at 2 family dinners years earlier. I spoke for 16 minutes. I told the story in chronological order, without adding assumptions, and I read her both columns from the back of the grocery receipt. She did not interrupt me once. When I finished, she was silent for about 3 seconds. "Miss Brooks, I need you to do exactly one thing between now and when we meet. Do not confront him again. Do not text explanations. Do not call Miss Reed. Do not answer your father-in-law if he calls. What if Ryan texts me? Save it and do not respond." Then she said the sentence I wrote down immediately after we hung up, and I reread it many times in the months that followed. "When we meet, the first thing we do is preserve what you already have. From this point forward, silence is no longer submission. It is strategy." I went to the clinic at 9 that morning. Not a hospital, not an emergency room. It was the family practice where we had always taken the children for vaccinations, 10 minutes from home, and I was seen by Dr. Nadia Okonkwo, who had cared for me since I was pregnant with Ethan. She looked at my lip, looked at the bruise on my hip, then washed her hands and sat in the rolling chair across from me. "When did this happen?" "Friday night. Today is Tuesday." "Yes," She did not ask anything else about the 3-day gap. She only typed into the computer. Then she turned back and asked me one question in an ordinary voice, the voice of someone who had asked it many times in her career. Do you feel safe going back to your home? I opened my mouth to say I was fine. Instead, I heard myself say, my husband hit me at my daughter's school fundraiser. She saw it. That was the first time I had said the sentence out loud. Not to my father, I had only sent him one short message. Not to Olivia, I had told her in the language of a report. Not to my friend, she saw my face and did not ask. Saying it with my own mouth, as a sentence with a subject and a verb, was something entirely different. Dr. Okonkwo did not react dramatically. She did not gasp or reach for my hand. She only nodded once and turned back to the screen. I'll document the injuries, the description, the date and time you provided, and the date of this examination. I'll take photographs for your medical record. You can request copies at any time. Do you have to report it to anyone? Not for an adult, except in certain specific circumstances. This is your record. She pushed her glasses up. But I recommend that you have it, even if you do not yet know what you will use it for. That afternoon, I went to the police station. I brought 2 video clips from other parents, photographs of my injuries, time-stamped notes, and the names of 4 people who had been within about 10 feet when it happened. The officer taking the report asked what I wanted. I had thought about that answer all morning. I'm not asking you to arrest anyone today. I'm not asking for a no-contact order. I only want the incident documented exactly as it happened, on today's date, before anyone has time to tell a different version. He looked at me for about 2 seconds, then began typing. At 4 that afternoon, I sat in Olivia Grant's conference room in Hartford. I placed 4 things on the table in the order I had arranged them the night before. Printouts of every message Ryan had sent from gala night through that morning. The 3-paragraph statement he wanted me to sign. The $24,700 transaction record with screenshots showing the card lock. And a folder of photographs from the Napa album, with 12 representative photos, printed along with their date and time metadata. Olivia reviewed everything for 20 minutes, making notes in pencil. All right, she set down the pencil. Now there are 4 things you must not do, and I need you to promise all 4. She counted on her fingers. 1. Post nothing online. 2. Do not access any school system, email account, or data, even if you have a password, even if someone at the school offers to give it to you. 3. Do not argue with him privately again. All communication goes through text or email, and you respond only to matters involving the children. 4. Do not send anything to the parent association, the press, or anyone other than me or your father. I understand. I'm telling you why, so you can keep the promise on the day you want to break it. She closed her notebook. Right now, you have a clean record. Clean means everything in it was obtained lawfully. If you add one thing obtained improperly, they will not argue about each item. They will talk only about that one item, and the rest disappears. That evening, my father came to my friend's house. We sat at the kitchen table after the children were asleep. He brought a file and placed it in front of me. I talked to Olivia. I'll let the foundation take the lead. You do not have to appear in any document. I'll demand the grant use reports. I'll work with the school board. I'll handle that part. You take care of the children. He said it with entirely good intentions. I knew that. No, Dad. Megan, you can protect the foundation's money. That is your job, and you can do it. But my children and the truth about this are things I have to stand up for myself. You do not have to do everything yourself to prove something. I'm not proving anything. I pulled the file toward me. Listen to me. 6 months ago, you told me I should learn while you were still sitting there to teach me. I signed the papers, put them in a drawer, and told my husband it was just a title that looked nice on paper. My father was silent. I accept. Starting today, I accept the responsibility of successor co-trustee for real, not just on paper. But I accept it through the institution. Every decision involving Westbridge goes through the foundation's and the board's proper process, with Olivia reviewing it legally. I will not decide anything on my own because of my private situation. And you are not to use the foundation to do anything for me personally. He looked at me for a long time. Do you know where this is going? No. But I know that if I let you do it for me, 6 months from now people will say this was about a rich old man defending his daughter. Thursday afternoon, Westbridge emailed all parents and employees. Ryan Brooks and Ashley Reed were placed on paid administrative leave, while the school conducted an internal review. I read the email at 4:20. At 4:27, I opened the parent portal to check Ava's makeup schedule. My account had been disabled. At 3:15 Friday afternoon, I parked in the parent lot at Westbridge Academy, the way I had done roughly 1,000 times. I walked to the side entrance used by parents picking up elementary students and swiped my card. Red light. I swiped again. Red. I wiped the card on my sleeve and tried a third time, and just then the door opened from the inside. A security officer named Ray, the man who called Ethan little buddy every morning, stood in the doorway. Hi, Miss Brooks. He did not look directly at me. I need you to go around to the main entrance. You'll have to wait at reception. Is my card broken, Ray? Please go to reception. I walked around the front courtyard, about 200 yards, under the afternoon sun. The main lobby had a reception desk, a row of chairs, and a glass wall separating it from the corridor leading to the classrooms. From where I stood, I could see the entire hallway. I stood there for 7 minutes. During those 7 minutes, 3 other parents passed the reception desk. 2 had swiped in through the side door and walked straight through. The third was a father I regularly greeted at Ethan's soccer field. He saw me standing there with a security officer 6 feet away, gave me a quick nod, and kept walking. Then an administrator I knew only by sight came out carrying a paper in a plastic sleeve. She handed it to me and did not invite me to sit. It was a campus access restriction notice. 1 page. The reason was stated on the 4th line: disruptive conduct at a school event. Who signed this? The request came from the head of school's office. Did the Board of Trustees approve it? I'm only delivering the letter, ma'am. I understand. May I have your name and the time you handed this to me? She gave me her name, and I entered it into my phone right in front of her, along with the time. The bell rang at 3:30. Students began pouring into the hallway behind the glass. I saw Ava in the second group, backpack on one shoulder, her ponytail crooked the way it always was. She walked to the side door, the door where we always met, and looked out. No one was there. She stood at that door for about 30 seconds. She looked toward the parking lot, then down at a classmate's phone beside her, then back toward the lot. I saw her switch the backpack to her other shoulder, something she always did when she was starting to worry. I slapped my palm against the glass. Ava turned around. She saw me standing in the main lobby behind the glass wall, with a security officer about 6 feet away, and I saw her face turn red. That was what I had not expected, and it hurt more than the paper in my hand. My daughter was 10 years old. Around her were 30 children from her grade, and her mother was being kept in the front lobby like a stranger. A week earlier, the whole school had seen her father hit her mother. Now her whole grade was seeing that her mother was not allowed into the hallway. She lowered her head and hurried toward the main lobby. I did not make a scene. I thought about it. I could have demanded to see Thomas right then. I could have spoken loudly enough for the whole lobby to hear. I could have asked Ray whether he understood who he was blocking. But my daughter was walking toward me, and 30 children were watching. I went outside, stood on the front steps, and waited for her to come out. Let's go home, honey. In the car, I called Olivia Grant over Bluetooth, said only 4 sentences, then called Margaret Sloan. Margaret was quiet for a moment after I finished. Tell me that again. Who issued the restriction? The letter says the request came from the head of school's office. The board has not approved any access restriction against any parent. There has been no meeting about it. No vote. Then does he have authority to do it on his own? No. Her voice did not get louder, but it changed. The head of school has authority to handle immediate safety issues, barring a parent from picking up her child on an ongoing basis, based on an incident that happened off campus, where that parent was the victim, is not within that authority. Send me a photo of the letter. If you have the name of the person who delivered it and the time, include those too. I have both. By 7 that evening, the restriction had been rescinded. My card worked again Monday morning. Margaret also did something else whose significance I did not fully understand at the time. She sent written instructions to the school's IT and security departments to preserve all emails, system logs, and internal requests related to disabling my parent account and issuing the access restriction, beginning on the date of the gala. I did not understand the significance until months later, when those emails were read aloud in a conference room. On the drive home, Ava said nothing for the first 10 minutes. Then she asked, still looking out the window, "Why wouldn't Grandpa let you into the school?" I already had 3 answers in my head. 2 of them made her grandfather look terrible, and both were true. "I think he's very scared." Scared of what? Scared that people will think badly of the school. He's worked there for 17 years, honey. To him, that school is almost his whole life. But what he did was wrong. Yes, it was wrong. I turned onto Post Road. Sometimes adults get so afraid of losing their reputation that they protect something wrong, and they tell themselves they are protecting something good. It happens more often than you think. Ava was quiet for a while. "Are you scared?" "Yes. I'm scared all the time." She turned to look at me. I do not think she expected that answer. At 9 that night, an email from the school landed in every parent's inbox. It was 4 paragraphs long and signed by Thomas Brooks, head of school. The incident at the fundraiser was described with exactly one phrase: a family conflict unrelated to the school's finances. The number began appearing during the second week. $500,000. That was the amount of the Whitmore Foundation's matching commitment to Westbridge for that academic year. The unreleased portion my father had announced from the stage was being suspended. I do not know who first said the number outside a meeting room, but by midweek it was in every parent group chat at the school. And it always came with one sentence: the school lost $500,000 because of the CFO's wife. Not because of the expenses, not because of the records, because of me. The story had been built very neatly, and I had to admit it was easy to believe. A woman discovers her husband is having an affair. She gets jealous. She has a rich father. She uses him to destroy her husband's career, and the children at the school become collateral damage. One mother wrote in the 5th grade group, "I'm not taking anyone's side, but if it's a private matter, don't drag the whole school into it." That post got 27 likes. Ryan called me Wednesday afternoon. His voice had changed. It was no longer the voice of a man giving orders, and it was not the voice of the man negotiating in the kitchen. It was the voice of someone presenting a carefully considered proposal. "I think we should end this before it does any more damage." "Go ahead." 3 things. You withdraw the police report. Charles restores the funding, and the 2 of us issue a joint statement. Not the one I gave you before. We rewrite it. You can change whatever you want. And then? Then everything stops. No audit, no board, no lawyers. If you want a divorce, we divorce quietly. I won't fight you on anything. I sat there without speaking. "Megan, do you know what it's like in there right now? They've already started planning program cuts. Not my salary, tuition assistance. If that 500,000 doesn't come back, there are children who will have to leave the school in June. Keep going. I just want you to understand that if that happens, it won't happen because of me. It will happen because you chose this path." I hung up after that sentence and sat in my car for about 10 minutes in the parking lot at work. I had heard that same idea 3 times from 3 people over the previous weeks, phrased differently each time. This time, I finally saw its shape. Money had gone to the wrong places for 2 years. I was the one who pointed it out. And they were building a story in which the person who identified the problem became the cause of the problem. It was so neat I almost admired it. If I stayed quiet, no one lost anything. If I spoke, children lost scholarships. In either case, I became the person deciding those children's futures, not the person who had approved the spending. Thursday, Ava came home and did not eat dinner. She went straight to her room. I went up about 20 minutes later and sat on the floor. "Did something happen at school?" "Chloe said the school lost $500,000 because of you." She did not look at me. She said her mom told her. "What do you think?" Ava turned around, and her face was red. "Why can't you just let it go?" I did not answer immediately. Dad was wrong. I know Dad was wrong. But now everyone is talking about our family, and Miss Reed is on leave, and Dad is too, and my friend says Dad is going to get arrested. She started speaking faster. And Sophia too. If the money is frozen, does she have to change schools? What if she has to leave because of our family? That was the question that made me sit silent longer than any other question that entire month. I'm going to answer one thing at a time, okay? She nodded. Your dad will not get arrested because I told the truth about that night. What happens to him is decided by other people based on what he did, not by me. But if you didn't say anything, if I didn't say anything, he still would have done it. I just would have hidden it. Ava was quiet. And about loving your dad. You are still allowed to love your dad, Ava. You do not have to choose sides. You can love him and know that he did something wrong at the same time. Both things can exist together, even when it feels awful. What about Sophia? I did not have an answer for that. And I did not lie to her. I don't know yet. I'm trying to make sure no one has to leave the school, but I am not sure I can. And I'm not going to promise you something I'm not sure about. She lay down and turned her face toward the wall. I stayed there another 15 minutes, then went downstairs. And that night, for the first time in weeks, I sat at the kitchen table and genuinely asked myself not to reassure myself whether I was hurting my children more than I was fixing. At 11 that night, I opened my inbox. There was an email from an address I did not recognize, sent at 10:40. The subject line was blank. The body had 3 lines. I used to work for Ashley Reed in development. I know why the records do not match. I'm willing to talk to you. But your attorney has to be there. The last time I spoke up, Westbridge cost me my job. We met Saturday morning in a conference room, rented by the hour on the 3rd floor of an office building in Norwalk. Danielle Kim chose the location. She chose the time too, and she requested a room without glass walls facing the hallway. She was 34, wearing a gray sweater, and she arrived 20 minutes before us. When Olivia and I walked in, Danielle was already sitting with her back to the wall, facing the door. Before we start, she said as soon as we sat down, I want to be clear that I do not trust the Whitmore Foundation to protect me. I do not trust the board to protect me either. I tried once already. Olivia nodded. You have every reason to feel that way. I am counsel for the foundation, not for you. I will tell you what I can do and what I cannot do, and you decide. Danielle watched her for a moment, then opened her purse. She had worked in Westbridge's Development and Donor Relations Department for 3.5 years, the last 2 under Ashley Reed. One of her responsibilities was collecting documentation for donor development travel airfare, hotels, hospitality expenses, and matching those documents to trip reports before the files moved to finance. After the Napa trip, I received receipts but no report, she said. I waited 4 days and asked. Miss Reed sent me one, and there was no donor name in it at all. The purpose of the trip was listed as West Coast Relationship Development. Did you say anything? Olivia asked. I said the file would not clear finance. A donor trip has to identify the organization or person who was met. That is standard procedure. I had done it dozens of times. I also refused to certify that the documentation was complete. What happened next? 3 days later, she sent another version. This one had the name of a family in Sonoma. Danielle placed both hands on the table. That name was added 11 days after the trip ended. Did you verify it? I called them. She said it very quietly. I made a normal courtesy call, something like, thank you for taking the time to meet with the school last month. The woman asked me where the meeting had supposedly taken place. No one in the room spoke for a few seconds. The file was approved anyway, Danielle continued. Mr. Brooks signed it. I saw his electronic signature on the final approval. She took a thin packet from her purse and placed it in the center of the table, but kept her hand on top of it. I emailed Mr. Brooks, the head of school. I was very careful. I did not accuse anyone. I only said several travel files were missing documentation and I thought they should be reviewed before the quarter was closed. Did he answer? Yes. 2 days later, she lifted her hand from the packet. 6 words. I pulled the top page toward me. It was a printed email. Sender: Thomas Brooks. Time: 4:47 p.m. The body: exactly as written. With no greeting and no signature. Deal with it after the gala. I read it 3 times. After that, everything was handled very professionally, Danielle said. At my next performance review, my rating was lowered one level for lack of proactive team collaboration. I was removed from our two largest donor accounts. I was assigned to compile guest lists. No one yelled at me, no one threatened me, they just made my job meaningless for 4 months. Then you left. I resigned in January. My choice. On paper, no one fired me. She pushed the packet toward Olivia. That's the email. That is all I'm giving you. I looked at the papers and knew I was at exactly the kind of moment where I could ruin everything. I could ask what else she had kept. I could say a 6-word email was not enough. I could remind her that my husband had slapped me in front of 200 people and my daughter had seen it. I asked something else. Miss Kim, I only want to ask one thing. While you worked there, were any students' tuition assistance awards reduced or delayed? Danielle looked up at me. She watched me for a long moment, and I understood she was testing something. That's what you're asking first? Yes. Not how many expenses Mr. Brooks approved? The auditor will find that. I need to know whether any children are already paying the price. Danielle sat still for about 5 seconds. Then she bent down, opened her purse again, and took out a second packet, thicker than the first. These are 2 versions of the Napa trip report. The first has no donor name, the second does. Both are time-stamped. She put them down. Then she removed one more page, a single sheet, and placed it on top. This is something I recorded myself from cases I personally handled before I left. I did not take any school data export. It was a list, originally handwritten, then typed. Student name, grade, and 1 short note column. Reduced, delayed 3 weeks, delayed 2 cycles, partially withdrawn. I don't know the full circumstances of every family, Danielle said. Some families may have had income changes. Some may have requested adjustments themselves. I'm not drawing conclusions. I only recorded the cases I personally saw in the system this year. I counted 11 lines. I read from top to bottom and stopped at the 3rd line. Sophia Ramirez, grade 5, reduced. Olivia gave me one instruction as soon as Danielle left the conference room. You are not to contact any of the families on this list. I know one of them. I know you do. You still do not contact her. She placed the list in the file folder. If you go knocking on 11 doors, 6 months from now they will say you were organizing parents against the school. This list goes directly to the auditor. So I contacted no one. But I still picked up my children every afternoon, and Elena Ramirez still stood in the same waiting area with me because Sophia and Ava were dismissed at the same time. Over the next few days, I learned 3 things she volunteered herself. Not because I asked. She had picked up 2 additional night shifts a week at the hospital. She mentioned it while complaining about sleep. Sophia had not signed up for the Boston field trip in May. Elena said her daughter claimed she did not like museums, and she laughed, and I laughed too, and we both knew the trip cost $85. And one afternoon, she asked me very quickly, in a lower voice than usual, whether transferring schools in the middle of the year affected a student's records. I told her I would find out. That night, Ava told me something else while brushing her teeth. Sophia isn't going to Chloe's birthday party, Mom. Why not? She says she's busy. But I know it's because she'd have to buy a present. Ava rinsed her mouth. Everyone spends like $30 on Chloe's birthday gifts. I stood in the bathroom doorway with a towel in my hand. In my mind, I saw the giant screen in the Harborview ballroom and Sophia Ramirez's face, hair pulled high, standing in front of a science project board with the donation appeal running underneath. They had used her picture to ask for money on the same night I sat beside her mother and heard that her aid had just been cut. I did not go looking for the other 9 families. I kept my promise to Olivia. But 2 more cases came to me on their own, the way things do in a small community. At Ethan's soccer practice, one mother said her child had to leave the swim team because extracurricular fees were no longer being subsidized that year. She was talking to someone else, and I happened to be standing nearby. And in the 3rd grade group chat, someone asked whether anyone knew the procedure for requesting records for a mid-year school transfer. 3 cases from a list of 11 lines. On Sunday, Ava sat doing homework at the kitchen table and asked me without looking up, "Did Dad take Sophia's money, Mom?" I set my mug down. I don't know for sure yet. That's the truth, honey, I don't know. Someone is reviewing the books, and they are not finished. But you think he did? I think there is enough reason to investigate. That is different from knowing for sure, and I will not tell you I know something when I don't. Ava put down her pencil. She was quiet for about half a minute, and when she spoke again, her voice did not sound the way it had 3 weeks earlier. I don't want Sophia to have to change schools because of my dad. That was the first time in this entire story that my daughter was not talking about her own fear. 3 days later, Margaret Sloan called an emergency board meeting. The board voted to hire an independent audit firm to review all school spending from the previous 2 years. They selected Maya Chen, a forensic accountant specializing in nonprofit organizations, whose firm was based in New Haven. She had never worked for the Whitmore Foundation. She had never heard of Westbridge Academy before the first call. That was a condition I proposed to my father and Margaret, and they both agreed. I met Maya only once during that period, to turn over documents. We sat in the conference room at Olivia's office with Olivia present, and everything I handed over was recorded on a chain of custody memorandum signed by all three of us. I gave her the gala estimate that had been mistakenly sent to the parent group, the screenshot of the state business registration lookup, the 2 versions of the Napa report, and Danielle's 6-word email, and the 11-line list Danielle had created from cases she had personally handled. That list was only a lead. Maya would independently compare every case against school records. Maya reviewed each item, asked me where it came from, and recorded the source in the handoff memorandum. For the estimate, she asked the name of the group chat, how many people were in it, and who had sent the file by mistake. For the photo album, she asked whose name the iPad was under and who had configured the syncing. Then I asked her one question. Do you need me involved in anything else? No. And I recommend that you not be. She placed the documents in her case. You're an accountant. You are going to want to sit down and read the general ledger with me, and I understand that feeling. But if you touch their books even once, my report loses value. The other side will not have to argue a single number, they will only have to say the CFO's wife was in the room. I did not touch a single page. For the next 11 days, I went to work, drove the children to and from school, cooked dinner at my friend's house, and knew nothing. They were the longest 11 days of the entire story. In my profession, when I hand a file to someone else for review, I can still open it and check progress. This time, I had nothing to open. I had only mornings, afternoons, and Ethan's math homework. At 7 in the evening on the 11th day, Maya called. Miss Brooks, I just finished reviewing the travel expenses. Yes. Napa was not one bad invoice. It was the beginning of a pattern that goes back nearly 2 years. Maya Chen presented her preliminary report on a Tuesday morning in the conference room at Olivia Grant's law firm. There were 7 people in the room. Margaret Sloan and 2 Westbridge board members. My father, Olivia, Maya, and me. Thomas was not there. Ryan was not there. That was the board's decision, not mine, and Margaret explained it in 2 sentences. Both men were within the scope of the review. Maya did not use slides. She placed 4 binders on the table, each with a different colored cover, and spoke for almost an hour in the tone of someone reading test results. I divided the findings into 4 categories. I will give you the number at the end, not at the beginning, because when people hear the number first, they stop listening. Category 1. AR Events and Strategy LLC had been formed in Connecticut 1 year and 7 months earlier. Registration records and banking documents confirmed that Ashley Reed was the sole owner. During that period, Westbridge Academy paid the company $91,300 across 14 invoices for VIP guest coordination, donor relations, consulting, and event experience design. All 3 services are listed in the job description. Miss Reed was already being paid a salary to perform, Maya said. The school paid twice for the same work, and the second payment went to a company owned by the employee herself. I sat at the end of the table and heard again what she had said to me in the Harborview ballroom. Ryan needs someone who understands the donor world, not a wife who's used to checking invoices at a dental office. It turned out I had read the invoices correctly. Category 2. 2 business trips were recorded as donor meetings, but no donor meeting could be confirmed, Napa and Miami. For both trips, the initial report did not identify the organization or individual supposedly met. Names were added to later versions after the trips had ended 11 days later for Napa and 14 days later for Miami. She turned a page. I contacted both parties named in those reports. Neither confirmed that a meeting took place. Miami. I had not known there was a Miami trip. I sat there trying to remember where he had told me he was going that month, and I could not. I only remembered that there had been a week when Ethan had an ear infection and I took 2 days off to stay home with him. Category 3. Several personal expenses could not be substantiated as business-related. Room upgrades, high-priced dinners for two, and a purchase at a jewelry store in Napa. Maya did not say anything more about that last item. She read the amount and moved to the next page. I looked down at the table. I had seen that bracelet 3 times. On the iPad screen close to 1 in the morning, on Ashley Reed's wrist in the fundraiser ballroom, and in a photograph of an open blue velvet box. Now it had a line in a school's general ledger. Category 4. The approval chain, Maya said. This is the most important category for accountability. The larger expenses all carried the CFO's electronic approval. Not 1, not 2. Over 2 years, Ryan Brooks's signature appeared on every invoice above the approval threshold for lower-level staff. One more detail. She placed a printout on the table that I had seen before. On February 17th, an employee in development sent a written warning to the head of school about travel files that lacked supporting documentation. Before that, the head of school had also received a separate warning about expense records that needed review. Neither warning was forwarded to the board. I checked the minutes of all 4 board meetings that followed. Margaret Sloan sat straighter in her chair. She did not say anything. She only wrote, "The total amount requiring review is $247,860. No one in the room said anything for about 5 seconds. Then Maya did what I had heard her promise from the beginning, and she did it without hesitation. I need to be clear about what this number means and what it does not mean. She raised 4 fingers. This does not mean $247,000 was stolen. Some of it is simply unsupported, possibly legitimate, but no one retained the receipt. Some of it presents a clear conflict of interest, but was still approved through the school's internal process. Some of it, in my opinion, should be repaid, and there is a portion I recommend be referred to the appropriate authorities for review." "Are you concluding that anyone acted intentionally?" one board member asked. "No. The word intentional does not appear anywhere in my report." Maya closed the binder. "I document where the money went, who approved it, and whether it matched the stated purpose. The rest is for you, council, or a court." I sat quietly through the final part of the meeting. I had prepared myself to feel relieved. For weeks, I had imagined the moment when someone would hold up the documents and say I had been right. What I felt sitting in that conference room was not relief. I had thought I was dealing with an affair accompanied by a few bad invoices. Instead, I was sitting in front of 2 years, 2 trips, 14 invoices, a company owned by my husband's mistress, and a written warning my father-in-law had read and then set aside. The man whose signature appeared on those pages was the same man who had slept 3 nights in a plastic chair beside my hospital bed when Ava was born early. My father spoke as people began gathering their papers. "Margaret, I'm going to be direct. The foundation will terminate all funding to Westbridge. Not suspend it, terminate it. We do not put money into an organization that operates this way." Several people nodded. I pulled Danielle's list from my file and placed it on the table facing my father. 11 lines. Sofia Ramirez was the 3rd. "No, Dad." He looked at me. "We are not making children pay for this again." My father and I argued about that for 4 days. He was not wrong. That was the hardest part. His argument was strong. An organization that had allowed 2 years of spending like this to pass did not deserve more of anyone else's money, and if the foundation continued funding it, the foundation itself shared responsibility. I did not argue with that part. I only told him we were talking about 2 different things. You can refuse to give $1 more to the current leadership. I agree. But those 11 kids did not sign a single invoice. Then what do you plan to do? Send money to that school and trust it to get to the right place? No, I plan not to send it to the school. It took me 3 days working with Olivia and Margaret to build the mechanism, and there was nothing complicated about it. The foundation established a separate guarantee, completely independent of the $500,000 matching commitment. It could be used only for the tuition assistance and activity fees of the 11 students on the list, in exactly the amounts each student had lost or had delayed. The money did not pass through the school's general budget. It was paid directly into each student's tuition account, using a schedule independently reconciled by a third party, and no member of the current leadership had authority to approve or redirect it. The arrangement lasted only until the board completed its decisions. It was not a new commitment. It was a splint. Olivia reviewed the foundation charter and confirmed the mechanism was lawful. Margaret Sloan brought it to the board, and it was approved in a 20-minute meeting. I told no one except the people who had to know. I did not post in any parent group. I did not tell Elena Ramirez, even though I stood beside her at school pickup 3 times that week and wanted to tell her every time. Olivia explained why, and she was right. If I became the person delivering the news, then the money would turn into a personal favor from me, and 11 families would owe me a debt they had never asked for. The school sent a letter to each family on Friday. That Friday afternoon at pickup, Elena walked over to me and stood quietly for about 5 seconds before speaking. I got a letter from the school this morning. They restored Sophia's aid, the activity fees too. That's wonderful. I called 3 times before this, and every time they said they were still reviewing it. She smiled, and her eyes turned red. She can go to Boston now. I said I was happy for both of them. That was all I said. That evening, Ava ran into the kitchen before even taking off her backpack. "Mom, Sophia doesn't have to change schools," she texted me this afternoon. She stood there, and I could see her trying to decide what to do next. Then she hugged me. It was the first hug my daughter had initiated since gala night. I had counted every day without allowing myself to admit I was counting. I did not tell her that I had anything to do with it. She still did not know, and I thought that was better. My father asked me about it on Sunday, when he came to see the children. We stood on my friend's back porch watching Ethan kick a soccer ball against the fence. "There's still something I don't understand, Megan. That school just let your husband slap you in front of 200 people. Your father-in-law blocked you at the door from picking up your daughter. And then, you spent 3 straight days figuring out how to pump money into them. I did not pump money into them. I did not give them $1. Look at the structure, they cannot even touch it. You know what I mean? I do. I watched Ethan miss a kick and fall onto the grass. But think about it. If I let those 11 children lose their places, then 10 years from now, Ryan will still tell my kids their mother destroyed a school, and he will have evidence. Is that why? No. I was quiet for a while. That's the easiest reason to say out loud. The real reason is simpler. Those kids did nothing wrong. My father said nothing more. On Monday, Margaret Sloan called me. She said the board would hold a formal meeting on the audit findings and the future of the leadership in 3 weeks. The Whitmore Foundation will be invited to send a representative to speak about its funding position. She paused. "Miss Brooks, I want that person to be you." I asked why not my father. "Because I just watched you do something I rarely see after 20 years in this chair. You had every reason to shut off the money and let them collapse. You did not." I accepted. That meant that, from that day forward, my role as successor co-trustee would no longer be sitting in a drawer. On Wednesday, Westbridge received formal written notice from the foundation. The guarantee for the 11 students had been established, while the $500,000 matching commitment remained withheld until the board completed its leadership decisions. Ryan called me at 5 that afternoon. For the first time in weeks, he was not calling to give orders. We met at Olivia Grant's office Friday morning. Olivia sat beside me. Ryan's attorney sat beside him. That was a condition I had set, and he accepted it without argument, something he would not have done a few weeks earlier. Ryan had lost weight. He wore a sweater instead of a dress shirt, and when he began speaking, his voice sounded like the one I had heard in our kitchen 13 years earlier, when we were still living in a rented apartment on Elm Street. "I want to say a few things first, not as excuses." Olivia nodded for him to continue. Ashley had taken advantage of him. She was the one who proposed everything. She was the one who submitted the invoices, and he trusted her because she reported directly to him. He signed because he trusted his employee. It was a management failure, not an intentional act. I sign around 400 documents a year, Megan. You know that. You do the same thing at your job. That was true. I did. And I knew one thing he was hoping I would forget. Approval thresholds exist precisely because no one gives 400 documents the same level of attention. Anything above the threshold is supposed to be read by the person signing it. That is the entire reason the threshold exists. I said nothing. I let him continue. As for the slap, he said he had thought about it every day. He said it did not represent who he was, that in 12 years he had never done that before and would never do it again. I noticed that in that entire paragraph, he did not mention Ava once. Then he made his offer. He would voluntarily resign, quietly, for personal reasons. Ashley would repay a portion of the expenses. I would withdraw the police report. My father would restore the matching commitment. And I want us to try again, he said. For the kids. Not right now. But don't close that door. I let him finish. Then I asked one question. If I had not opened the iPad that night, would you have ended things with Ashley? Ryan looked down at the table. That's over. That is not an answer. Megan, I can't answer a hypothetical. You can, you just don't want to. His attorney put a hand on the table as if to say something, then stopped. Fine. Another question. I opened my file and took out the list. 11 students. Their aid was reduced or delayed this year. I know 3 of them by sight. Did you know about this? Ryan glanced at the page. Those were budget decisions. Allocations change every year. You're connecting 2 unrelated things. $91,300 went into Ashley Reed's company. That same year, a 5th grader's activity fees were cut, and her mother had to pick up 2 extra night shifts a week. Budgets do not work that way. I've done this work for 13 years, Ryan. Budgets work exactly that way. He was silent for about 3 seconds, and I watched the moment he decided the softer approach had failed. He sat straighter. All right. Then let's talk practically. If you do not withdraw this, I will ask for equal custody. 50-50. Alternating weeks. Ask for it. And I will make it clear to the court that you used your father's financial power to interfere with an educational institution, that you pushed a school into crisis, and that your own daughter was ostracized by classmates because of her mother's actions. He looked at me. If Ava grows up carrying that, you'll know whose fault it was. Olivia spoke for the first time in the entire meeting. Mr. Brooks, I strongly advise you to stop that line right there. The meeting ended at 11. Ryan stood first, picked up his coat and turned back at the door. You do not have the right to decide my future. You're right. I remained seated. Your signatures will do that. At 4 that afternoon, my phone buzzed. Ashley Reed. The message was longer than I expected. She wrote that Ryan was putting all the blame on her, that his lawyer had contacted her and suggested she accept responsibility for most of the expenses, that the company had been his idea, not hers, and that for 11 months he had told her he would file for divorce as soon as the $500,000 matching grant was released. The last line, "Do you believe me?" I read it 3 times. I could have replied. I could have said I understood, that she had been used too, that both of us had been lied to by the same man. She had stood in the Harborview ballroom with her hand on my husband's arm and told me that a wife who knew her place would not ruin her husband's most important night. She had worn that bracelet to the fundraiser. She knew where those 14 invoices went because she wrote them. I promised her nothing. I did not answer a single word. I took screenshots of the entire message and sent them to Olivia Grant and Maya Chen with exactly one line. Received at 4:07 p.m. I have not responded and will not respond. The special meeting took place at 9 Thursday morning in the boardroom on the 2nd floor of Westbridge Academy's administration building. It was a room with a long wooden table, 16 chairs, and a wall lined with portraits of past heads of school. I had been in that room exactly once, 6 years earlier, at a back-to-school reception, and that time I stood in the corner holding a glass of orange juice. I arrived 20 minutes early and sat in the waiting room outside with Olivia. I wore a charcoal suit, no jewelry except my watch, and I brought exactly 2 things, a notebook and a pen. Through the crack in the door, I watched people enter one by one. Margaret Sloan sat at the head of the table. 5 board members with no involvement in the matter sat along both sides. Maya Chen sat near the far end with 3 boxes of documents at her feet. Ryan entered at 8:50 inches, a dark navy suit, his hair freshly cut. He sat in the middle of the left side. Ashley Reed came in 4 minutes later and sat 3 chairs away from him. She did not look at him. He did not look at her. In the 4 minutes they sat in the same room before the meeting began, they did not exchange a word. Thomas Brooks came in last, walked to Margaret and shook her hand, then sat in the first chair on the right. 1 chair remained empty, opposite Margaret at the other end of the table. On the table in front of that chair was a folded cardstock nameplate, and from where I sat I could not read what it said. At 8:55, Thomas turned to Margaret and asked a question loudly enough for the room to hear. "Mr. Whitmore isn't here yet?" "The Whitmore Foundation has confirmed its representative," Margaret said. At exactly 9, Olivia and I walked in. I heard Ryan's chair shift against the floor. I walked the length of the table to the opposite end and sat in the empty chair. The nameplate in front of me had 2 lines. Megan Brooks, Whitmore Education Foundation. Thomas stood. "Chair Sloan, I must object. This is a meeting about the school's financial matters. The person who just sat down is a parent in the middle of a family dispute with 2 people present in this room. Her presence is entirely inappropriate." Margaret did not look up from her documents. "Please sit down, Mr. Brooks. I will make the introduction, and then you may place your objection on the record if you wish." She waited until he sat. "Miss Megan Brooks is attending today's meeting in her capacity as successor co-trustee of the Whitmore Education Foundation. That role was established in the Foundation's governing documents in October of last year, and this board received formal confirmation and a copy of the governing instrument last week. Miss Brooks is authorized to speak regarding the Foundation's funding position and to vote on any new disbursement by the Foundation to Westbridge Academy." I did not look at Ryan while she spoke. I looked down at my notebook and wrote the page heading. Board Meeting 9. But I heard him. I heard the short inhale, and I heard his pen hit the wooden table. 12 years, 6 months of that role sitting on paper in a drawer, 3 weeks of being called a jealous wife using her father for revenge. I had imagined that moment many times, and in every version in my head, I turned to look at him. I did not turn. Margaret invited me to make an opening statement. "Thank you, Chair Sloan." I put down my pen. "I want to make 3 things clear before Miss Chen presents." The room went silent. First, this meeting does not exist to judge a marriage. What happened between Mr. Brooks and me is being handled elsewhere by people with authority to handle it. I will not bring it into this room, and I ask that no one else do so either. I looked once down the length of the table. Second, I do not have authority to decide who works at Westbridge. The Foundation does not own this school. The Foundation does not have a seat in school administration. The only thing the Foundation decides is whether it continues putting money here, and under what conditions. All personnel decisions belong to the board. Third, I opened my notebook. I came here with 3 questions. Who submitted the records? Who approved them? And who received warnings and failed to bring them to the board? I suggest we go through the documents one section at a time and let the answers sit where the evidence puts them. Maya Chen began presenting at 9:11. She followed the same order she had used in Olivia's office, but more slowly this time, and now she projected each supporting document onto the screen. Ownership of AR Events and Strategy. Business registration records, banking records, 14 invoices. Ashley Reed sat very straight through that section. She objected to nothing. 2 business trips. 2 Napa reports side by side on the screen, the earlier version and the later version, each with a timestamp in the lower corner. Then the same for Miami. When Maya said she had contacted both parties named in the reports and neither confirmed a meeting, I saw Ashley look toward Ryan for the first time that morning. He did not look back. When Maya reached the approval chain, Ryan spoke. "Chair Sloan, may I?" He opened his briefcase. "I respect Miss Chen's work, but I think there is a fundamental issue here that we are overlooking." "Go ahead." He turned toward me and spoke in his most courteous voice. "The finances of a private school are not the same as the finances of a network of dental practices. We have restricted funds, unrestricted funds, transfers between categories, and a fundraising cycle that can be very easy to misunderstand if someone has never operated within it. I do not question Miss Brooks's good faith. I only worry that she is reading a system she does not know. 3 weeks earlier, that sentence would have made me feel the need to prove something. Mr. Brooks may be right, I said. I have never managed the budget of a private school. Ryan leaned back slightly. So, I suggest we do not debate which of us understands the system better. We should just read the documents. I turned to Maya. Miss Chen, please continue. We were at the approval thresholds, Maya continued. She spent 18 minutes on that section. The school's approval thresholds, the list of items above those thresholds, the electronic signature on each one, and the accompanying emails requesting expedited payment. When she finished, the room was silent for about 5 seconds. Then Maya bent down, lifted 3 binders from the box at her feet, and placed them on the table. She pushed the first toward Ashley Reed, the second toward Ryan. Then she stood, walked 3 steps down the table, and placed the final binder in front of the man sitting in the first chair on the right. The cover carried one name, Thomas Brooks. Ashley Reed spoke first, though no one had asked her to. The company is mine. She looked directly at Margaret as she said it. I formed it. I own it outright. I am not disputing a single line in Miss Chen's records. A board member asked why she had formed a company to do the exact work she was already being paid a salary to perform. Because Mr. Brooks told me to. Ryan gave a short, disbelieving laugh through his nose. He said the school's procurement process was too slow. Ashley continued evenly. He said if I set up an outside entity, event-related work could go through the vendor process and we would not have to wait 3 weeks for internal approval. His exact word was streamline. I can identify the email. Miss Reed is describing a conversation that never occurred, Ryan said. You also told me you would divorce after the $500,000 matching grant was released. Did that conversation occur? Margaret tapped the table twice. Miss Reed, this board is not reviewing personal relationships. Keep your presentation within the financial scope. Ashley sat back. Ryan continued immediately. Chair Sloan, I think everyone in this room is watching something fairly obvious. Miss Reed is under scrutiny and is trying to take other people down with her. This is the reaction of a disgruntled employee, and I regret having to say that about someone I once trusted. He opened the binder in front of him and turned a few pages. As for me, Miss Reed prepared these files. She submitted them, and I approved them through standard process. I sign roughly 400 documents a year. If a file appears complete on its face when it is submitted, it gets approved. That is how organizations function. Maya Chen waited until he finished. May I respond to that, Chair Sloan? Margaret nodded. The school has 3 approval levels. Maya advanced to the next slide. Level 1. Under $2,000, department head approval. Level 2. From $2,000 to $10,000, CFO approval based on the submitted file. Level 3. Above $10,000, Westbridge's own internal policy requires the CFO to review original supporting documentation and affirm that review. She advanced again. Over 2 years, there were 11 Level 3 transactions connected to the matters we are discussing. All 11 have the box marked confirming review of original supporting documentation. All 11 bear Mr. Brooks's electronic signature. No one said anything. One more detail. Maya advanced the slide. For 6 of those 11 transactions, emails from Mr. Brooks's account directed accounting to process same-day payment before the complete supporting file had been submitted. I have the send time for each email. I looked at Ryan for about 3 seconds. This was the man who had sat at my kitchen table and told me every expense had been approved. He had been right. That was exactly the problem. Then it was Thomas's turn. He did not open the binder in front of him. He spoke without looking at it. Chair Sloan, I have served this school for 17 years. What we are looking at are process and documentation failures. They are serious, and I do not minimize them, but they are fixable. We review the policies, strengthen controls, recover what needs to be recovered, and move forward. I was not made aware of the details of these transactions at the time they occurred. Did you receive any warnings, Mr. Brooks? Margaret asked. No formal warning was ever brought to my office. Maya put a document on the projector. It was an email dated February 17th, sent from Danielle Kim's account to Thomas Brooks's account. 4 careful paragraphs accusing no one, stating that several travel files lacked documentation and recommending review before the quarter was closed. Then Maya displayed the next page. The reply. Same email thread. 4:47 p.m., 2 days later. 6 words. Deal with it after the gala. Thomas looked at the screen. I do not remember that email. It is in your sent folder, sir, Maya said. The school preserved the data at the board's direction. Margaret turned to another binder in front of her. There is one additional matter for the record. On the 23rd, a campus access restriction was issued against a parent for disruptive conduct at a school event. The board did not approve that restriction. There was no meeting about it. System logs show that the request to disable the parent account was sent from the head of school's office at 4:26 p.m., 6 minutes after the administrative leave notice was distributed. She placed her hand on the file. That parent was the person who raised the financial concern at the event. The board had instructed leadership to remain neutral from the night of the gala forward. Thomas did not answer. In Ryan's binder, the board also had the messages he sent after the gala, including the ones where he used the children's tuition benefit and Ava's and Ethan's place at Westbridge to pressure me into staying silent. I spoke only once during the entire confrontation section. I did not come here to call anyone a criminal. I do not have that authority, and Miss Chen has been clear that her report reaches no conclusion about anyone's motive. I looked at the 3 people seated along the table. I have only 3 questions. Who submitted the records? Who approved them? And who received warnings and failed to bring them to the board? I closed my notebook. All 3 answers are already on this table, and I did not write any of them. The board went into executive session at 11:40. We went out to the waiting area. Ryan stood alone at the window at the end of the hallway. Ashley sat in the row of chairs, speaking very quietly on the phone. Thomas walked out to the parking lot and did not return for 40 minutes. The result was announced at 12:25. The board terminated Ryan Brooks's employment for breach of financial management duties and for retaliation against a parent after the board had directed leadership to remain neutral. The board terminated Ashley Reed's employment for an undisclosed conflict of interest and for submitting false travel reports. Thomas Brooks was placed on immediate leave and would step down as head of school once the governance review was complete. All records showing potential violations were referred to the appropriate authorities for review. Margaret read that sentence exactly from the minutes and added that the board was making no conclusion about the outcome of that process. Then she turned to me. I read the foundation's position from the document Olivia had prepared, without adding a single word. The Whitmore Foundation would not release the matching funds under the current management structure. The foundation was prepared to restore funding in stages when 4 conditions were met: independent leadership, protected tuition assistance through a segregated mechanism, repayment of improperly used funds, and implementation and verification of a new control system. The guarantee for the 11 students would remain in place regardless of any of those conditions. The meeting ended at 12:40. People stood, gathered papers, and pushed back chairs. Someone opened a window. Ryan stood at his place with one hand on the back of his chair and looked at me across the length of the wooden table. You really destroyed our family over one mistake? Ryan waited for me in the second-floor hallway near the top of the stairs. Olivia stood about 12 feet away, not looking directly at us, but not going anywhere either. At the far end of the hall, a security officer stood beside the elevator doors. No one had arranged it. They were simply there, and Ryan and I both knew they were there. Give me 5 minutes. I stopped about 2 steps away from him. He spoke very quickly, like someone reading a list he had reorganized many times over the previous 40 minutes. I could call my father? That afternoon. One call from Charles Whitmore to Margaret Sloan would be enough for the board to reconsider. They had not signed anything yet. Everything could still be reversed. I could withdraw the police report. It had not gone anywhere yet. No one had been charged. We did not have to divorce. He would go to therapy, as many sessions as I wanted. He would do anything I asked. And Ashley is over. I will never see her again, I swear. Do you have anything to say about Ava? He paused. I did all of this for the kids. Do you think I want my children growing up in a broken family? I asked something else. If I had not opened the iPad that night, would you have stopped? Ryan looked at me. He did not answer. He had had 4 weeks to prepare an answer to that question, and he still did not have one. Megan, the slap was a mistake. One time, after 12 years, the slap did not start this. You. It was only the first time anyone else saw it. My voice sounded completely ordinary, and that surprised me. You told me not to draw attention at my own child's fundraiser. You let people push me out of a photograph and stood there silent. You called me insecure every time I asked a question that had a basis. You used your children's tuition as leverage. You moved $24,700 and called it protecting family assets. He opened his mouth. The slap was not some isolated event outside those 12 years, Ryan. It was just the one part that 200 people could see with their own eyes. The hallway was quiet. Somewhere downstairs, a bell rang to end a class period. Then his tone changed. Now you have power. You sit in that chair, you vote, you decide where the money goes. If you want to erase me from this field, you can. Go ahead. No. Don't pretend, Megan. I am not deciding anything about you, and I need you to understand this correctly. I raised one hand and counted. The board just decided your employment. The auditor determined where the money went. The police and criminal court handle the fact that you hit me. Family court handles the divorce and custody. I lowered my hand. 4 places. None of them is me. The only thing I did was stop hiding it. Ryan looked down at the floor. And there, in that hallway that smelled of floor wax, I told him something I had not told anyone, not even my father. There were 3 nights when I thought about slapping you back. He looked up. Not as a passing thought. I pictured it. I thought about where it would happen, who would see it, and what you would say afterward. I looked directly at him. I want you to know I thought about it. Then why didn't you? Because Ava already saw her father hit her mother. She is not going to see her mother become like her father too. I opened my purse and took out a business card. This is my divorce attorney. From today forward, anything involving division of property and custody goes through our lawyers. He took the card but did not look at it. There are 3 more things about the children, and I'm saying them here so no one can later claim they were never told. First, all communication about the children's schedule goes through the co-parenting app. No private texts, no late-night calls, unless one of the children needs emergency care. Second, you will not use Ava and Ethan's school or tuition in any communication with me again. Not once. Third, if you want to see the children, you see them on the schedule, and you can see them as much as that schedule allows. I will not interfere, and I will not speak badly about you to them. I also will not lie for you. Ryan stood there with the business card in his hand. For 12 years, every time we ended an argument, he was always the one who decided what that argument meant. He retold the story. I accepted his version, and 3 days later I made breakfast. This time, there was nothing for him to rewrite. The record had already been made downstairs by people who were neither him nor me. I walked down the stairs with Olivia and reached the parking lot close to 1 in the afternoon. It was still cold in Connecticut that month, and my car smelled like Ethan's cookie crumbs. I left Westbridge that day without knowing how long the divorce would take, how the court would divide time with the children, or what the next 10 months would look like. But for the first time in years, I knew one thing for certain. My children would not grow up learning that silence was the price they had to pay to make a family look intact. 6 months later, Westbridge Academy had an independent interim head of school and a new chief financial officer hired from outside. The board also adopted a new set of internal controls. I read them. My profession made it impossible not to. They were good. I will not go into the details here, because no one needs to hear an accountant talk about approval thresholds twice in the same story. The more important part was elsewhere. All 11 students on the list had their aid restored. Not through the foundation's temporary guarantee anymore, but through the school's own budget after that budget was restructured. Sophia Ramirez was still in Ava's class. The 2 girls went on the Boston field trip in May, and Ava came home with a whale-shaped keychain she bought for Ethan. Some of the improperly used funds were recovered. The rest was handled through liability insurance, the school's reserve fund, and legal processes I did not participate in and did not follow step by step. Ryan no longer worked at Westbridge. The assault matter and his financial responsibility were handled in two different places by people with the authority to handle them. Our divorce was in its final stage. Ashley Reed lost her position. Her company faced demands to repay invalid expenses. I did not know what she was doing then, and I did not look. Thomas Brooks left the head of school position after 17 years, not because he had signed an invoice, but because he received written warnings, set them aside, and then retaliated against the woman who raised the issue. He was still the children's grandfather, and I did not interfere with that relationship. Danielle Kim received a formal apology letter from the board stating that she had acted appropriately and had been treated improperly. Whether she returned to education was her decision. She had not decided, and I thought she had the right never to decide. I stayed with the dental practice group for the first 4 months. After that, I accepted a part-time role at the foundation, a real one, with a job description, working hours, and a reporting line. My father offered me full-time. I said not yet. I still liked the career I had earned for myself. In the 6th month, the Whitmore Foundation announced a new program, Safe Start Scholarship Initiative. It provided tuition support for children of women leaving abusive relationships or leaving families where money was used as a tool of control. The money went directly into the child's tuition account. It did not pass through the abuser's hands. And it did not require the mother to prove that she had done everything right before that point. I wrote that final condition into the program language, and I kept it through 3 rounds of review. The announcement took place in a small auditorium in Greenwich on a Saturday afternoon. There were no banquet tables, no auction, no screen looping pictures of children to solicit donations. I had put that request in writing too. There were about 60 chairs, and nearly all of them were occupied. Ava sat in the front row. She was almost a handspan taller, and she wore a dress she had chosen herself. Ethan sat beside my father in the second seat, swinging his legs and eating both his own cookies and his grandfather's. Before I went to the podium, Ava tugged my sleeve. "Are you scared, Mom?" It was the same question she had asked me in the car on Post Road the day I was blocked in the school lobby and could not pick her up. "Yes." "But you're still going up there?" "Yes." I crouched so we were eye to eye. "Being brave doesn't mean you're not scared, honey. It means you don't let fear decide for you what is right." Ava nodded and sat back down. I went to the podium and spoke for about 7 minutes. I did not tell my story. I talked about the program, how it worked, where the money would go, and who controlled it. Some people in the room knew why the program existed, some did not. Both were fine. 6 months earlier, I had sat at table 14 in a ballroom near the hallway door, with a name card that read, Times Mrs. Ryan Brooks, and I believed that was my place. I had believed it for 12 years, and I had taught myself to believe it. Now I was not trying to win a better seat in any room. I was doing one thing, making sure no child had to lose their seat because some adult had taken away what belonged to them. I hope my story helps you understand that protecting a family does not always mean keeping it intact at any cost. You can love someone, have children with them, and build a life with them for many years, but that does not give them the right to hit you, use money or children to frighten you, and then demand your silence to protect their reputation. I used to think telling the truth would be what destroyed my family. In the end, I understood that the truth did not create those consequences. The choices that led to them did. And if you were in my position, what would you do? Would you stay quiet first to protect your children's school placement and stable life, or would you still let the investigation go all the way? Leave your choice in the comments. I genuinely want to know how you would handle that situation.